Welcome everybody to day 4 here at the SEMA Show in Las Vegas. We are SEMA Live. My name is Chris Jacobs and I am your host. Thank you so much for joining me as we round out SEMA 2024. We got an action-packed day for you. We hope that you enjoyed the first 3 days of our coverage and we got more of the same coming. Taking a look inside one of the halls here at the SEMA Show. And today's a little bit unusual as far as SEMA goes. The general public is welcomed in. So we expect this day to be packed with people checking everything out. A lot of smiles, a lot of wide eyes as people check out all the great stuff to see here at the Las Vegas Convention Center. I am in West Hall, high above West Hall, and we're going to be bringing you all sorts of great stuff today. Plenty of in-studio interviews, booth visits, all sorts of features both inside and outside the convention center. And of course, we got a lot of great stuff coming from Battle of the Builders. AJ will be handling those hosting duties as she does every single year. This is the 11th year of Battle of the Builders, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. The top 4 was announced yesterday, and we're going to be seeing who is crowned champion of Battle of the Builders 2024. But as I say every day, I cannot do it myself. It takes a great team, and I'm going to welcome them in right now, starting off with my main man, JC Fernandez. JC, how you doing on this Friday morning?
Thank you, Chris. The first 3 days of SEMA have been unreal. We spent some time with Dave Kindig. We did a huge reveal with him, a full interview with Mario Andretti and Joey Logano. We hung out with Joey Logano. And if you're a fan of the show Fast and Loud on Thursday, we spent some time with Aaron Kaufman. And if you missed that interview, that's on the day 3 feed. He was dropping nuggets about his time on Fast and Loud that were just amazing. Now today, we got Kenny Fitzer from West Coast Customs. He's showing us his custom build, and then later on this afternoon, I'm so looking forward to this, we're gonna go see Chip Foose outside at his booth for a full booth tour. It is the final day of SEMA, and we're bringing you some of the biggest things to see this week, and I'm excited to get back out on the floor and show you guys all of it. Send it back over to you, Chris.
Thanks a lot, JC. You're doing a great job out there, and you're getting to do so much cool stuff, man. I'm a little bit jealous being up here in the studio, I gotta say. JC's out there in the field checking it all out. Be visiting with him a lot more today. All right, next up on our team is Alliyah Becerra, who is also out in the convention center. Alliyah, good morning to you. Happy Friday.
Thank you, Chris, and good morning, everyone. I am here reporting live at the 4th day of SEMA. We want to thank you so much for hanging out with us here at SEMA Live, but today is the 4th and final day, so we still have plenty more to show you, from exclusive interviews to showcasing all the incredible cars, and of course, our ride-alongs and awards, so be sure to stay tuned as we have a full day ahead of us. Back to you, Chris.
Right on, Alliyah. Thank you so much for that. Standing in front of that row of tricked out Cybertrucks that kind of seems to be one of the themes here at SEMA 2024. Of course, they just hit the market over the past year or so. So as expected, we're seeing a lot of those. Okay, our last team member is out with Battle of the Builders. A lot of anticipation to see what's going to happen today. And for that, we kick it out to Adrienne Janic. AJ, what is happening?
Chris, I am so excited because today is the big day where we announce the winner of SEMA Battle of the Builders, powered by Mother's Polish. But before that happens, I'm going to chat with the 4 finalists to kind of pick their brains, see how they're feeling right before I announce the big winner later on today. So stick around for that. You're not going to want to miss it. Back to you, Chris.
All right, thanks a lot for that, AJ. Yeah, Battle of the Builders, such a cool feature year after year here at SEMA. All right, well, let's see what we got going for today, Friday, our final day at SEMA Live. This is what is going to be happening. Kicking off at 9:30, I'll have an in-studio interview with Casey Curry. He is an off-road racer. And then we're going to see that booth visit with Kenny Fitzer of Malco Automotive. Another booth visit with Tyler Snyder from Trax. Back here in studio, I will have Faye Hadley. She is an ASE Master Tech and, of course, a very well-known automotive television host. We'll be visiting with her in studio. And then at high noon, you are not going to want to miss this. The winner of the 2024 Battle of the Builders will be announced. Can't wait for that. Then, as JC said, we are going to go out to Chip Foose, do a full booth visit with him. That's going to be awesome. Check out Chip, see some of his merch, see all the people who work with Chip. Always love checking in with him. And then we will be back in studio with Dustin Williams. He's a content creator at 2:10. And then MMA fighter, stand-up comedian, and all-around car guy Brendan Schaub will be in studio with me here at 2:30. Then at 3, Optima Motocross jump segment with Spencer Wilton. At 3:30, a booth visit with Andrew Keene at Kawasaki. And then rounding it out, we have Bruce Yarnell from Kevin K Restorations. He has restored that DB5 James Bond car, which is one of the final 4 at Battle of the Builders. And for more on Battle of the Builders, let's kick it back out to AJ. What do you got, AJ?
Thanks, Chris. All right, I am going to be talking with the 4 finalists for SEMA Battle of the Builders, powered by Mother's Polish. I am with Bruce Yarnell with his 1969 Aston Martin DB5. Now, Bruce, It's been quite the journey this week, and little did we know when I sat in this car on day one of SEMA, who knew that you would end up here as one of the final four? How are you feeling about that?
I'm nervous, I'm anxious. This has been quite the journey to get to this far, so it's awesome.
Did you think you'd be standing here right now today?
Had no idea whether we'd make it this far or not. It's first time being here at SEMA. It's a wild ride.
Wow, so not only is your first time here at SEMA, you're one of the top four for Battle of the Builders.
That is very correct.
So what does that mean for you and your shop and your build moving forward?
It's like another feather in the hat for us because we usually do Pebble Beach concourse restoration, so tried something different. Figured we built this car for our customer that really doesn't fit in for Pebble Beach because of all the gadgets being a movie car, that we'd bring it here and see what happens.
Yeah, and now you have some bragging rights.
Oh, definitely have bragging rights, you know, and if it wasn't for the crew at Kevin K Restorations, we wouldn't be here.
Now, I don't know if many people out there have seen the fun gadgets that this ride has. So let's give them a sneak peek of what's in store with this DB5, because I have to say it's been pretty cool. So what are we going to start with first?
Let's start with the front. See as my phone connects here.
Okay. I mean, talk about technology, right?
Let's go front license plates.
Okay, we're going to start with the front license plate. So what's happening here?
We're going to rotate them to a French plate. Now we'll go to the Swiss plate. Then we'll go to the British plate.
Thank you.
And then we have the front rams that will push someone out of your way. And then if that doesn't stop them, we can always deploy the guns and shoot them.
But we don't have those here today, right?
we can make them pop out.
Okay, let's make them pop out, but that's it. All right, I mean, this car is just full of your typical James Bond accessories. So what else do we have? Because this car is so much fun.
We have the bulletproof shield in the rear. We have the calthrops that are for puncturing tires. We have the oil slick. We have smoke screen. So
okay, I see you have the car jacks.
Yep.
In the back.
So we've got the bulletproof shield that comes up to protect you if someone's shooting at you. And then we also can do let's do some smoke.
Oh yes, the smoke is my favorite part. So where's the smoke going to come out of?
It's going to come out from the back underneath the car. This is two 24-volt smoke systems in the car. So this car actually has a 24-volt system just for the smoke machines, and it has a 12-volt system to run everything else and the car itself.
So after Battle of the Builders, where is this car going to go?
This car is going to go back to the owner so he can actually drive it and enjoy it.
Welcome.
What I'm talking about. I love a car that is built for shows, but yet you can drive it. So this car, as beautiful as it is not going to be a trailer queen.
Not going to be a trailer queen. The customer that owns it, he actually has several different cars. He has a 1960s era TV Batmobile. He has literally driven it through the In-N-Out Burger and ordered burgers in it. So yeah, he drives his cars.
Okay, so it sounds like he's quite the movie buff too.
He is the movie buff. He designs slot machines and pinball machines. So he's a gadget guy.
I love it. So all right, Bruce, good luck to you. It's been quite the journey. It's amazing that this is your first time here at SEMA, and here you are as one of the final four for SEMA Battle of the Builders, powered by Mothers. So I will see you later on today when I announce the winner.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks, Bruce. All right, up next. Okay, I'm trying to find my way. Got all these amazing rides that were part of the top 12. All right. Okay, we're getting these, we're getting ready here. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
I know, it's Vegas, right?
Yeah, it is Vegas. What are you going to do, you know? Just got to roll with it.
Exactly.
Roll with it.
All right, guys, so I'm here with Rob Lindsay and his 1949 Willys pickup. So, Rob, What's it been like this week up until this point today? Because here you are standing. You are part of the Final Four for Battle of the Builders.
It's been an emotional roller coaster for sure. But I don't know. My team's so supportive. Everybody's super supportive. And so we got a good feeling about it. And we'll just see what happens. We made it farther than we thought we were going to. We really didn't come with a bunch of expectations. We were just happy to be here. And so now that we're here and we've moved this far, when you get this close, you know you want the win. That's just how it is. And we're up against some insane cars. You've seen them. You know the cars are incredible. So the competition's stiff for sure.
Now, when you say it's been an emotional journey, what's been emotional and why?
Well, if you think about it, all of us, we're passionate about what we do. You know, this car community is such a passionate situation. And so just all of us guys, just all the long hours and the late nights and away from family and just doing all that stuff, it means so much to us. So, it's just it's an emotional thing. There's no other way to describe it. Like, it's just an incredibly emotional deal. So.
Now, being a class winner in your class, the off-road class, and making it to the Final Four, what does that mean for you and your shop?
I don't know. It's a big deal for our shop. I've been wanting to compete in Battle of the Builders since it started, so we're so happy to be a part of this whole deal. And we almost made it in 2017, but I ended up pulling my truck from SEMA Show. We had some situations with the vendors, and I don't want to get obviously into too much detail, but we didn't bring that truck, and I think that truck would have done very well actually. So now here we are. Our shop is I'm so proud of my guys. Like, I can't turn all the wheels. These dudes are incredibly talented guys, and I couldn't be more proud of them. So moving forward for our shop, I think the accolades of it, even just making top 4, is just going to help our business. So.
I mean, this has been 11 years in the making, so I think it's pretty amazing that you've waited this long. It was obviously worth the wait, your top 4. So how do you feel about your competition? Because the guys really brought it this year, and I always say each and every year the competition gets bigger and better. So you could not leave any stone unturned as far as this build.
No, you can't. And so, I mean, what do you say about the competition? These guys are the best of the best. So, I'm nervous. Why wouldn't I be? So, all these cars are incredible. Every nook and cranny of them are so nice. We just brought our A game. They brought their A game. Let's just see what the judges have to say about it,
And for future generations, it's going to be great because now they're going to be looking up to you and your build for reference and what you did. So how does that feel now, being a role model for future generations of car builders?
Well, it feels good, and we've always supported the young gun guys and the younger car community coming up. If you look at some of the young gun stuff that we've had here today, I wasn't building that nicest stuff when I was those guys' age, so it's incredible to see. And I think it's helpful that we get our information so quickly now. So there's so many more avenues for them to go out and see what people are doing, get ideas, get inspiration. So it's just great to be a young builder right now. And our technology, that's so helpful. It's a good time to build cars.
You nervous for the announcement later today?
I am. I'm super nervous. It's gets you in the gut. But how many things in life give you that feeling? That's what you got to embrace. That's what's so special and cool about it.
True. Well, being in the top 4, you're already a winner. So congratulations for that. And I will see you later on today when I announce the winner.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Alrighty.
All right, lots of great builds here. I am so excited. I cannot wait for 12 noon today. I mean, is it here yet? Because I want to know who wins, but again, I cannot pick a winner right now. So next in the Final Four, I have Noah Alexander in his 1968 Dodge Charger in the Hot Rod and Hot Rod Truck Division. Noah, how are you feeling this morning?
We are feeling good. This has been an absolutely amazing week. It's been great to talk with all the different builders, see what they brought. Just a really cool, laid-back, fun group of people. So we're loving it.
Now, when you heard your name being called yesterday as the class winner, what was going through your mind? What were your emotions? What were you feeling?
Well, there's a lot of build up to that because you show up to the show, you don't know if you're going to make top 40, you make top 40. Next, you make top 12. So by that point, there's a lot of nerves involved. So it's a good release. You're like, oh, it's just an incredible feeling. And, you don't come expecting much. And, we never do. But the car's done well this week. So very, very exciting.
Well, that's the great thing, because I noticed that this group of guys, and also guys, builders in the past, everybody's been so humble and so nice and so genuine. And that's what makes it great, because everybody's just here with zero expectations, and then to make it as far as you have, it's just all of you guys have such gratitude, and that honestly has really been amazing to see. So moving forward, now that you are a class winner in your class and top 4, what does that mean for you and your shop?
You know, it's an amazing accolade to get. You know, there's so many vehicles here, and to be narrowed down to that select few, I think that's something we're never going to forget. For our customer, it's been a great experience. For everybody in our shop, it's been a wonderful experience, and you know, I couldn't be more excited.
So what was the judging like yesterday? All of you guys up on stage, you're looking, you know, on top of the car, underneath the car, looking at every little nook and cranny. What was that experience like?
You know, I was pretty nervous at first, but, you know, I realized we were with just a bunch of great people, so it was a good opportunity to show everybody what we did, and they showed us what, you know, they did, and it was all like compliments and, oh, that's cool. And I think, you know, despite the fact that everybody here builds vehicles, everybody does it in a slightly different way, so it's always cool to see, you know, how that's done from a different builder's perspective.
Now, are you nervous about me announcing the winner a little bit later?
Very nervous. I don't know how you couldn't be nervous.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'd be nervous too, and I do love how you're color coordinated with your ride.
I'm running out of green shirts, but I have this jacket that I'll probably just have to throw away when we get back to St. Louis because I've been wearing it all week. But figure lucky green will let it ride.
Exactly, and I do have to say, the paint on this ride is absolutely beautiful. I know it's one of those paint jobs you have to see in person. So again, congratulations on making the top 4, and I will see you later on today at 12 noon when I announce the winner.
Thank you.
All right. All right, we're going to go back this way to talk to our 4th finalist from our Young Guns. Again, it is my favorite division because this is the future of our industry, and I have Connor McElvain. Did I say it right?
Yep.
McElvain?
Yep.
Okay, I'm a stickler for names. And he brought his 1969 Datsun 2000 Roadster. So Connor,
Yeah.
top 4. How are you feeling?
Oh, it's so cool. Hard to take it all in. Yeah, it's really exciting to be here. It's cool to be next to the guys that you look up to every year, and all these cars are just unbelievable, and seeing them on the lift and getting to show mine off to the same guys and see their appreciation for some of my work is just unbelievable.
So now that you're in the top 4 and you're your class winner, you are the future of our industry. Do you feel any pressure moving forward now having that title?
I don't know if pressure is the right word for it. Excitement, I guess, would be the right word for it. And yeah, it's just all fun. It's really fun.
Now, when you head home, you have your class, you're the winner in your class, your top 4. What does that mean for you as a builder and your shop at home?
I think it gives myself a little bit of credit with some of the bigger projects that I want to take on in the future. But just going to be back to work, getting home, trying to build cool stuff and learn new stuff too.
So what has your entire week at SEMA been like? Because now you've been immersed in SEMA Battle of the Builders. So what has your entire week been like up until this point?
It's just been full of meeting new people and talking to guys about my car and talking to guys about their own car, and yeah, just talking cars. It's been great. It's what I want to do every week. So
So what was the judging like yesterday when you were with the top 12? Because now you're up against builders that you've looked up to. So what was that whole experience like?
that was super cool. I mean, just looking at those cars that you would never see on the lift or never get to be that close to, it was really cool to see the fit and finish and all the details of everything, and kind of get inspiration from the way they're doing stuff.
I was just going to say, you're probably getting ideas for future builds from a lot of the veteran builders out there.
Yep, totally. Makes me want to build some new stuff.
All right, well, top 4, congratulations. I will see you at 12 noon when I announce the winner. But at the end of the day, to me, everybody here are winners, and I wish you good luck in the future, and you definitely have a bright future.
Thank you.
All right, Chris, so as you heard, top 4 finalists. Join me at 12 noon when I announce the winner of SEMA Battle of the Builders, powered by Mother's Polish. It's going to be good. Back to you, Chris.
Do not want to miss that one. Thanks for all of that, AJ. And you know what? Call me biased. Give me that 68 Charger right now. I'm done. That is my pick. The word is in. Yes, I'm biased. I'm a Mopar guy. Sorry. All right, back here in studio in West Hall. You know, this is where we feature the trucks in the off-road market. So my next guest is perfect for this hall. Take a look at this video. That video might have been a little misleading. It's not Chip Foose in studio with me, but it is Lee Reiser, Vice President of Marketing for Real Truck. And that truck that Chip was sketching right there is one of the trucks that you debuted yesterday in your booth here in West Hall. And wow, seeing it in person is amazing. Watching Chip's vision from the sketch pad come to life is something so cool, right?
I know, it's definitely a career-defining moment for me to work with Chip Foose. You know, all these years ago I met him, and now we're collaborating on a truck build, and it surpassed all our expectations. The reveal went amazing, and I mean, I could sit and watch him sketch all day.
So you got that one, and then yesterday, of course, we did a feature here on SEMA Live of the project that you did in collaboration with Bear Grylls, too.
Yeah, the Bear Grylls builds. We actually did 2 trucks because we wanted kind of mild to wild. So we've got an F-150 and a Tacoma, and both of the builds really just, again, the level of detail and work that the teams brought to the show is just incredible. So yeah, and working with Bear has been nothing short of amazing. You know, every speech he gives, it's so motivational. So we loved having him in the booth yesterday to talk about the builds and what we're going to do on Adventure Garage with him. That's
very, very cool. You were telling me before we came on also you have a third build over there done with a celebrity.
Yeah. So we definitely have Dwayne Wade. So, you know, just had the statue revealed. And so we were excited this truck collaboration with him. We're actually going to bring it to him next week so he gets to see it in person. But we wanted to reveal it out here at the show because the quality is just impeccable and all the details. The wheels, we actually have a replica of his 08 Beijing Olympic medal. So you should just definitely check it out. There's some amazing stuff on it.
My fellow Chicagoan Dwayne Wade, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, very cool.
I like seeing that. Well, you know, Real Truck is such a major player in the aftermarket truck world, and trucks have just become so popular, so prevalent over the last, let's say, 3, 4, 5 years. How does Real Truck keep up with the demand, and how do you keep in front of the trends that are happening?
Yeah, well, every year I say, like, how are we going to top this? But we try. We do it, you know, again and again. We watch the trends coming out of the OEs. We bring the accessories that definitely complement the trucks, too. So as the styling of trucks change, so do our accessories. We want to make sure that they complement the build, and they really bring out the personalization. You know, this year we're really leaning into bring your truck to life, and so that's what the accessories are all about. And to stay ahead of those trends, you've got to watch what the OEs are doing, but also just bring accessories that people want to, you know, make their life better, make their truck better. And that's what we're doing at Real Truck.
Yeah, in the past it was more about function than form, but now we're seeing so much more form come into play. And what I mean by that is comfort. You're looking inside these trucks and you're going, wow, this is really nice. All of the materials that are being used, all of the features that are being offered. I mean, that's something that's so cool, and you really see it all over the place here in West Hall.
You really do. I mean, finish matters. You know, yeah, like you said, it was function before, but now we want aesthetics. We want the look to be just spot on. And the materials, you know, we need to elevate as well. So we definitely look at fit, we look at finish, and we look at new materials to bring in. You know, we've been doing stuff in the truck bed market that, you know, hey, we want armor on our top, you know, of the coatings. We want stuff on the bottom because we want these things to truly last and complement your lifestyle. So yeah, I agree.
So when Chip's truck was revealed yesterday, I believe that is there a plan for that truck to go across the auction block?
Yeah, so we're so excited. Actually, 100% of the proceeds of that truck at Barrett-Jackson will go to the Progeria Foundation. So yeah, it's a foundation that's very near and dear to Chip's heart, and we were just so happy that, you know, we can partner with Barrett-Jackson to bring it to auction. So it'll be in Scottsdale in January. We'll be out there with the truck. Chip will join us, and we're really excited about that as well because, yeah, 100% of the hammer price is just incredible to raise money for those kids.
That's fantastic. Yeah, of course, Chip's sister, Amy, had progeria, and as you said, very near and dear cause to Chip's heart. That's great. And so is there any any similar plan for the Bear Grylls truck, or will that be used just as promotion for the new project that you have going with him?
That one is definitely to be determined. So right now we do have 2 trucks. So hey, there could be a plan in the future for 2025 to see that one somewhere as well. Because at Real Truck, we really want to make sure these builds can also serve a purpose and do good later in the future. So yeah, we're promoting the show and it'll be used on the show. But yeah, if we can turn that into some good later in the year, we definitely want to look into doing that as well.
So the show is going to be called Adventure Garage.
Yes.
And how did that collaboration come about? Did you approach Bear? Did Bear approach you?
So actually his team approached us last year. So it's been a year in the making. We were on the show floor and I remember thinking, is this going to happen? You know, we talked about it. We started doing some concepting and then we said we really want the trucks at next year's show to kick it off. And here we are with the trucks in the booth, and so it couldn't be more perfect. A year in the making, to see that come together has been incredible.
How many SEMAs is this for you personally?
Me personally, so I have been in this industry since 2003, so we missed one, due to COVID, but I guess this is about my 20th SEMA show now.
Excellent.
Yeah, so pretty exciting stuff. 2 decades of getting to do what I love, and I'm always inspired at SEMA Week, seeing the innovation and seeing how every builder just, tops what they've done in the previous year. So it's been wonderful.
Yeah, we're right there in the same zone. 2004 was my first year, and the thing most notably about the show is the growth, the expansion. Not only what's been happening outside in the parking lot, but here in West Hall, which is a brand new hall. This is the 2nd year that it's been part of the SEMA footprint. How excited were you when you found out that trucks are going to be getting a bigger presence at SEMA? Because it was kind of sprinkled in before, pocket here, pocket there, but West Hall, the majority of West Hall is dedicated to exactly what you guys are doing at Real Truck.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. I mean, because the truck market just has exploded, and that is what we do. That's the sweet spot for us. Trucks, SUVs, Jeeps, Broncos, but seeing this space come to life with the amazing innovators in the truck space, we love being kind of an anchor to West Hall and getting to showcase all the builds. And we work with builders, across. I try to always incorporate people from, East, West Coast, because the style and variety is so different, and I love to see how they use our accessories in different ways to make them both, functional and just look amazing.
What are some of your favorite products that you guys brought to SEMA 24 that you're featuring in your booth?
Oh, so definitely one of my favorites, and I need it on my own Bronco, is our new Amp Vision step. So it's a power step with an integrated LED light, so you can actually change the colors to complement your vehicle, perfectly. So yeah, that's a great one. And we also have some really awesome new truck bed covers that incorporate T-slots. So we have a new MX4, our best-selling truck bed cover, that we now incorporated with T-slots. So it's just great because, again, more versatility, more accessorization. You can add racks, you can add a bike rack, kayak carrier, and all of those are on display in the booth this year.
Yeah, customization and personalization. Case in point, the different colors that you can put on that step you were talking about. Little touches like that really mean so much, because as car people, what we drive is an extension of our personality, right? So we want to make it as close to our hearts as possible.
Absolutely, and that is what we love. So the app lets you actually change it on a color wheel. So it's like, what's my mood today? I'm feeling red. I'm feeling blue. So yeah, it's really incredible. The again, the level of accessorization and personalization with each accessory we come out with.
And being able to control it with your phone. We saw the builder of that DB5 when AJ was doing her feature on the top 4 Battle of the Builders. He pulls out his phone and controls everything with that. It's kind of become much more commonplace now, but how groundbreaking that you can control pretty much everything from an app on your phone.
Yeah, we do it with truck bed covers as well. So yeah, truck bed covers, steps, and we're really going to push the boundary even more. We want more integration into that because everybody wants that accessibility. So it's been great to see what we can do. I want to deploy or retract my step also, because there's for use cases when you're off-roading or you don't want it to retract when you're out in the mud. So that's fine. Just change it in the app and you can have that flexibility.
Do you see the industry getting maybe too far out in front of itself as far as how do you put this? You know, you want to retain the drivability of these trucks. The fact that the driver is in charge without letting all these accessories and electronics and everything take over the experience. Are you guys mindful of that as you're developing your new products?
Yeah, we definitely are, because, you know, think about how much time we spend in our vehicles. They have to be functional, but they don't want to take away from what the intent is. I need to get where I'm going in comfort. And so, yeah, we don't want the accessories to take away. We want it to complement it. And that is absolutely what our design team has done. We actually have a new industrial design team that is looking at just those things, you know, to make sure it's complementary and not taking away from the experience. Because, I mean, we all love to just drive. I mean, in this industry, you know, I loved seeing at the banquet last night, you know, driven by you. That's what it's all about, you know, and so we want to make sure that drivability. If I want to get in the vehicle, in my truck, and just drive, you know, we don't want the accessories to take away from that.
Yeah, I mean, digital is great for convenience, but we want to make sure to hang on to as much of that analog experience as we possibly can.
Yeah, the balance is very important for sure.
Well, Lee Reiser, VP at Real Truck, thank you so much for joining us here at SEMA Live. Best of luck to you the rest of the day today. And I know it's going to be a crazy one because the public is in today, so you guys are going to be getting a lot of attention at your booth, I'm
we're
sure.
excited. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much for joining us. And right now we're going to kick it out to Alliyah, who has someone standing by out there. Ooh, Earth Roamer. Yeah, let's go.
Thank you, Chris. I am here inside the West Hall with Earth Roamer, and I also have Zach Rainier here. He's about to chat with us about these really incredible vehicles. You guys are absolutely in for a treat. Zach, Earth Roamer is known for combining luxury, but also with the ruggedness of off-road capabilities. Can you describe your design philosophy?
Yeah, so we've always wanted to design vehicles that give people the opportunity to get outdoors and off the grid, maybe not necessarily be in campgrounds, but rather be getting up on top of the mountain, and yet you still want to be comfortable, right? You still want all the comforts of home. And so we've tried to figure out a way that you don't have to sacrifice very much in order to be able to get to the farthest ends of the world, you know, to get out way off the grid past where anybody else can get and still have the comforts of home.
And can you tell us about the two vehicles you have showcased here at SEMA?
Yeah, so behind us here, the tan one is going to be the Earth Roamer SX. Now this is our larger model. We unveiled this one at SEMA 2022. And we've been building it now for about 3 or 4 years.
Wow.
And so this is going to be the larger model. It's based on the Chevy 6500. And it is going to be a fully custom vehicle. We call it an expeditionary vehicle. It does register as an RV. And we start with a bare chassis. Like I said, in this one, it's going to be the Chevy 6500. And then we build kind of from the ground up from there. So the entire habitat on the back is going to be a one-piece vacuum-infused carbon fiber shell. So it's similar to like a monocoque structure carbon fiber shell. And then inside is a one-of-one built custom for anybody who orders one camper, essentially a living quarters that gives you really the ability to design whatever you want on the inside. So customers get to pick things like the species of wood that we build out of, the countertops, the backsplashes, the flooring, all of the fixtures. You know, would you rather have a Keurig coffee maker or a Traeger barbecue, or, you know, what kind of options would you like to have if it was you building your own home? So all of that is going to be custom made for our customers when they order them. And made by us in Colorado. We're just a little bit north of Denver. And we got a team of about 110 very proud craftsmen who touch every single piece of this truck and hand make everything that you can see. And that's in our 60,000 square foot facility in Dacona, Colorado.
Yeah, I mean, even stepping inside earlier, I was very blown away by all the precision. It really is extremely luxurious. And you actually showed me a few appliances that are available as well.
Yeah, so in the larger model, we have things available like the washer dryer. And so there are other options that you can get in the larger model. We have a very large coffee maker that can start from whole beans and do a custom grind and roast. This one has got a dry bath, so it's a separated full shower from the toilet area. Options for 3-burner stoves, very large sink and other galley appliances like an air fryer and things like that.
So it's obvious that these products look extremely beautiful, but how are they built to handle? Like, what materials are they made in?
So the entire shell is a one-piece carbon fiber shell, which makes it so that it's very rigid, it's very strong, and still stays lightweight. So when people come up to us at the show and they say, wow, this really looks big, and maybe it looks heavy, we say, well, actually, with the carbon fiber, it's a lot lighter than you would expect. Inside, the materials are going to be, again, chosen by the customer, so you can build out of white oak, alder, maple, and actually our other truck that we're unveiling here in SEMA 2024 is going to be the first one we built out of a walnut. And so the interior of that one is one of my favorites we've ever done.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. I got the opportunity to check it out earlier. He actually asked me, which one is your favorite? And I legitimately could not decide.
Yeah. And that's the nice part about all of them being custom built for the customers is everybody has different preferences, different tastes. And we say, you can go with a lighter wood and it can feel more modern and spacious. You can go with a darker wood and it will feel more cozy like a cabin. Do you want the Manhattan apartment feeling, or do you want the Montana cabin feeling?
Right. Yeah, and you mentioned Earth Roamer has been in business for 26 years.
Correct, yep.
How have you guys evolved over those 26 years?
So, yeah, we've been building them since '98, founded by a guy named Bill Swales, who really, this was his dream vehicle, and he decided to design and build it himself. And we've gone through multiple iterations of the vehicles, so especially our LT line, which is the one behind me here, the darker truck. We have been building those since '98 and going through different iterations where we deliver custom vehicles to our customers, they use them for several years, and then they provide us feedback on what would you like if we were designing a new truck, what kind of new options do you think would be cool for your next truck? And some people it's actually where we have gotten a lot of inspiration for things like our wine rack, our garage storage, our different types of wood, more fridge space and freezer space, exterior kitchens and bike racks. It's all been because of customer feedback that we've gotten from building over 400 of these trucks over the last 26 years.
And a big theme we're seeing here at SEMA, especially in the recent years, is sustainability. So how do the Earth Roamers implement that?
So our vehicles from the beginning, our founder, Bill, has always said that he does not necessarily like the idea of running everything off of generators. And he doesn't, he said it was for not only sustainability, but it was also just for comfort. You don't necessarily like camping next to the guy who's got the generator running and you're listening to that all the time. And if you have to turn that on every time you want to make coffee, it's not very fun.
Yeah.
So since the beginning of the company, all of the vehicles have been 100% powered by solar with lithium-ion batteries. This one is now our 24-volt system in the new LTX with 1,480 watts of solar and 18 kilowatt hours of 24-volt batteries. So a lot of lithium storage, a lot of power stored, and that power system is able to run everything, and that includes things like air conditioners, air fryers, all of the appliances and your TV and your sound systems and your coffee maker. I mean, this is a fully functioning house based purely on solar and lithium-ion batteries.
Incredible. And aside from the energy efficient side, are there any other ways that Earth Roamer is pushing the boundaries when it comes to technology?
We're always looking for new materials that we can build off of, and we're always looking for new technologies that we can incorporate into the vehicle. So, for instance, when Starlink came out and it became such a well-used product for being off the grid and still having communications off the grid, we decided to make that a standard feature, and not only that, but do the full in-motion Starlink very early on so that people can have communication wherever they want to go. So anytime we see new technologies that are groundbreaking that we can incorporate or new materials, we're trying to always constantly evolve and make sure that we're at the what we're doing with the Expedition vehicles.
Incredible. And obviously being here at SEMA is a really big deal. What have the reactions been from the audience?
People have been super excited about it. We did a little bit of a sneak preview telling people that we were unveiling a new product here at SEMA, and everybody who's been coming up has been saying, I want to see this. I'm very excited to see this. The vehicles are tall. They kind of stand above a lot of other things. And so when they're walking through, people have said, wow, this is such a cool show to see this and showcase this. And it's just special to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you were mentioning to me earlier about a program that you're involved in that Earth Roamer offers?
Yeah, so we have a adventures program for our customers. Anybody who is an existing owner of a truck is able to actually get a little more hands-on experience. If you buy one of our trucks, it doesn't necessarily mean you are comfortable. It doesn't necessarily mean that you are comfortable using an expeditionary vehicle right off the bat.
Right.
And so we do an adventures program that gives people the opportunity to go out and take their own trucks out for a couple days, a week, maybe longer, in different areas way off the grid with the manufacturer, with Earth Roamer, so that we can teach you about how to drive off-road responsibly, how to pack out your trash, how to find different good camp areas and different places to explore. The vehicles come with winches on the front and on the rear for self-recovery, so that you don't necessarily need to call somebody, because recovering this when it gets stuck off-grid is kind of hard. But just because you bought a vehicle that's got a warrant or a winch on it doesn't mean you necessarily know how to use that. So we take them out, we show them how to use all the features and why we design them the way we do, and also give them the experience to just see the places they've always wanted to go and the reason they bought the truck.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's definitely important, and it's really great that you guys offer that. You've mentioned so many incredible things that really differentiate your vehicles from the rest, but what do you think is the most unique feature?
Oh, that's hard to say. I don't know if it's a unique feature, but I will say I think the thing that I appreciate the most about the vehicles is how it allows people to really get off grid and go places that they would never be experiencing, taking Jeeps or backpacking or going to these remote places. I don't have a favorite unique feature, but I rather like what it stands for, which is being able to be very comfortable and get really far off grid for people who may not have ever had any other opportunity to do that.
Have you been sleeping inside these at the convention?
Not at the convention, although actually we will be driving them back to Colorado, and there's a pretty big snowstorm on the way back right now. So I think we're going to be bundled up pretty warm in these as we're waiting for the snow to pass on our way back to Colorado.
Yeah, I feel like this beats any hotel in my opinion.
I would agree.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the ideal is, it's better than a hotel, and I can park it wherever I want.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, once again, everyone, Zach Rainier, thank you so much for your time and information. Back to you, Chris.
All right, Alliyah, thank you very much for that great stuff, man. I can see the Earth Roamers from my perch over here, and I went into them a couple days ago. They are fantastic. The materials they use are incredible, so really cool to see an up-close feature. So appreciate that, Alliyah, and best of luck to the guys at Earth Roamer. All right, back here in studio with another guest, and to see who we're talking about, check out this cool video.
We wanted something that went faster than all the Jeeps, something that could conquer the rocks, conquer the desert, conquer Baja. It has A-arms in the front, 4-link in the back. It's got a 500 horsepower engine in it, racing transmission. Basically, we took trophy truck parts, integrated in them to a Jeep. We took rock crawling parts, put them in there, and we built the ultimate kind of go anywhere, go faster than all your friends vehicle. We started from the front, worked to the back, did everything from the ground up. So literally there was nothing untouched. Everything on the whole vehicle was customized.
Cool stuff there, and welcome into the studio. Casey Curry, how you doing, my man?
I'm good, I'm good.
Great to meet you and great to have you here with me. And yes, you production components people out there, the name is the same. Curry is the Curry rear end family. And I was telling you before we came on how many times I've talked about your products in my auction coverage, descriptions of the cars saying, yeah, it's got a Curry rear end, and of course, ups the value in the car. So pretty cool. So you're literally born into the industry.
I am born into it. Third generation. Grandfather was a huge car enthusiast, Jeep enthusiast, off-road enthusiast, and my dad and my uncles are the same thing. And it's all I know.
What's your earliest off-roading memory?
Earliest off-road memory would be Jeeping Rubicon Trail and Moab, but it's funny looking back, driving on my grandpa's lap, as young as I could see over the steering wheel as I'm sitting on his lap. And it's actually funny now that I have 2 boys, and I've literally lost the driving duties, and the boys are driving the whole time if we're on the trail. So it's funny how it goes full circle.
Nice. How old are they?
I got an 8 and 10-year-old.
Awesome.
So it's
right
fun.
on.
It's
Fourth
fun.
generation now.
Fourth generation boys. So
that's
they are coming.
So you've pretty much ridden and driven everything. I mean, you've done bikes, you've done the UTVs, the trophy trucks. What's your favorite?
I'm a big fan of the Ultra 4 stuff. I love rocks because it's what the family does. We love Jeeping. We love the technical stuff. I like technical driving and having the vehicle set up where you can go super fast in the desert, driving the 130 mile an hour, but then you can also go into the King of the Hammers, big boulders, really need four-wheel drive and be able to get through those canyons, as fast as you can.
That's really cool, man. You've got wins at the Baja 500, the 1000, King of the Hammers, of course. You were a team owner at 22 years old. Your career is pretty amazing. Tell me, what is the hairiest situation that you've been in off-roading, and how did you get into it? How did you get out of it?
I mean, a crazy one for me was we were racing in Africa, and I was actually following one of the minis. This was when I was racing rally. We were following one of the minis, and a mini had driven off a cliff, and I basically followed him. But when he fell off like a 30-foot cliff, upside down, totaled the car. We had stopped enough that the car was, our UTV was dangling.
And teetering.
Off the cliff. And it was a wild, wild situation because they were below us. So if we would have fallen, it would have been on top of another race car. It could have been bad in so many ways as they were climbing out of the car. And we were literally hanging off the edge, and we had to sit there, and there's no one around. In rally racing, you're by yourself.
Yeah.
So we had to, my co-driver had to unbuckle and literally, first open up everything he could to unbuckle, to fall out of the car, to get us a strap, to get it back up. It was one of the moments that you're like, everything could have gone bad. And
your body weight, you're essentially controlling the lean with your body weight. You're leaning back to make sure you don't kick it over the edge.
It was that bad. It wouldn't even run all it was so steep that all the fuel went to the front of the tank in a way that the pumps were on the bottom, but there was nothing left. The car was completely straight up and down. It was a wild moment. And
luckily you were able to extract yourself.
Yeah, we got out of it. We did get out. We had, they ended up getting out of the car and running around and help my co-driver strap it and pull the car back up off the cliff.
Just with manpower.
Manpower.
No chase trucks or anything like that.
In rally, there is none of that.
Wow.
So like when you start the day to finish the day, there's no one out there at all. So that's where it gets very unique when you have to use resources around you.
Amazing. Incredible.
Pretty wild.
We were talking a little bit about the Dakar rally too. I mean, such a historic race, but you were saying that it's changed a lot. It's still called Dakar, but not what people might think of it historically being.
Yeah, so the Dakar rally has moved to the country of Saudi Arabia. They have a 5-year contract in Saudi Arabia, so was the first American to ever win the Dakar rally. 47 years of the event going on, Americans trying every year, and we tried twice, put a lot of effort in. I mean, we spent a lot of weeks preparing, testing, tuning, focusing on navigation, and yeah, it's pretty amazing. We did it in 2020 in January, and then the world went crazy with COVID in March, and it was truly a unique time.
And that's an epic race. You were saying 6,400 miles over 14 days?
Basically over 14 days. You're in the car roughly 6,500 miles. The driver and co-driver have to be in the car every single minute of the day. So no matter if it's a highway section, a liaison, the driver and co-driver have to drive. So we're in a UTV, no window. In the mornings, it could be in the 20 or 30 degree range, and during the day, it could be 110 in the desert.
Wow.
Pretty
Amazing.
wild.
Yeah.
Pretty wild event.
That's an endurance test, not only for the car, but for your body.
It really
also.
is. It really is. And teamwork, you win it on your worst day. And that strategy of how to have the best worst day you can, there's a lot of stuff that goes into it. And those teams it's unbelievable how orchestrated they really are.
Amazing. Too cool, man. That's so great to hear an insider's perspective on those types of events. So we got the Baja 1000 coming up next week, but you're taking this year off.
Taking this year off from the 1000. Plan is to redo some motor work and some changes to the car. Just looking to better our luck for 2025 and really wanting to do better for next year. So for us, we're taking the 1000 off and starting the year off in the King of the Hammers.
Cool, man. Well, it's great to have you here at SEMA. How many SEMAs is this for you?
Oh shoot, I think this is my 14th SEMA. So now also running Curry Enterprises. I went from looking for sponsors and focusing on sponsors to now focusing on helping our customers.
Gotcha.
So being here and supporting Curry Enterprises and working with my guys at Curry to really be here for the customers.
Awesome, and you said your booth is over in Central Hall. What new products are you featuring this year?
So the biggest thing we're focusing on right now is the ability. We have really focused over the last 4 or 5 years on customization. So for us at Curry right now, we have the ability to do smaller quantity runs, where some of the bigger companies, you have to build thousands upon thousands to be able to manufacture a complete differential. So for us right now, our focus is on a smaller run quantity of customized differentials.
Gotcha. Cool. And mostly focused in the off-roading racing community, or is any application?
Any application. So agricultural, we do a lot of stuff for military, mining, obviously off-road, and obviously we don't forget performance, muscle cars, hot rods, and we're also dabbling in the electric vehicle area. So with some of our components and working with the new EV motors, trying to be able to put the power to the ground.
Nice. It's so funny that we still consider EV to be relatively new. It's been around for 5-6 years now, but guys like you and me who are used to the combustible engines, we're still wrapping our heads around it.
The performance side it's a lot to learn.
Yeah. So good luck the rest of the way today over there in Central Hall, and best luck with the tests and the new equipment.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Casey. Appreciate you, man. Right now, let's kick it over to JC, who is standing by out there in the SEMA sphere. JC, what do you got?
Thank you, Chris. Down here on the SEMA show floor with Melanie Hellwig-White. How are you?
I'm great. How are you? I'm so excited to start this morning with you.
Can you believe it's the final day?
I know. I woke up thinking, I'm tired, but like a little bit sad.
Me too. I don't want it to end. I do not want this to end. So let's talk about, first off, what you do with SEMA, because you have a big, important role with SEMA.
Yeah, so I'm chair-elect of the SEMA Board of Directors. So SEMA started out as a group of all volunteers, and they put this association together. Then they also put the show together, but they were really trying to protect what they were doing, right? Mm-hmm. Creating speed parts, and there was legislation even back then that was encroaching on their businesses. And so they band together and started to protect their right to make those parts. So I think what's really cool is that we're still doing that. We're building on that, but at a much better and bigger scale. So, this industry supports so many jobs. It is amazing, what happens here and really what happens outside of this association and the show. They're doing a lot of incredible stuff. So,
well, like I said, they band together and they're still together to this day. And the very first SEMA was at Dodger Stadium?
It was at Dodger Stadium. So my grandpa was there.
Okay.
Hellwig was there in a booth, and it was underneath Dodger Stadium. They took it over. You can see it's cement floors.
Yeah.
They're in dress shoes. We're complaining about our feet.
I know, you gotta wear sneakers.
You do have to wear sneakers, and they were in dress shoes on cement floors, in Dodger Stadium. So.
And your dad's here too, right?
Yeah, my dad's
There he is, and he's been a part of this, part of SEMA and part of the organization for so long as well.
Yeah, for sure. We were talking about it. So we were part of SEMA in Dodger Stadium, but he was here when SEMA moved to Vegas, and he was saying it was this. We're not in we're early in the hall,
yeah.
And he says it was just this hall, right? So and now we just take over. We run out of space. It's crazy and incredible. So
it's every single convention hall. If you've ever been to Las Vegas, the Las Vegas Convention Center is massive. Every single square foot is taken with SEMA. Amazing cars, about 160,000 people, I think, come to town.
Yeah.
163,000.
Yeah.
It is the biggest convention in Las Vegas every year, and it's so much fun, so much great energy. Let's talk about your family's company and your brand.
Yeah, absolutely. So Hellwig Products makes Helper Springs.
We'll kind of showcase some of the products behind us.
Yeah, for sure. So Hellwig Products makes Helper Springs and sway bars, but we actually started with Helper Springs. So in 1946, Hellwig started manufacturing Helper Springs during my great-grandpa and grandpa would manufacture them at night, and then they would go sell them door to door on the weekends.
I love that.
So if it was like a sagging vehicle, it was obvious that they needed Hellwig. So my grandpa would go up to the door and like knock on the door, and my grandpa would install it. All for $7.
No way.
But we have a very different price point and a very different.
That was when they first started at $7, and the door-to-door sales days are done.
Yeah.
But I love the fact that they would walk and they find a vehicle that needed your parts, knock on that door, and say, "You need this."
Yes, absolutely. So we've been in load control since the beginning. In the 60s, we started making sway bars too, but we're really we're heat treated, hot formed. So that's really like the key to what makes Hellwig special and unique. It's a very durable way to manufacture it and allows the steel to just bounce back to its original shape.
And what's that called again? How do you do that again?
We heat treat it and
Heat
hot form
treat,
it.
okay, all right.
So we have big furnaces, oil tanks, drought furnaces. Yeah, lots of heat.
It's neat to see the company, a family company, grow and grow. But I love the fact that it's still a family company. Your dad over there, you're over here, and we have some things to showcase back here with this Black Widow Edition Ram
we
truck.
do. Yeah.
Come on back here. This is really cool. Let's go. Where do you want to start? Over here? All right. Start up front.
Start up front. So we can show what sway bars actually look like here. So this is the Ram 1500. So this is actually our bar that's on the truck. 3-hole adjustable points, so you get to pick what stiffness you want, and then we're replacing this factory bar there. And
So we can see the difference between the two. So this is your bar up here, and this is what comes.
And this is also hollow, so I wish I would have cut it so you could see. But mine's a solid heat treated, hot formed.
And then you said
bar.
too, you point up here that you can adjust things to however you feel necessary for your truck.
Yeah, totally.
And then what's underneath it?
And then we do a Tesla Model Y, and then we also have a Ford front sway bar there, so showing that we have that as well.
Oh, perfect. And then let's talk more about, so this truck is that Black Widow Edition Ram, which is, you see the Black Widow badge right there, which is really neat.
Yeah, it's really fun because it's like an Easter egg. Like there's Black Widow Easter eggs all over this, but the real treat of that is the suspension. So this is it has the Black Widow trim package is I have BDS suspension, and then I also have the Fox shocks, which is amazing. It rides so nice.
It looks like it rides really nice, kind of a menacing look. And let's go to the back because I want to showcase this camper that's on there and the importance of using your guys' products when it comes to having campers and everything attached to the truck.
Yeah, so this has a Tune camper, which is a really lightweight camper, but it still causes its higher center of gravity on the vehicle, so it still causes it to sway a little bit. So this is it has our front and rear sway bars. So we love to get things up high so that you can. It showcases that our suspension really helps it handle better.
Let's take a look inside. Can I get inside the camper?
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't? Okay, I'll hop inside. All right, and let's talk about some of the features of this camper because this is really comfortable and cool inside here. I'll hand this to you. I climb inside.
Yeah. Okay.
You want to pop up here as well?
I can pop up there too.
This is a very comfortable bed. This is a
Right.
very comfortable bed. Let's talk about some of the features inside this camper.
Yeah. So there's a heater here. Behind you, so you can heat it up. It stays actually really warm if you have all the windows closed. And then it also, we have a battery pack there behind you. So, so you can charge all of your products as well.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
How high is this? How high are we extending? So you can see inside here. How high does the camper itself extend up?
I know my dad can stand in here, and he's 6'3", so
that is a great way to explain something. A 6'3" man can stand inside here with ease.
Yeah, and it's got lights and all of this fancy stuff, but the lights I don't have hooked up right now. I'd love to show you that.
It's comfortable too.
Yeah.
I like this.
Yeah, it's been pretty fun. So.
Okay. This here is for our heater here, the tank here.
It's a propane tank.
Propane tank, perfect. Yeah. All right, let's pop out here. Okay. Okay, let's come back over and talk more about the family history.
Yeah.
And the fact that, I mean, there's so many companies here and so many products here, but what's it mean to you to be working for, still working with your family business that your grandfather and great-grandfather started?
Yeah, I feel so lucky to be able to do that. And I mean, look at what we're doing here. It's like so much fun, right? The things that I get to do because I'm representing my family's company is really awesome. I love that part. And then there's also like a lot of pressure, right? I want to keep this legacy going on. And I will, like, it's a great product. So I just feel really lucky to be the steward of the brand.
And you're doing a great job of it, by the way.
Thank you.
For people that have never been to SEMA, so many people watching right now live, and they're seeing the SEMA show floor for the first time and seeing the action, the businesses. What are some of the standout things to you that you like to go see every year?
Oh gosh, I love to be able to go see other booths and like the vehicle builds, like the passion, the things that go into builds are incredible. So like there's a lot outside, there's a lot in the building. So, but I'm always doing the squat because I want to see what's underneath. So I'm always tucked underneath.
Do you do that when you're out and about, when you're, say, go shopping or something, you're in the grocery store, you look to see what's underneath the vehicle?
Yeah, and I have a 15-year-old, right? So I already embarrass him a lot. But he's like, oh my gosh, you're ducking underneath again.
Like, what is your mom doing under that car? It's the family business.
Yeah.
Throughout the years, has there any been any celebrity stands out? Would you look forward to seeing people like Chip Foose? We had Mario Andretti on the show. Who are some of those car celebrities that you look forward to seeing?
Yeah, I mean, I got to go yesterday to the Hall of Fame lunch
okay.
for SEMA, and we have 60 Hall of Famers here, so a ton. So that's really like, to me, those are our celebrities.
Yeah.
So I was really fun, like being able to see, talk to those guys, and Chip Foose was there.
Yes.
So
Hall of Famer himself.
Hall of Famer himself, maybe the nicest guy I've ever, like, he's just so nice and so talented. So
we have some time, but I really want to pick your brain. What are some of the other events that happen during SEMA Week? Because I think everyone does think we're on the show floor, we're doing these amazing reveals, you're talking to celebrities, really cool builds. But there's a lot more happening outside of the show floor.
Yeah, so my favorite event is the New Products Breakfast.
Okay.
I think it's so inspiring to see what people are making, what they've done in the last year. So it's like my pivotal start. So it starts Tuesday morning is the New Products Breakfast. So they give awards, all of that. And then Jay Leno was there on stage. So that was, they always have like some sort of like fun kickoff as well. So that happens outside of the show. And then there's a lot. Like there's tons of councils and networks who volunteer for SEMA. So they like have different niches within the SEMA. So like there's Toro, which is the truck off-road group.
Okay.
And so they have receptions after hours as well. So there's like tons of after hours options. There's so much going on. I got invited to a party last night that like someone was going on stage at like 2:00 in the morning.
No.
Oh, I don't think I'm going to do that. But
There are a lot of big parties too, and I wonder how so many people go to the parties. A lot of fun, but you see them on social media. Like, 2:00 in the morning, we have to get up and be here because the doors open at 9:00.
But they're professionals. They still show up and do it.
Is your dad cool coming on camera with us? Could we chat with him? I don't put him on the spot. Let's talk to your dad while he's here. Come on over here, Mark. How are you? JC with SEMA Live. How are you?
Mark Helwig.
It's a pleasure to chat with you. Your daughter is amazing. I do want to know, first SEMA to now, how have things grown in your eyes?
Well, I was at the first SEMA that they brought to Las Vegas in 1975.
Wow.
It was a very small event, not very many square feet, maybe 50 exhibitors. And so from 1975 to now has been a tremendous growth.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of fun to be a part of.
And is there a standout moment for you through all those years, throughout SEMA, someone you met or something you guys showcased over the years?
Well, you use the term showcasing, and it's been a very big arena and opportunity for us to showcase new products, specialty vehicles that we've worked on over the years, and it's just a perfect venue for releasing new products and new information.
I'm going to put you on the spot here. How proud are you of your daughter continuing the legacy and all the stuff she's doing for SEMA?
I pinch myself every day. It's a lot of fun to watch and be a part of.
A family company. It's so cool.
Yeah, we're having a lot of fun.
Okay, so we're getting ready to wrap up here in about a minute. And I have a schedule. Where should I go? What's something I should see today before I leave?
So today, I really want you to see, I mean, outside is amazing. Are you going to do anything at SEMA Fest?
Oh, tonight with the concert?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's happening too, and they have have like really cool other like activations with Optima, so that would be really fun. But there's so much cool stuff happening outside. I know you're going to be like traveling around in here, but outside, like all I could see was like burning rubber, right?
You hear the burning. The people are doing burnouts. So you see the smoke and everything. Well, Melanie, thank you so much for having us. I appreciate it. And this build back here is really cool with your guys' equipment. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of SEMA.
Awesome.
All right, Chris, I'm going to send it back up to you in the studio.
Thanks a lot, JC. Yeah, great to see one of the OGs of SEMA still representing after all these years. Good stuff there. And thanks again, Melanie. Nice to see you again, too. All right, back here in studio, and I am joined by Kellen Peary. She's the head of marketing and go-to-market strategy for Tinker DIY. Kellen, welcome to SEMA Live.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
So, for those of us who do not know exactly what is Tinker?
Sure. So Tinker is an app on your phone. It's available on both iOS or the Google Play Store. Think of Teledoc. It essentially connects you with an expert mechanic. It's like having an expert in your back pocket for any of those burning questions, simple or complex. You don't want to spend the hours on YouTube searching for an answer. We can get you connected instantly, and then you have the ability to gain that rapport with an expert, reconnect with them over time if you wanted. And we're not just connecting you with people in your area. We could be here today and connect with someone over in Texas or Georgia. So it's just instant help when you need it.
Nice. So if someone's having an automotive issue and they don't want to bring their car in to have it serviced, might be something they can figure out how to do it themselves, DIY.
DIY, definitely.
They open up your app, they explain what the issue is, and then you're able to put them in touch with the right person.
That's correct. And it's not just those who don't want to go into a shop. Some of our individuals, they have a true passion for doing it themselves, that DIY that lives inside of them. So we're really connecting everyone across the board. They might be restoring an old Datsun from 1974, or it could be, yes, my engine light came on, I cannot figure out what it is, or I just want that second opinion so I don't feel like I'm going to get upsold a service that maybe I don't need.
Amazing. Sounds like it's a little bit part therapy too.
Totally.
People who are having a mental breakdown over
Yes.
what's going on with their car. So that's great that you guys cover the entire gamut for someone who might just have a simple question like, how do I change my oil, all the way up to, something that might be like fabrication oriented.
Definitely. There really is no limit to what we can support. We are continuously bringing on new experts. We vet all of them. Essentially, it's either 3 years in a shop or we go through an extensive background process. It involves a one-to-one video, and then from there, it continues the path. So yeah, we really want to continue to grow this as much as we can. And it's all about servicing the needs of others. So, maybe we had a lot of experts that could support a Ford or a BMW, but perhaps Porsche or an electric vehicle, we start to see more of an interest there. We're going to continue to bring on those experts.
Now, how does it work? Is it subscription based? Is it per use fee involved? What are the options with Tinker?
Yeah, I love the question. So we started off free initially. We needed to learn as much as we could. How can we make this a better experience for our users? There is a small fee at the moment. There are several options. You can either pay per call. It's right now priced at $4.99. Very affordable. You think about if you go in just for a quick diagnostic, you're going to pay anywhere from $100 to $150. We do have a bundled option because you might be ruminating on something that night. You just want to call, get some insight. The next day you're at your car, you're at your truck, and you're like, hey, I'm here. I'm trying to put this in place. I need to make another call. So our bundled option right now, it's priced at $14.99 for the entire month, unlimited calls. So I could call right now, 2 hours later, call again, 5 seconds later, call again. Going to pay that same fee for the whole month.
And is it instantaneous? Like if I were to call up with a particular question, I'm immediately put in touch with an expert, or is it an appointment that I have to make, something like that?
Yeah, no, it's instantaneous.
Nice.
Think of how, hopefully better experience or just as great, Uber and Lyft. You go to get connected with an Uber or a Lyft, we send out that call to all of our experts. Anyone who's available, they can take the call. It'll tell you who's accepting it. There's a complete bio on that expert. And then you can choose if you want to continue to join with them or connect with another expert. You have the ability to rate the expert at the end. So if your experience was amazing, give them 5 stars, give the feedback. If it wasn't so great, we want that insight. We want to be able to continue to make this a better product. And then of course the experts are going to go in and put notes about your call. So then later you can go back to it and say, oh, this is what Johnny was telling me to go buy. I'm now headed over to the auto repair shop and I'm going to be able to purchase that piece and I know exactly what I need.
So do you guys take it that step further too? For instance, I'll just use the oil change as an example also. So I make a call, get an expert opinion on how to best change my oil. Do you then provide the products that I need, or is it just consultation?
Yeah, great question. So we are not there yet. That would be another step we'd love to do. We are always trying to look at how can we scale, how can we incorporate other partners into this business. But we have had individuals call us up when they get to the shop and say, hey, can I get my expert back on the phone? They get connected with them right away and they walk through the store with them and really help them determine, okay, this is what you need, this is where I've seen a lot of interest and this is what works. Again, I always go back to the teledoc. The doctors are well vetted, well qualified. They're giving you that guidance over the phone. No, they're not there in person. They also don't have this, reason to send you in the wrong direction.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you guys are located over in North Hall, you said, here at SEMA?
We are.
Cool.
We are. We're over at booth 11975.
And what's going on at the booth? If people are walking up to your booth, what are they experiencing while we're there?
Yeah. So those that come in, a lot of great things happening. First, there's the opportunity to walk through the entire process. So you get to see how you download and register and sign up, opportunity to even win a free call or be added on, so you can use this throughout the month. Then if you wanted to actually ask an expert, we can call an expert on the spot. You can actually test this out and see how it works. We also have a lot of fun giveaways at the booth too, so we want to enable and empower those that are back in the garage when they're tinkering. We have a snap-on roll cab that's available. We have some Yeti cups to keep your coffee or water, your beer, whatever you're working with. And then of course we have some really fun t-shirts, flashlights for under the hood, as well as stickers and bags.
I bet you've seen over there at the booth probably a bunch of people trying to challenge the experts with various questions. Anything out of the box that you've been witness to?
Nothing yet out of the box, although I would say probably everything feels out of the box sometimes when I hear
Right.
it. We have yet to be able to stump an expert, but I would love for individuals to come by and try. And if they do, this is great feedback to give us,
Sure.
because we want to go find that expert then that can answer that question if we don't have them on board.
Yeah, that's a pretty good marketing tool, by the way. Have a little, stump the expert competition, see if you can do it, and not only would get people using your product, but instant feedback also.
Exactly.
Now, have you had a chance to walk around the show at all?
I have. This convention center is huge. I've switched out my shoes a couple times, so
Yep.
I've seen a lot of really neat exhibits and booths set up. I wish
Is
I
this
had
your
more
first time here at SEMA?
First time here at SEMA.
Oh wow, excellent,
Yeah.
excellent. Yeah, it's indescribable accurately until you're here. To
Totally.
fully experience it, you have to really be here in person. But we're hoping that we're bringing the experience to our viewers here on SEMA Live. Anything stand out to you that you've seen while walking around?
I really loved the top of South Hall Repair and Collision, that area, the tools. I thought being able to get your hands on those actual tools and see how you can apply them and use them. I'm always in the market for new Milwaukee impact drills, so always great to see what they're offering. I think eBay was just on. They've had a couple interesting things, eBay Motors near us, and I'm excited to see large and small, the different exhibitors that are here.
Yeah. It sounds like you may do a little tinkering yourself. Are you in the garage a
I
lot?
dabble. I'm probably not a wrencher to the extent that I wish I had the time for, that hobby in me. I did change my spark plugs recently.
Nice.
I also changed out the battery to the car, which, 3 to 4 years, sometimes you forget that battery
Right.
needs to be swapped out. So
question there, did you consult an expert on Tinker when you were doing that stuff?
I did. It was more for the spark plugs, and it was a car that I had not worked with before. and I was stuck on one area, and I just could not get, I guess the bit that I had, I could not get one of the items out. So called them up and just said, hey, can you just walk me through this? This seems very 101, but you know what? Take me back to my foundational days here and help get me up to speed. And they were incredibly helpful. Did not even tell them that I was with Tinker, kind of like a undercover boss thing.
Right. It's a QC exercise.
It was excellent. Yeah. I might be tinkering even more now, maybe during my lunch breaks at work.
Yeah, once you become more comfortable with it, with the help of the experts on Tinker, you start doing bigger projects.
Exactly. I'm ready to rebuild an engine.
Very, very cool. Kellen Perry, Head of Marketing and Go-To-Market Strategy for Tinker DIY. Check it out. Download the app and give an expert a call if you got a call and see how it goes. Kellen, appreciate you being here on SEMA Live.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Best of luck to you with Tinker. All right, we're going to kick it out to Alliyah once again, who is standing by out there in the SEMA sphere.
Thank you so much, Chris. I am here with Houston Gibson. He is part of the Coker Group. Houston, tell me a little bit about your role.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate you guys coming by and talking to me. So I'm actually with the Great Race, which is under the Coker Group umbrella, which is a vintage car rally that runs about 2,300 miles every summer, the last week of June. And so this year we're starting at the iconic backs of the 50s and going all the way to Lake Murray, South Carolina, Backroad America with these great classic cars like you see behind me right here. And I'm the event coordinator of that. And so my job is actually working with all the cities to coordinate the route and make sure that everything's ready to go.
Wow, that is incredible. Do you have anything planned up for this next race?
We've actually got a lot of really exciting things. So like I mentioned, starting at Back to the 50s, if you guys aren't familiar with that, it is actually at the Minnesota State Fairgrounds. They expect anywhere from 10,000 to 14,000 cars to all come into this show. I just can't even wrap my brain around that many cool cars, 1964 and older. So there's going to be a lot of really cool stuff going on. We're going to see Backroad America.
Awesome. And then Coker Tire has been a key player in the classic and vintage car scene for decades. Can you tell us a little bit about the history of Coker Tire and what initially inspired it?
Absolutely. So actually, Coker Tire started back in 1958 in Athens, Tennessee. It started by Harold Coker back then. And so what it was a tire shop, and we have got all the vintage molds for the original Firestones and BF Goodrich. And we developed a lot of modern radials with that iconic white wall on there as well. Keep these old cars on the road.
Yeah, let's take a look at this vehicle that you have right here. What kind of tires are on this one?
So this is our brand new Coker Classic Star Series tire. So we're running these from 13 to 17 inches in wide and narrow white. We're super excited about this. We actually just launched the product line here just a couple months ago. So this is a big debut for us here at the SEMA Show. Yeah. They're actually fantastic tires, best in class.
And any other tires that are exclusive here to SEMA?
Absolutely. So I've got a really exciting product launch here for the Firestone Wide Oval Radials, which is the iconic tire that we did in a radial construction. And so we've added 11 SKUs to that, where we're doing all the way up to like an NR 5015, so you can get that big, meaty rear tire for like a day two look for the iconic muscle cars. So we're offering that in raised white leather and in red line.
Cool. Can we take a look at it?
Absolutely. Yeah. It's right here behind me.
Oh, perfect.
So right here we've got the red line mounted up, and then here's the raised white leather. Like I said, we're going to offer it in 11 additional SKUs. So we've got a pretty full product line if you want to do like a big and little setup for that iconic muscle car.
Yeah. And with the classic car restoration really growing as a community, what kind of demand have you seen in the last decade?
The demand has been incredible, especially with the radial developments that we've done. Yeah. These guys that want to get out here and drive and really enjoy those cars, and that's who we're really just all about supporting, is just getting out and enjoying the collector car hobby.
Yeah, and how exactly are you guys meeting that demand?
We're constantly looking for new products, just like this one we're launching here, where we're listening to the customer and hearing their needs, and they're saying, hey man, this is the kind of stuff I want on my car, and so we heard that, and we're here to meet the need.
And Coker Tire really is all about innovation. What are some of the key advancements that you guys have made in the industry over the last several years?
Key advancements, that's a good one. So I would say actually the bias look radial is one of the things. I've got one of those mounted up over there. Cool. And so what it is, it actually looks like that original bias ply tire that's perfect for like your C1 Corvette or your 55 Thunderbird. It's got a pie crust edging on it, and it looks like the original, but it has a steel belted radial construction, which is just better for safety and handling, just to really get out and enjoy it.
Yeah, and Coker really is all about personalization. How do you guys offer customization to your buyers?
Customization. That's a good one. So we're here to try to, I guess, set up any kind of like big and little combos is probably one of the biggest things that we do. So we are always trying to expand that product line just to be able to offer that setup for what the customer is looking for.
And being here at SEMA is obviously a huge deal, lots of exposure. What does it mean to you to be here at this large event?
I can't tell you guys how excited we are to be here. This is absolutely fantastic to be out here and to see all these cool builds and actually get to meet these builders face to face that we talk to throughout the year and hear about their projects, and just to be able to come here and see it and put a face with it, it's incredible. We've really enjoyed it.
Yeah. And what has the feedback been with all of your products here at SEMA? Obviously the vehicle is pretty amazing as well.
It is pretty amazing. So we've gotten excellent feedback off of it. The guys are very excited about this product line, this new Firestone wide oval radial expansion. Just excellent feedback. Everybody's very excited for the industry and to keep it growing.
Have you seen any shifts or trends in the classic tire industry?
I think there's been a bigger trend of an increase with the radials. Okay. Like I mentioned, we still offer the original bias plies, which can be iconic, especially for those beautiful show cars that you see around here. Mm-hmm. But a shift, I think, with the drivers is just since we're offering so many products to keep those cars cruising the roads, I'm noticing a big trend of an increase in that, I guess, especially with the bias look radials.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously everyone sees this beautiful booth here and, you know, the event that is SEMA, right? But nobody really understands all the attention to detail that comes into creating a booth like this and all the challenges that come with that. Did you face any challenges getting this booth set up here?
We had a team working on this for months, and I'm going to tell you, we are super proud of this booth and the way that it's come out with the Coker group, which is going to include Coker Tire, Corvette Central, Zip Corvette, and then the iconic Great Race, which is the part that I'm really a big spokesman of that's here with this 1962 Corvette that we've got here. This is the first time we've ever displayed a Great Race car here at the show before. It's been extremely well received, and it's been great just to get the message out about the Great Race and what it is and how people can get involved in it. We do 17 city stops across the country every summer. People can come out and really just spectate and just take in all these beautiful cars. It's a rolling car museum.
And Houston, you seem like a big car guy yourself. I mean, you're extremely knowledgeable. What was your first vehicle, and what was your favorite memory in that vehicle?
Actually, I'll tell you my favorite vehicle that I've got. I've got a 1955 Chevy Bel Air. And over the past week, I've actually just picked up a 1973 Ford Bronco. Wow. That I can't wait to get back to the house and hit the back roads on that thing. So I am a big classic car guy, and I do really enjoy being part of this hobby.
Awesome. Great to hear. Thank you so much for all your time and information. Once again, everyone, Houston Gibson from the Coker Group here at SEMA. Back to you, Chris.
Thanks a lot, Alliyah. Yeah, great 62 there, looking really cool with those Cokers on there. Awesome, good stuff out there in the field. All right, back here in studio, we've been talking about Battle of the Builders all week long, and today it all culminates with the winner being announced at high noon. One of the finalists is the winner of the Top Guns category, and my next guest in studio is one of the judges for the Top Guns category. Check out this video.
The whole idea behind this build was to keep it as stock and classic looking on the outside and inside as possible, but to really incorporate a lot of modern technology that's going to let it drive and perform like a brand new car. I've always loved classic cars, so I just wanted to make a car where you can have the best of both worlds. I modeled this off of the 2019 Corvette ZR1. So it's going to share the exact same motor with it, producing 755 horsepower. I had to actually swap out the hood. It's a 67 Stinger hood, and I raised the scoop about 1.5 inches, allowing me that hood clearance and actually be able to fit this massive motor.
And that is Josh Michael's creation from 2022 when you won the young gun category there with that car. Absolutely gorgeous. Welcome to SEMA Live, Josh.
Thank you. It feels good to be here.
Very cool. And so you graduated now to becoming a judge for Battle of the Builders. That's pretty heady stuff. Very cool.
It's really, really cool to just get that backstage look, you know, and be a part of the conversations on the judges and everything, and see what people are bringing, and really open my eyes to how amazing this competition really is.
What was that like when you got the call from the crew to say, hey, we want you as a judge?
Yeah, it was just like, for my first time bringing a car to SEMA, being in 2022, and then bringing a car last year and placing top 10 hot rod, and now being a judge, it's all happening so fast, and it's really, really surreal, and I'm very, very grateful for all of it.
So you threw some curveballs at the Corvette crowd with that 66, because you were saying there in the video how you actually used a Stinger hood which made its debut in 1967. So people might be thrown off by that. But was it necessary to use the Stinger hood because of the upgrades that you made underneath the hood?
Yeah, so that car and the car I brought last year featured the 2019 ZR1 motor, an LT5. So that's got a really tall supercharger, so it doesn't fit under a hood unless you want to push that motor down way low, and then you're running out of ground clearance.
Right.
So it's kind of give and take, some sacrifices. I still like the way the hood turned out. So that's all about resto mods, is you give a little here, you take a little there. It's all about what really comes together to make that car unique.
Totally. And I love the name of that car. It's Blue by You?
Blew my mind.
Blew my mind. Okay, got it. I knew that the blue was in there somewhere.
That's really beautiful, beautiful blue.
And where is that car now?
So I believe it's in Canada. I sold it at Barrett-Jackson a couple of short months after the show at Scottsdale, and I'm pretty sure it went to Canada. So it's living its life up north.
That the Young Guns trophy behind that car probably pumped it up a little bit in price.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure.
That's awesome, man.
There was a lot of press on that car, so it was fantastic. I do miss it though.
Yeah.
That was a fun car.
Very cool.
For sure.
What's in the shop right now? What are you building?
So I got about 6 or 7 ongoing projects right now. The newest one to SEMA, well, maybe not next year, but the year after that. It's a 1967 Pontiac GTO, running on a Roadster Shop Fast Track chassis, and again, a 2019 LT5 motor. I love those motors. So that one, gonna really try and dial that in. The competition here at Battle of the Builders is just so steep. So you gotta do something different. You gotta innovate. You gotta redesign. You gotta re-engineer, but you don't want to take away from what that car really was, because they got it right in '67.
Absolutely.
I mean, all these classic cars are just so beautiful. So it's just as a builder, you want to add to it and make it modern, but leave it classic. And that's what I really love to do.
You're always going to get some competition too from your state mates, the Ring brothers.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Do you get inspiration from them? And I'm sure we saw them very briefly in the video checking out your Corvette. Have you become friends with those guys? Are you in touch with those guys during the year?
Absolutely. So I actually tell this story a lot, but before I started Michael's Auto Design, my business, I wanted to interview someone that was already in the industry, could give me some advice, and it was actually for a college project. It was interview someone in the industry you want to go into. I'm like, oh, you know what? I've been following the rings for I don't know how long, ever since I was into cars. And I'm like, I'll give it a shot, see what happens. So I emailed them asking if I could interview Mike and Jim, and I was lucky enough to get some sit-down time with them. So I went out to their shop. They're only like hour and a half away from me, and I talked with them for a few hours just about everything and anything. And from that point on, we've stayed in touch. They've been a huge, huge mentor and help to me. And they're really great people.
That's so cool. I think you told that story when we did that panel at the Keystone Auto Show in Colorado, where you were a panelist as well as the Ring brothers. So it's so great the way that the community all lifts each other up. I mean, essentially, you guys sometimes are in competition in things like Battle of the Builders, but for the most part, you guys are supporting each other and drawing inspiration from each other. So that's really cool to see.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the industry is just, we're small, but we're super friendly. Like, no one's gonna hide their secrets or wish that you're gonna fail because you'll be a competitor one day. No one wants that, because in the end, we're all automotive enthusiasts, and we want to keep this going and keep the passion and drive alive.
Talk about the Datsun that's in top 4 Battle of the Builders. That is the Young Guns winner for 2024.
Yeah, so Connor built an amazing car. He's actually right in my backyard too. He's from West Allis, Wisconsin.
Oh, nice.
So he's pretty close to me. Yeah, I mean, what these Young Guns are doing nowadays is crazy. He designed that entire chassis in CAD had all the pieces laser cut and then built it himself. I mean, that's pretty cool, and the fabrication he's done on that, that's why he's sitting at top young gun right now.
Yeah. Was it kind of when you saw the field, when you first started judging, did that build stand out to you immediately?
It did, yeah. And you always have those where you look at it and be like, oh, that's a good one. And then, so absolutely, it's just with the fabrication that you do, that's not easy to do what he did. So it was very, very impressive to see it. And Datsuns are cool too.
They are, and they're unusual. You don't see a lot of customized Datsuns, so it was really cool to see. You mentioned CAD and his use of CAD in his build. Is that something that you're incorporating more into your shop?
Yeah, so I'm trying to get more and more into it because you see all the top hot rods that are here, they're all using CAD. I've used it for sure on my last build. It's just, you got to continue to use it because with all the machining and the capabilities that we have with the technology now, you really need to get into that to make your car go to the next level.
In addition to your judging responsibilities, have you had a chance to walk around the show, particularly in Central Hall? And if so, what are some of the builds that have stood out to you?
Yeah, so I've walked a little bit around. You know, SEMA can get so busy, but I've walked a lot around Central Hall, and that 68 Charger that's now sitting at the top hot rod stop.
Those guys are amazing.
Yeah, that car was, I first saw that out at Good Guys in Iowa, and I'm like, this car is beautiful.
Yeah.
It's just a great representation of what a hot rod should be.
Totally. I'm biased because I'm a Mopar guy, but I mean, that of the four that have made the finals, that's got my vote for sure. Yeah, that is a beautiful, beautiful build. Anything else standing out to you in Central Hall? I mean, there's so much to choose from. It's definitely sensory overload.
Yeah, it's like it's a car guy's dream here. You know, there's so much to see, and you're really never going to ever see the whole show because it's just so big and so much. But another top 12 car, the Chrysler 300.
Oh,
that thing, because you don't see that car done very often. And what they did to that car, and for someone who doesn't know Chryslers, we're going to look at it and be like, it looks like a stock body, but they did a lot to that to make it look as it does, and it shows.
Yeah, and like the Datsun we were talking about, where you don't see a lot of customizations of those models, you don't see a lot of letter car customization. So it was cool to see him do a 300. Yeah. Awesome, my man. All right, well, Josh Michaels, I guess your work is done, right? Now that they're in the top four, they vote on each other. So, you've got no more judging left to do.
So my young guns, what's really cool about what they did is this year they changed it to where I picked the 10 best, and then the 10 compete on Wednesday. They're kind of like how the top 12 do. They compete against each other, and then they vote, and they pick their own top 3.
Got it.
And then the top 12 compete against each other, and they pick their own winners.
Gotcha.
So it's really, really cool.
All right, so real quick, right here at the end, if people want to follow you, where do they find you?
So I own Michaels Auto Design, so if you want to look me up on Instagram, TikTok, or just check out my website, Michaels Auto Design, based out of Pewaukee in Wisconsin.
Awesome, Josh. Best of luck to you, man.
Thank you.
Very well
Appreciate
done.
it.
Nice to have you here in the SEMA Live studio. I'll give you the fist bump. Boom. It's got the Roadster Shop wristband on there. Pretty cool party last night. That's awesome.
Great time there.
All right, we're going to kick it back out to JC, who is standing by. Oh, now he's outside. Right on. He's getting his steps in.
Thank you, Chris, and everyone watching right now. Behind us is probably one of the most talked about builds here at SEMA 2024, and the man behind it, Kenny Fitzer. How are you, buddy?
Good, man. How are you?
Fantastic. It's nice to finally meet you in person. I'm a huge fan of yours and a huge fan of your work.
Thank you.
First off, how has SEMA been for you so far?
It's been a great year. I mean, obviously we came here, showing off a car that we really wanted to show off and become the top 12 battle of builders. I mean, every year there's so many nice cars out here, so many amazing builders, and people out here that just have so much talent. And it's fun to see everybody's different talent is a little bit different here and there. And there's no right or wrong here. I mean, you can basically build anything.
I love that there is no right or wrong when it comes to builds.
No, there is none. Everybody has a talent. Everybody wants to show a little bit different of talent. And, biggest thing is to see the young kids come out here and start building.
Mm-hmm.
We started losing those guys a while ago. And I feel like now the kids are picking back hot rods and start building them again. It's like, we don't have anybody to work for us anymore. It's like we have older guys, it's like, but no young guys.
Yeah.
I've been trying to teach young guys out of shop to come trying to train, but a lot of kids don't want to work. But here I've seen a lot more kids, a lot more people involved, and it's nice to see SEMA pick up those kids and making the entertainment fun. I mean, this is what we're all about. I mean, I was us as a kid, we've been building cars since I was 12 years old.
Let's break this down. It is true. Great point. It's about the next generation, getting that next generation of kids to start building some cars. And let's talk about your Porsche 356. Incredible.
Thank you. This is, like I said, this build started originally with a guy we built a Porsche for. So about a year ago, we talked about building a Porsche. I have a similar Porsche. We were going to build two side by side. So we started the build, and then he came out with stage 4 cancer. That was really bad. Actually went to Mexico and was getting a stem cell because his back was kicking his butt.
Yeah.
So he went to Mexico, was trying to get a stem cell program, and found out that he has stage 4 cancer through his whole entire body, and there's nothing they could do. So we've been kind of put on hold for a while, and then his biggest dream was to build a car for SEMA. That was his only dream. We came here last year, and he's like, man, we didn't get a car done. I'm like, I know, so we'll get there next year. So we basically set up to have it done, and once we found out stage 4 cancer, I'm like, man, he died within like 6 to 8 weeks. I mean, this guy's like a friend of mine, like a dad to me. He came to my shop every single day, worked right next to my shop, so he became really good friends with all my staff, and we'd go to dinner all the time with them, his family and stuff, and now I was like, all right, I got to get this car done. So I was building a bus before, and I was working with Malco trying to get this bus ready, and then he died. I was like, all right, bus on hold. Like, I really need to get the Porsche done so that way I can fulfill his dream. So now it's like, 6 weeks, we freaking had a surface that painted, interiors, everything, but I want it perfect. I'm really anal about things being perfect.
Well, those that know you, we know you're a perfectionist with your build, but you got it done though.
No, and we did it in the right way. And he's up there looking down, we're like, man, this is probably the best thing I've ever done. Like, it's a feel-good story for me, just because I was like, if anybody could do something for somebody, it's like pay it forward, right? I mean, hopefully something happens to us, it's like someone's gonna do something for us. But the biggest thing, we got it done, we knocked it out of the park, and his wife finally saw it the first time on Thursday, and unfortunately, she's like, sell it.
Oh, well, it's got to be emotional too for his wife to see this car, that his passion that you brought to life. I imagine that was an emotional moment for her.
No, 100%. But I don't know how much attraction she has to it, since she never knew about it.
Okay.
It was kind of a secret to her.
Oh, she didn't know?
No.
Oh.
But eventually, right when he was getting ready to pass, she found out that we were building the car. And we had put it on hold, and then now we're like full board. And she told us, go ahead and finish building it. Yeah. We'll pay for it, everything. But then she's like, I don't want to sell it after she saw it painted. Then when she saw it, I think that was something happened, and she's like, I just want to sell it.
Yeah, I imagine. Sorry to cut you off. Imagine the emotion of it. And I want to have you tell us more about the story behind the car, and also more of the build, because I think everyone watching wants to just see this and digest it.
No, like I said, we bought a 356 kit from a company in San Diego. The car wasn't in great condition. It was a fiberglass kit, and fiberglass kits, they never work. Something's always wrong with them. The bodies don't fit, the hoods don't fit. They had no hinges, no doors, no this. None of the doors fit. So really, we had to rescan this whole entire car and basically re-engineer it and machine a ton of it. The client wanted everything changed. Like, he didn't want the rear end up the same way. We wanted to get rid of the whole convertible tops, on a Speedster that has a top on it. So we actually scanned the whole back of the back end, and I wanted like race humps on it. I wanted to create that more Formula race car sitting in a full roadster.
Yeah.
So we ended up scanning the back end of the car, machining the whole entire tool, the whole back end. And then we built a big Porsche motor in it, and the fucking motor went through the deck lid. We're like, oh God, he wanted a Porsche fan shroud, Porsche motor. So it's like, we had to scan the back of that with the motor in it, and then basically make like a well tail for it. The big, like the new 80 style Porsche.
Yeah.
To kind of get that era of a well tail of a Porsche, but still give it the styling that Porsche would have done a long time ago. I mean, you can't screw up a 356.
I just want to stop and point out for a second. I don't know if you can show it, Mark. Everyone, I've noticed with you and your builds, you get a crowd of people gathering here. Dozen people just show up and just start filming everything. What do you guys think of this build? Remarkable, right? Absolutely incredible. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sure you're used to this, but I want people to see, the crowd that comes to film your stuff. So,
no, I appreciate it.
Sorry, continue with the explanation of this gorgeous build.
No, so getting all that done is like every single thing he wanted to change. Like, we wanted tighter bumpers, we wanted this, we wanted that, we wanted gauges, he wanted a full custom interior. But every single time we go through this with him was cool, because right now I built him exactly what he wanted. Like, there's a couple of things I would have changed, but it wasn't my build at the end of the day. When he died, I was like, okay, I'm going to build him exactly the way he would want it. That way I can show off the road, kind of his dream. So
the seats, where are the seats from? The late model Porsche?
Yeah, late model Porsche. And then we basically cut them up, modified them to fit the humps and everything. But the windshield, obviously, the windshield has a big frame on it and everything. So we took that windshield, dropped it in 1 inch inside of it, and tilted back 10 degrees. So that way I gave it more of a roadster style, and I didn't want to frame at all. So it's like really big deal for me to have something that was different than anybody else, because everybody you can buy a Speedster anywhere for $3,000 or $30,000, whatever. But this whole thing's done, like the whole undercarriage, we powder coated the whole entire pan. Basically, the Volkswagen pan shortened 11.5 inches. And then we had put a 2-inch narrow beam on it, had a freeway flyer tranny, and it's got a monster 2275 motor, 48 IDAs. I mean, this thing probably outburned most of these cars. This thing is freaking fast.
You're an automotive genius. You're an automotive genius when it comes to your builds. When you guys sat down, are you doing renderings, or are you doing drawings, or are you just talking back and forth? You just point your head. It's all up in your head.
When you talk to a customer, you're basically trying to find out who they are, what they're about, what colors they like, life, general, like cars they had before, and you really just talk about, oh, it won't pop. And we don't really, I don't want to know everything about them, because like when you build cars, like I could tell you what you wear, like how you dress, like that goes into a build. I mean, every single characteristic of somebody, I absorb, and then I build what I think. Because 99% of the time, I can figure out what they like, what they don't like. And if I do something, like the bumps are like, I want to do something in the back. And I was like, I designed it, and I was like, I like that. And you already know by the customer about what they like by just being with them. Like that's my big thing.
Hanging out with them, right? Yeah.
Oh, but hanging out with everybody, you get a feel for everybody in life. I'm like, I can hang out with you. It's like, hey, I'm gonna try to go hot rods in your hair, but it's like,
but the hair.
It's just cool to get that dynamic from somebody.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just fun to build somebody's car exactly where they would want it and know the personality. It's like this is an extension of the people.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
I mean, every build is like that.
Let's go back to you, because you started building your first build. You built a car for your sister.
Yes. Oh, my dad's a rocket scientist for NASA.
Okay.
So
we see where you get the smarts and the knowledge from. It comes from your dad.
I'm not that smart as him, but
look what you did. You're a very smart man. Look what you built.
He's a genius in a different aspect, aerospace and all that stuff. But we have 6 kids in our family, and my dad drove a 64 Volkswagen Bug.
Let's go on the other side of the car.
My dad drove a 64 Volkswagen Bug from Minnesota all the way to California when he got his new job. So that 64 Volkswagen was sitting on the side of my driveway for about 10 years, 20 years. And so what happened is, so my sister wanted the first car, so we pulled the Volkswagen off the side of the yard that was rusted out, put it in the garage, tore it all apart, started building it. I was only 12 then. So through 12, I was building a car for every single sister until it got to me, and I was like, at 15, I bought a 68 Volkswagen Bug, Squareback, and I restored that full show condition, body off, everything, didn't know nothing. But I would paint everything. It was like my dad would tell me, like, hey, we go to the store and have this guy teach you how to paint.
Yeah.
So I would go paint, tear apart cars. So I was building cars since I was 15, my own cars, and then we did 23 microbuses. Once I did that in my own little shop, and then I worked for a company called Metal Crafters. Metal Crafters is the largest concept car builder in the world. So I ran that company for 17 years, and then I went to West Coast Customs, main character on that TV show.
America fell in love with you. I didn't mean to cut off your story because you go on forever, but I do want to talk about something that's very important to you, is the Malco brand and these products and how they're keeping your car looking so good.
Nah, so we partnered up with these guys. So before this car was even done, we wanted to bring a bus there. And I've always known the Malco product's been one of the best products I've ever seen. I used to use 3M, but it's like, that had no competition to Malco. And we wanted to use something different, a different product, because we were having problems with the different areas. So we painted this car, polished the whole entire car with Malco products, the whole Epic line. And this speaks for itself. I mean, we car sand and buffed it out, and everybody comments on this paint. I mean, we have a lot of cars here, and I can tell you this is probably one of the, not that I painted it, but I mean, I did paint it. But the shine of this thing, I mean, it's not like anything else. I mean, the details and the quality of this paint and product we're using now is far past the best we've ever had. So it's nice to be partners with them and use their product every single day. Now it's like on every show car. We paint a lot of cars at work. I mean, I'm the main painter.
Yeah.
I paint everything. So I'm really anal about everything that goes on a car, and I don't just use any product. Like, I know what I can use, what I can't use, because I only get one chance to paint a car. These are expensive nowadays.
Yeah.
$30,000, $40,000 for a paint job.
What's the official color, by the way? Is there official color?
This is like a Rosso red. This is like a Range Rover color red.
Okay.
So the new Range Rovers have this red on it, and we just formulated it a little bit differently. But it's a badass color. I mean, interior and everything accents the color. I mean, like I said,
it flows through. It flows through the interior.
Told me this ain't gonna match. I was like, just trust me, it'll match. Now brown and burgundy, it ain't gonna match.
No, it works. It works great. And I love too. I think the paint job on the car. It draws someone in as they get closer and closer. They notice little nuances in the paint.
All the metallic, yeah. There's metallic and a pearl on this, which is even better. It really pops. And like I said, at night this thing glows. It's insane. So it's nice to have it, have it done here, and especially win the top 12 battle of builders. I mean,
That's huge.
I know.
That's huge. As we get ready to wrap up, what has jumped out to you out there on the SEMA show floor? There's so many incredible builds, incredible people. What's something that has jumped out to you outside of your own build?
No, actually, the top 12 people that are here, I mean, we got to be pretty tight with them. The battle of builders, this year, there was no personality conflicts or anything. Everybody was like, compliment everybody. Like, the truck and the Challenger, far past, are outstanding builds. I mean, you got to appreciate, I mean, I won a Riddler with Chip Foose, and it's like seeing the quality of these builds, that's the level they're going to. They're spending $3-4 million to build these cars. I spent 80 grand, so it's different, but it's a different level. But these cars and these builders out here are insane. Like, it's nice to be out here with them and just inspired by what we build and inspired by what they build. Like,
yeah, you guys inspire each other.
Oh, big time. We're all positive on the stage the whole time, so it was super nice to be out here with everybody.
It's just super nice for me to be here with you, Kenny. This has been a treat.
pleasure.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Incredible build. Chris, is this not absolutely amazing? I know you're tied up back at the booth, but at some point, you got to come outside and take a look at Kenny's incredible build. But for now, I will send it back to you up there in the studio,
Oh,
Chris.
no, JC, I already gave that Porsche a very good going over when it was here in West Hall on Tuesday before it rolled outside. Kenny, phenomenal build, man. Beautiful, beautiful car, and I love the fact that it's an original body speedster, and the work you did is just off the charts, man. Huge, huge kudos to you. All right, from outside, we're gonna kick it back inside, and we're gonna go see what's happening at the Tracks booth, and we've got Alliyah standing by.
Thank you, Chris. I am here inside the Traxxas display with Chris Britt. Chris, Traxxas has been at the forefront of RC technology for years. What kind of innovations are you showcasing here at SEMA?
So we have a couple of new products that we've come out this year. In the last few months, these small scale size RCs have really taken off. And this year we've got our Mini Max. We brought a JATO 4x4, so that kind of pays homage to one of our most nitro cars from back in the day. So JATO is a new acronym, or an acronym that stands for Jet Assisted Takeoff. So it pays homage to an awesome new car. Got plenty of speed. We'd love to have you guys come check it out.
Yeah, let's go check it out. It's over here, or?
Yes, ma'am.
I will have to say, this is a really cool display. Have you guys been getting a lot of feedback from the fans?
Absolutely. Here at the show, there's a ton of, different variety of people that come here from the motorsports industry. And when they see our booth, it kind of lights their faces up like Kid on Christmas. I mean, it doesn't matter how old you are, how young you are. We have something for you. And we're all just big kids, having a good time here at the show.
Awesome, yes. And you said these are the vehicles that you are showcasing here at SEMA?
Yeah, absolutely. He's looking at our Russell 4x4 right now, which is an awesome truck. Great new additions to our lineup here is the BL2S new power system, upgraded plastics throughout. Really, really great stuff.
Yeah, obviously these vehicles are very easy on the eyes, but how do you ensure that they withstand durability?
I mean, we've gone through years and years of trial and tribulation testing. Some of these trucks have been around for a better part of 2 decades, almost as long as I've been here. We have plenty of fans, plenty of guys back at the office that do, tons of testing, tons of, research, and our engineers are second to none.
Very, very cool. And also, there's so many different styles, makes, models. How do you guys decide which vehicle you're going to be creating?
It's a process of, fan feedback, passion from within. We're all hobbyists at the end of the day. We love what we do. So guys, we'll get in the lab, start getting creative, and feedback. When we come to SEMA, we get tons of, suggestions, tons of ideas. That's kind of what the beautiful thing is about the show.
And this year, what has been the #1 request from guests here at SEMA?
Personally, I'm not sure if it's widespread, but the Jeep Gladiator has been an absolute, I've heard it 5-6 times a day. I've heard it a few times this morning. So
yeah, it's a very popular vehicle. If I wanted to have my car replicated, is that an option? Do you guys do custom builds?
We do on some occasions do custom production. If that is something that interests you, certainly reach out and we can explore that. Absolutely.
Cool, awesome. Well, I have to say, I know you mentioned earlier that I can actually take a ride, so
yes,
I'm not going to let that offer go to waste. I will say I haven't done this ever in my life, so please bear with me.
That's just fine. It doesn't take a ton of time to get the hang of it, and that's kind of the beauty of these machines.
Okay, let's do it.
All right, so we've got Connor here. He's going to hand you a remote, and so pulling the trigger is going to make it go forward.
Okay.
And then pushing it away from you applies the brakes. So squeeze that like a trigger, and then this wheel right here, turning it to the left. Yep.
Rough. Okay.
Oh, absolutely. So this is a phenomenal little scale and
This is
trail
hard.
power. These are our TRX4Ms, some of the most popular products that we've got. An absolute blast. You don't have to have a ton of space, as you see here. You can play with them inside, outside, whether you're at Moab or in the front, front yard in the living room.
I'm going down. Wow, so fun. Yeah, I'm not the most coordinated girl. I was telling my team I suck at video games, so this is definitely a challenge, but I'm sure there's like 5-year-olds that could.
Whether you're 5 or...
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness, car down. And you can see right here,
All right,
it takes an absolute beating, and it just keeps on going.
Alrighty, I think I found my new calling, guys.
Absolutely. This is a great Christmas gift.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure this is, your display has received so much traction from children, right?
Yes, ma'am. Every single time. It's what they come by and they love. Big children, little children, does not matter at all.
Alrighty, well, as you can see, I'm upside down right there. I think it's about time to give up, but I want to thank you so much once again, Chris. This was really fun.
Thank y'all very much. Y'all have a great show.
Oh, never mind. Okay, I guess do we need to keep going? We have more time? Yeah. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, so obviously we're here because of cars, right? We've been asking a lot of our vendors, what was your first car, and do you have any special memories with it?
Yeah, so about a decade ago when I started here at Traxxas, the T-Max right behind us is usually kind of where a lot of people start their Traxxas careers. It's a fantastic car. It's been around for, about as long as Traxxas has. Whenever you think Traxxas, you think T-Max.
And what kind of features are built into your products that really cater to both seasoned and, newbies like me?
Absolutely. So several of our products come with a feature called Traxxas Stability Management, and it's very similar to traction control on a full-size vehicle. So if you get a little crazy, you need a little extra assistance, and driving, TSM is going to be a phenomenal feature for you.
And Traxxas has a strong presence in the racing community, so how important is community engagement to Traxxas?
It's amazing. Just this last year, we've come out with a few new racing platforms. One that he's looking at currently is the Jado 4x4. It's an awesome 8-scale buggy. And just below that, we got into the oval racing world with our Slash Modified.
And you guys have really made a name for yourself in both racing and hobbyist RC segments. So are there any particular markets that you're trying to integrate?
I think this year we've expanded, into different areas with the 8-scale buggy, with the Slash, the dirt modified oval, and then right behind us we've got a couple of drift cars. So we're definitely getting into new segments within the car community. Always looking to grow and always looking for feedback.
Alrighty, and this seems like a lot to put together as far as a booth. There's so many different items. Any challenges that you encountered when getting this display up here at SEMA?
Not really. I mean, we're a strong crew, a bunch of good guys. Maybe a few extra hands might help, but ultimately, it's not bad at all. We love it.
Yeah, absolutely. And what does it mean for Traxxas to be here at SEMA?
I mean, it's an incredible experience to be able to come and kind of touch base with so many different walks from the community, from the industry. It allows us to connect with our fans and continue to learn what they want from us.
Out of all the vehicles that you have showcased here, which one has been the most popular this show?
This Fortec Drift is a brand new Mustang. It's a 2024. It's been an absolute, eye catcher the entire time. So we've got the actual car right behind it, and then behind it we've got a chassis kind of tricked out with a ton of accessories. So it's just been an absolute blast to see people come by and kind of see what they can eventually build for themselves.
Very cool. And I see right here that you have a contest entering to win. Is that here at SEMA or?
Yes, ma'am. So we are giving away 2 of our TRX4 MTs. Okay. So come by the booth, scan your badge, and we'll holler at you next week if you win.
Yeah, guys, remember, it's the last day, so get in here. And where can they find your booth?
I don't know where we're at.
Alrighty. Well, Traxxas in the, I believe, Central Hall, right? Yeah, Central Hall. Stop by once again. Chris Britt with Traxxas. I'll send it back to you, Chris.
All right, thanks a lot, Alliyah. Yep, love always seeing those RCs whip around. Very cool from Traxxas there. Another anchor tenant at SEMA. Good to see those guys once again. All right, we got to step away for just a second, but we got a lot more coming up on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. SEMA Live 2024.
The government wants to know what you care about, and you can actually affect the change that's happening. So we're down here to make that happen. I never knew that we could have this much impact.
I know it seems very out of reach where you can't touch the laws that are happening. Even me just being here today, I've learned so much about how actually coming and speaking or sending letters or calling your representatives, you actually have a chance. They actually listen. We've talked one-on-one with them, and what we have to say and what you guys have to say actually makes an impact.
Welcome back, everybody. You are watching SEMA Live. We are here in West Hall. Hope you're enjoying the coverage that we've been throwing at you over the last a few hours, I guess. We've been open here on day 4. But we got tons of stuff coming at you, including my next guest in studio. He had the responsibility of being one of the Battle of the Builders judges. Please welcome Ryan Passeri. Ryan, good to see you again, my man.
Good to see you. Been a little bit.
So I know you can kind of relax now because your judging responsibilities are over, but those first couple days, it's tough field this year.
Yeah, very tough. We got like Riddler car level builds, and then we have the sport compact stuff that I love with pushing the limits, with 12-cylinder swaps and like really wild cars. It's so hard to judge these cars.
Well, the one that made it through from your category, that James Bond outfitted DB5 that we previewed a little bit earlier with AJ and the Builder, man, top notch on that. You know, sometimes movie cars can be a little gimmicky.
Sure.
But this one is so true and so well done. The Builder was saying he's used to doing Concours level builds, so for him to take on this movie car really kind of brings together both best of both worlds.
For me, it's like I look past the movie stuff. It was less important to me because it is kind of like a gimmicky thing. But I was looking at the execution, and I stood back and I looked at the overall appearance of that car. It just draws you in so much that like I can't have it not be in the top 3. So for me, I got to do the top 3, and then they get to narrow it down more.
Yeah, the level of quality in the paint, the fit, the finish. Because, you know, DB5s are so desirable in the collector car hobby to begin with.
Yes.
Hugely valuable. Whenever they go through auction, they're getting top dollar.
Yes.
And then when you walk up to this build, and I think the first thing that stands out is the cutout for the ejector seat, and then you go, wait a second, what's going on? And then you realize that it is the James Bond car, and then you start to look for those custom touches on it.
Yeah, so this year we were actually able to see social media and like, you know, the builder submissions, and then we get to see like, okay, do I want to look a little further on this? Do I want to check out the social? And he actually had some pictures of that stuff, so I kind of knew going in, okay, where are they going to drop the smoke out of the bottom, and I was actually looking for it. So it's nice to be able to have that going into this competition, so you can have some like background on the build and see, okay, how long did this build actually take them to do? And you can get a lot of info through that, but that build just drew me in like crazy. So.
And I guess we're not really doing it a great service calling them gimmicks. Because they are, you know, they're homages, But the level to which those touches are done, the efficiency with which the bulletproof panel comes up, the smoke is really an efficient smoke screen effect.
Yeah.
The front of the machine guns that pop out of the parking lights, like everything is so very well done.
Yeah, he had those down, and I'm like looking in there. I'm like, am I looking down the barrel of a shotgun right now? Maybe I shouldn't be.
Right, exactly. Put your safety goggles on and take a little step to the side. We mentioned that the JDM market is kind of your bread and butter, and you brought a couple builds to SEMA this year.
I did, and they're both really pushing the envelope with Honda Civic, dare I say, electric builds. They're electric EV. One of them's dual motor, all-wheel drive, 85 kilowatt battery pack. The other one is kind of supposed to be a kit, a lot smaller front motor, with a 16 kilowatt battery pack, and you don't have to cut the car up at all.
So are you still experiencing any sort of stigma when you say that you're doing EV builds, that you're bringing EV builds? Because you're nodding, yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
the purists are still giving you the stink eye?
Yeah, it's like, oh, that's a cool car, but I can't get behind it because it's electric.
Yeah.
And I'm like thinking, I drove these cars. There's nothing to not like about them at all. They're kick-ass.
I wonder what is kind of keeping that division alive, you know, because it's become so prevalent. Year after year we come to SEMA and the EV presence just grows every year. It used to be, I think maybe like 3 or 4 years ago, SEMA had one small feature.
Right.
But now EV is everywhere.
Right. And it's cool for me to be not actually lumped into that little group. I'm in the CSF Radiators booth, and I'm in a Toyo Tread Pass. So those are spots that like kind of deviate from the normal, oh, you know, you brought an electric, so you're going to go into that area. So that was cool. But yeah, I think that like, I don't know why people have that stigma. I think that they want to smell the gas and they want to hear the engine, and that's really what you know, like rotary. You could never build an electric car that sounds like a rotary, for example, if you're a rotary guy, right? So I think it's that for sure. But I think that in time that will kind of like start to lessen. I was actually dabbling with the idea of doing straight cut gears in my EV. I think that would be pretty awesome to have something like that where you have this
so you
gear
actually
noise.
Feel and maybe feel a shift point, or would it just be more about the sound?
So there's another like whole mini stigma about the shifting and the sounds. I think that the shifting is actually really interesting because if you are tracking the car like a road race setup, you could have gear reference points. So you can do synthetic shifting where you're basically you're limiting torque and you're doing a synthetic shift point. So I'm going to incorporate and dabble with this idea with shifters on paddle shift basically. I have one of those little Zestec steering wheels, paddle shifters, all CAN bus, and I'll be able to implement synthetic shifting points to give me gear references for
and those paddles would essentially allow you more power, like it would be a power output.
It would be like you'd be docking, you'd be limiting torque, and then each shift point you'd be allowing more torque.
Right.
Because the motor can make its max torque, and then it'll eventually sag.
Yeah.
When you're looking, you know, normally like on a gas engine, you look at a graph like on a dyno and the power goes up.
Yeah.
This one goes instantly up, and then you're fighting to keep it straight, and then it'll start sagging down.
Yeah.
So that's how it works. It's interesting. Just everything's like thrown on its head.
Yeah, and as far as sound goes, I know like Borla, for instance, I think 2 years ago they actually won one of the new products of the year here at SEMA, where it's a sound bar essentially that mounts up underneath your rear bumper and mimics the sound of the exhaust, and you can program it to make it sound like anything. You can have silent mode when you're rolling into your neighborhood.
Or even just having reverse mode. So I know in California, for example,
you
in
need
Cali,
that sound.
Yeah, well, they don't have, interestingly enough, they don't have any criteria or standards for conversions yet. They just want to see there's no gas tank. There's no gas, it means that it's smog exempt now, and then they allow it to go through. But eventually I feel like there might be a chance where they might go, hey, listen, we need to have you have a sound when you're reversing. So I do have provisions, basically a power plug, where I can put a sound device of some sort, if I need to like reverse. But I mean, you could make it be synthetic engine sounds, but I don't know if I don't know how I quite feel about that yet. But maybe for a reverse indicator.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's like, what's the point? If you're going electric, then you're letting go of those sounds and vibrations and smells and everything. You're embracing the EV. So yeah.
Sure.
Last couple of minutes, I want to ask you about SEMA versus Car Week, because you grew up in Monterey, California, which is of course home of Car Week. I can't decide which week I like more. What about you? Do you have a preference between Car Week and SEMA?
I like them both, and I have to be at both.
Yeah.
Car Week's cool because it's very like upscale, you know, like it's very hoity-toity, right? You know, you get to go, everybody's fancy and dressed up. Here it's like, it's Vegas, you cut loose. You don't have to wear a button up. You don't have to be like any sort of way. You could just be super casual and just say what's up to everybody and be a little intoxicated and not worry about it. Yeah, Car Week's a little bit more like refined.
Yeah.
And a little higher end cars, I guess you could say.
Yes.
But I enjoy both.
I've been known to get a slightly bit intoxicated at Car Week also. So
Okay,
I guess that is, happens at both SEMA
But maybe
and
you
Car
regret
Week.
it a little bit more the next day. Like,
Yeah.
was I
Right, yeah, exactly. What did I make a fool out of myself? Hope not. But great to have you up here, Ryan Basseri, one of the Battle of the Builders judges. If you're here in Vegas, check out his Civics that he's got. Very cool to hear that they are EV conversions. And it's great to see you, my man.
Good to see you
Thanks
as well.
for joining us here on SEMA Live. All right, we're going to head out now to turn 14, and that's where JC is standing by. What's happening, my brother?
Thank you, Chris. Down here at Turn 14 Distribution here on the SEMA show floor, and here with Kyle. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
Awesome. How has SEMA been for you this week?
It's been great,
Yeah?
honestly, yeah. I mean, every year we come out here, and it's just nice because the SEMA show has everything that we do business with, right? So we have customers here, dealers, install shops, but then we also have the manufacturers that we supply all the parts for. So it's everything that we really want.
This is your world right here. So what exactly does Turn 14 Distribution do? So someone's not familiar with you guys. Why don't you explain what your company does and what do you guys do?
Sure. So we're 100% wholesale distribution. So to the layperson, that means the manufacturers that are everywhere across the showroom floor.
Yeah, all over the place.
Yeah, there's a ton of them. So they manufacture the products. We inventory them, we warehouse them, and we get them out the door to retail shops, to install shops, dealers, things like that. Anywhere that you would get your car modified or that you would purchase modified parts from, those parts most likely come from us.
They're coming from you. And I think a lot of people, when I say Turn 14 Distribution, they're picking up on what the name means, but maybe if someone doesn't, the story behind the name, Turn 14.
Sure. So anyone who is familiar with American racetracks, anything like that, road racing, circuit racing, Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin's a pretty famous racetrack. 14 turns right before that front straightaway is that 14th turn. That's where our name kind of originates from, is getting right on that.
I love it. I know people are watching right now, and they're digesting what we were saying here, but they're also seeing behind us and saying, what's going on behind them? So let's show everyone what's going on behind us. It's really cool. So why don't we come down here and tell us what we're looking at and how possibly someone could be winning these cars behind us.
Sure. Yeah, so these are actually our giveaway cars. It's a marketing program that we kind of started last year. We build a car specifically with a lot of our dealer partners, a lot of the manufacturers that we actually carry, a lot of the products that we carry, to showcase what those products look like on an actual vehicle and how it makes sense. So we had a great program last year, so we included that this year, and we kind of doubled up a little bit. So we have a 2024 Honda Civic Type R. It has a slew of parts from manufacturers that we specifically do business with. And basically our customers, the more purchases they buy of the brands that are associated with this build, they get chances, they get points per dollar spent, basically. And then at the end of the sales promotion, whoever has the most points from purchasing these specific companies has the chance to win.
Oh, I love that. And once you rattle off, because we see all the logos here on the side, what are some of the brands that are actually on this car? And this is a great, I don't want to say, maybe a starter car is the great word to use, but starter car to do your add-ons, to tune it up, to build it the way you want to build.
Yeah, so we specifically went after the Civic Type R because it's a new platform. The facelift version, it went from the FK to the FL5. It has the Civic Type R legacy, but it's all new, right? It's more powerful. It's easy to drive. So we started with a lot of big partners of ours: ARP, Clutch Masters, DBA Brakes, Liqui-Moly, Mala, Turbo Smart. They were crucial. Couldn't have been able to build this car without them. But we have a couple other partners that are listed on the back here. So we have Eibach suspension helped us out with the suspension. 1552 wheels are on there. Fuel Lab provided an inline fuel filter for it. HKS, that's a name that needs no introduction there, and Yokohama tires. They've been instrumental in that. So we have different partnership tiers, and that's kind of how we apply the points for the dollars spent on these brands. But we also have companies that helped us with just product and putting them on, companies like CSF, anti-gravity batteries, and EVS tuning. So
you guys really do work with everyone.
We have over 350 brands that we actually distribute with. The type of vehicles ranges completely. So we have product to cover any facet of anything you see at the show, pretty much.
Absolutely. By the way, one of the best floors here at SEMA too, as well. It's nice,
It's fake, actually.
but it's very comfortable. It's very comfortable. There's cushion underneath this floor. Let's talk about this Sequoia behind me.
Definitely. So this is our Turn 14 distribution and Super Pro Toyota Sequoia TRD Pro.
Oh my gosh.
So company that we distribute, Super Pro, came in as title partner. Again, we couldn't have this build without them, but it's an Australian company. They make polyurethane bushings. Because they partnered with us on this, we're actually going to ship this car over to Australia. They're going to take it around to a couple different events. They're going to throw an event specifically for this. They don't get the Sequoia in Australia. This is massive compared to anything that they get.
Okay.
Everything's diesel over there, so this is a twin-turbo V8 hybrid. It's completely different than
This is
anything
going to be
else.
the beast that's coming over from the States. It's going to be like the circus is coming to town.
For sure, yeah. Everything's bigger in America, right? And,
Right, yeah.
And this is no difference. So, but yeah, again, same kind of principle. A lot of different partners, a lot of different manufacturers that we actually work with. AFE Power, Hawk Performance, Firestone Air Ride, Liquimali. Again, they kind of partnered on both builds.
Okay.
Magnaflow helped us out with the exhaust, which they actually customized as well for this, which was great. Mickey Thompson came on with the tires that you see. They're nice and beefy. Weld Racing helped us out with the wheels. That's a new off-road segment for them. So that was great to have all those teams involved. But then also Covercraft, Baja Designs, Rally Armor, and S-Pod all came on as well.
Can we see? Is it unlocked? Can we see inside? Let's take a look inside. Oh, it's locked, and we don't have the keys. Oh, darn it, we don't have the keys. Who is great partnerships, great products? Who did the build? Do you guys have an in-house team that puts everything together?
So luckily, like I said, we have two kind of sides of the SEMA show.
Yeah.
So we have the manufacturers who partner with everything on us. Then we also have our dealer sides, which are crucial install shops that we have. So yeah, RPM Off-Road Garage is in Monrovia, California. Built this truck for us.
It's a great build.
And then same thing with this. We have RT Tuning in Montgomeryville,
Is this
Pennsylvania.
maybe unlocked?
It might be.
Let's take a look here. Let's see here. Oh, that was my reveal for the day. Is it unlocked? It's unlocked. Why don't you talk some more about some of the products that are in the interior?
We went very basic on the interior, actually. So a lot of the products that we actually have on the vehicle are under the hood. They're on the suspension. They're underneath the car. We wanted to keep this very tame, very normal inside because we're giving it away.
Okay.
We want the person who wins it to be able to drive this every day. We didn't want to. You could put some crazy roll cage in there. You could put some crazy seats in there. Everything could be kitted out to have a lot more performance. Sure.
You come down here with me. I'll take a sit inside, talk about the comfort. And you said this is a Pennsylvania build because I saw the Pennsylvania tags on it?
Yeah. So we bought it 3 weeks ago. Nothing like SEMA Crunch. But yeah, we went to a dealership, bought it specifically to have it here at the show. So it was a crunch. We're grateful that RT Tuning was able to get it into their shop and get everything done for us.
It's very comfortable seats inside here too. This is a nice ride. And
we didn't have to change too much, right?
No. And yes, smells brand new as well. Great smell. I think the Sequoia is now open, so we can take a look inside the Sequoia. And just think about it. If you're one of your clients and work with you guys, you could win that Honda. You could win the Sequoia.
Yeah, that's correct. So we have a ton of different dealers. Those are our customers that we ship product to. But yeah, every purchase that they make on our website for any of the participating brands that are on either of these builds, they'll get points per dollar, and at the end of the promotional period, they're able to win one of these cars. We'll give them away.
How long have you been coming to SEMA?
Me personally, this is probably my 7th or 8th SEMA in a row now that I've done.
You mentioned the SEMA crunch that so many of these builders go through, and if you follow any of these car builders on social media or watch some of the TV shows they have, you see that SEMA crunch is a real deal. Guys and gals are assembling cars literally as they get ready to jump on the trailer and bring them down here. Is there a standout build or something here, even walking the show floor, that catches your eye?
Definitely. Right over in the Toyota booth, honestly. There's a GR86 that has a GR Corolla all-wheel drive platform in there. Again, tons of our partners are actually on there. which was great. It was just personally I was drawn to it, but it always helps that there's the professional aspect as well. But it's like a rally build. It has legacy to it, so it was great for me to see that.
We're SEMA Live here, and this is day 4. You can go back and watch every day. So if you want to go back to day number 1, Rutledge Wood gave us a full Toyota tour. So we saw that. So what Kyle was talking about, if you go back to the day 1 live stream, you can go back and see that build, and that was really neat.
Yeah. No, yeah. I mean, I love that car. I love the rally kind of platform and everything. So, yeah, it just appealed to me for sure.
I love it. How many people are watching right now want to win one of these 2 vehicles? Really cool promotion. Have you guys done a giveaway before like this?
Yeah, so we just did one last year. That was like our test bed. So we built a E91 BMW wagon, but it had all of the parts from an E92 M3. We had a crate motor in there. Basically made like an M2 GTS replica, but in wagon form.
No way.
It was wild.
And how excited was the winner?
We actually just gave the car away yesterday. We made the announcement here.
No way, really?
Yeah, and it was the reaction that you would always expect. They jumped in the air. So the car's painted orange. They wore an orange shirt specifically trying to win. Yeah, it was great.
That's when you watch like Price is Right or something, and someone wins a car, they're like, all right, yeah, you got to have that excitement. Yeah. You win a car, you got to go bonkers.
Yeah, it was crazy. But yeah, it was a blast for us. I'm happy that we had so much interest from our customers, our dealers, and I'm happy that we have the partners on board that are able to help us with
You have
all
great
of that.
partnerships. As we get ready to wrap up, best way to get in touch with you guys, find you guys, what's the best way?
Yep, turn14.com is our website. You can also do t14.com. That'll take you right there. If you're interested in signing up for a new account, that's the easiest way to do so. If you're interested in becoming a supplier and us distributing your parts, we have that on our website as well.
Awesome. Well, Kyle, thank you so much. I appreciate it. This is some great stuff. All right, Chris, I'm going to send it back to you up there in the SEMA Live studios.
Thanks a lot, JC. Yep, definitely a great visit there with Kyle. Appreciate you guys at Turn 14. And right now we're going to kick it over to Alliyah, who is standing by with Jason Bruce. He's the marketing manager at Blueprint Engines. Alliyah.
Thank you so much, Chris. I am here with Jason Bruce. He is the marketing manager of Blueprint Engines, and we are here at the Blueprint Engine display. They have been known for creating quality crate engines. Can you tell us a little bit about the history of your company?
Yeah, so the company was founded in 1982. Norris Marshall, our president and CEO, founded the company in Kearney, Nebraska, really with the focus of bringing really good quality performance crate engines at a really good value. And so we've been doing that and participating in the SEMA Show and in the industry since 1982.
And what do you think draws people to your product?
Well, I think, one of the things is the quality of the product. We're American-made, American company. The products are all new. Every engine is dyno tested, so every customer gets what their engine's going to do. And they come with a 30-month, 50,000-mile warranty, so that you got some safety in the purchase. You know what I'm saying?
Incredible. And I know you mentioned that you are showcasing a few new products here on the SEMA show floor.
Yeah, we definitely have. We always are constantly pushing the envelope and seeing what we can do. So there's several products we launched this year at the SEMA show. One is we have a GM LS motor with a collaboration we did with Magnuson Superchargers. Puts out 700 horsepower, 600 foot-pounds of torque. We launched our big block Chevy, 1,000 horsepower big block Chevy. We also launched our Gen 3 Hemi, a supercharged Gen 3 Hemi. And then we also have a collaboration we've put together with our LS engines with ZF transmissions. So it's really a lot of good stuff that we got going on for customers.
Yeah, very cool. I'm sure customers are very excited to see everything showcased here. What was it that made you want to, or your brand, to want to build these particular engines? What was the demand for it, or?
Yeah, so Norris and the team at the time it was called Marshall Engines. We built OE replacement motors, kind of reman motors, not real sexy, not real fun. And that business started to go down a little bit in the 80s. And Norris would build hot rod engines for racers in the Kearney, Nebraska area. And so he and the team made a decision to go from building OE engines to performance crate engines that day and never went back. And from there, we've just been continually developing our relationships with our customers, our distribution partners in the industry. Norris, our president and CEO, is a SEMA Board of Directors member, and so he's participating there as well.
Yeah, and how important is it to showcase your products here at SEMA and cater to the aftermarket audience?
Well, I think it's really important for us. It's the biggest industry trade show. You'd be conspicuous by your absence if you don't participate. Right. And so this is a one-stop for us to not only talk to consumers, but consumers that are within the industry, but also our distribution partners that are really valuable. Our engineering teams, we get to see vendors, we get to meet our supply chain folks. Yeah. And it really allows pretty much all the entire leadership team at Blueprint, along with our sales and marketing teams, are all here supporting. And it's such a great event. And we always come out of it feeling really good and energized after we're done.
Awesome. You're the first person that said you're energized after SEMA.
Well, you got to work out the back aches and the leg aches from standing all the time. But when you're in the business every day, you can get marred down in problems and little things that kind of suck or that are problematic. But at the end of the day, when you come back, you go like, hey, we're doing pretty good. Our customers are happy. We've got customers that are talking about buying engines and putting them in their project cars. I mean, we talk to hundreds of customers a day talking about their weird projects and Mustangs and this and that. And you walk away going, we're doing pretty good. Yeah. And so that we can bring that message back to our staff. And so it's a really great time. It's good.
Of course. I'm sure getting that feedback really puts you back in the office with your cup full. So
absolutely, for sure. No doubt.
And I also want to talk about one of your most common engines. So which one is the most popular among your
Well, we've historically been really heavily into small block Chevy, but over the last several years, our LS product line, our GMLS line, has been the most improving and increasing. We've developed our own block, and so we've actually tooled up our own block and are not buying them from factories. We're building them ourselves. And we've been able to really jump up our production levels and really help supply the demand, because the demand has actually been just fantastic on them.
And what kind of testing does each engine undergo before it's shipped to the customer, and how does that ensure the product's reliability?
Yeah, so we're at the factory. Our entire product line is built out of Kearney, Nebraska. So there's a 211,000 square foot facility in Kearney, Nebraska. We do all of our own quality testing that goes throughout each process. So every part in the engine gets tested by quality teams. There's multiple gates within operation. But at the end of the day, at the end of the production line is our dyno facility. So we have 4 or 5 dynos that run multiple shifts a day, and they dyno the engine. There's around 1,200 pieces of data that have to pass. So imagine a spreadsheet with 1,200 little boxes on them. Wow. They all have to go green. If one goes red, it gets backed out and someone has to look at what's taking place if it's a vacuum leak or something like that. So It's a ridiculous amount of quality control that goes into these. And then we back that up with a 30-month, 50,000 mile warranty.
Incredible. Yeah, talk about crossing your T's and dotting your I's.
We do the best we can. An engine is an expensive purchase, and in some cases people can get nervous about it, and if we can take away some of that nervousness and they get their project done, at the end of the day, we want our customers to finish their dream cars, and we hope the Blueprint engine's in the dream car.
And the engine can be a very intimidating, piece of the puzzle. How do you approach, customers that really are unsure of where to start?
So usually people are starting. It's kind of one of those things. We do the website and the social media thing, but we have an army of really talented engine sales folks and technicians. So if somebody has a problem, we definitely just have them call us. We talk people through what they're looking to buy, what they need to have, what is the best option for them, and help them feel a little bit better.
And how has the demand for crate engines changed over the years?
It's actually grown. It's been growing significantly year over year. So we've had a really great run over the past 10, 15, 20 years. People are, back in the day, you'd have local engine builders that could build individual engines, and they have gone, a lot of them have gone away or reduced, and so people are now looking for just a single solution. I need an engine. I'm going to go to that one source, and we hope that that's the source, that we're the source.
And I know that you were mentioning these are 2 that are new to SEMA, right? These are being unveiled.
This entire row. So you've got our EFI, our fuel injected. This is a small block Chevy, a 400 small block Chevy. But what's unique about it is we're using this brand new intake manifold that we've built. This particular piece here really makes it look like a modern engine. If you looked at this, you would not know this is a small block Chevy. And so you would look at this thinking it might be an LS or it might be something else. So we're really looking at motors are starting to look more modern under the hood. They're very small and compact. And so this allows for motors to have a really low hood line and not bang into it. So, and then we've got our big block Chevys and our LSs and all those good things. So having a great time here.
Well, thank you so much for all of the information. We want to thank you, Jason Bruce, for talking to us here at SEMA Live.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate you all.
Thank you, Chris. Back to you.
All right, Alliyah, great stuff there with Blueprint, one of the most respected names in the industry. So thanks for all that information. Jason, appreciate you being here on SEMA Live. And I'm back in studio getting ready for another great guest. And to see who I'm talking to, check out this video package.
My first SEMA show was probably 20-something years ago, and I was 17 years old, and it was just amazing. I mean, I walked in, I've never seen anything like it before. I was like a kid in a candy store. You know, working with entrepreneurs or inventors or just, you know, people that are really passionate, I mean, it invigorates me. I think we're all decided. I think we're ready to go.
I think we know where we're going.
We're ready to go. I think we're,
yeah.
That, of course, is Miles Kovacs, and he joins me now in studio. Brother, great to see you again, man.
Yeah, likewise.
So we got to start off with this story. Miles and I go all the way back to 2005 when we were co-drivers in the Baja 1000, riding the wide open class. Neither one of us had any experience in off-roading, nor probably business being behind the wheel. I started off in the driver's seat, and Miles was my navigator. And leaving Ensenadas was just a spectacle. Everybody jumping in front of us and everything, throwing things at the car. We got rear-ended. We put it in a ditch. We had quite the what would you say, interesting?
I would say scary.
So.
It was scary, right?
Exhilarating.
We had a scary experience. Yeah, it was crazy.
And then I jumped out. You jumped in to the driver's seat. You drove for a bit, and then you said you chased Rafa all the way down.
We chased with at the time it was Rafael Navarro, and he was with BF Goodrich at the time, and we were chasing the Bruce, the founder of Myers Banks.
Yeah.
So we were basically chasing him, and I think he had like a heart attack, and we had to pull him out of the silt beds, and we're going backwards on the course, and I'm like, are we supposed to be doing this? He goes, Rafael's like, no, that's why we don't have numbers on our truck. I'm like, dude, we're going backwards on the racetrack, you know? So we didn't get to La Paz until like 10 a.m. the next day or whatever. So it was a crazy experience, man.
Yeah, I actually had to jump out and jump on a plane and be somewhere else. So I boogied out. So you had the full experience of the 1000.
I had the 1000.
Yeah.
Plus 1000 plus.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Plus a whole lot of unforgettable memories, which is the cool part.
For sure.
So when we first met way back when, I knew you as the founder of Dub Magazine back then, and that's really what you were hanging your hat on. But since then, you've done so much more, including your latest endeavor, which is TIS Wheels.
Yeah, so TIS was founded 20 years ago too. So I was running Dub Magazine and doing the wheels and stuff like that, kind of on the side. But the side hustle started growing really, really fast, and media is tough. You know, running a company like Dub it takes so much time, energy, and money. And you know, we started before Instagram and Facebook and TikTok and Twitter and all these things didn't exist. I mean, people were barely using there was no video phones.
Right.
So if they wanted to see what was Kim Kardashian doing, they had a glimpse into Dub Magazine or different celebrities, Shaquille O'Neal, Snoop Dogg, whatever it is. They had to come through us to get that glimpse, right? MTV Cribs and all the different things that Dub Magazine did with that. And it was like, wow. And then all the social media came out. So we were Instagram before Instagram.
Yeah.
Right? And then so it was all celebrity driven with, what are they driving? What are they doing? Kind of what's going on. And, the business just blew up. It was insane. Yeah,
I remember Latrell Sprewell also had a car over in North Hall the first couple of years that I came to SEMA. So it's been so interesting to see the whole thing grow. And you and I are probably go back similar lengths in the industry. So we've seen it kind of grow together. What are some of the trends that you have been seeing this year at SEMA?
It's a mix, right? So I was talking yesterday about it to a group, and it's like, right now, it's a big business, right? Big industry. but it's broken down into micro niches. So the riches are in the niches. So if you look at social media and the way they're going and saying, okay, you want to do a Ford page? Oh, that's cool, but do a Ford Mustang page or a page that's going to be Fox body only, and just get that fan base and really do a good job with that. It's like the fan pages that people are building on social media for celebrities have nothing to do with the celebrity. They're monetizing on those pages.
Yeah.
So it's like really looking at the industry and saying, okay, the riches are the niches. What are the niches that are like the most popular? JDM, on fire. I mean, you know, I said it probably 25 years ago. I said, sooner or later, the Racing Performance Pavilion at SEMA is going to be all Honda Civics. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Right? Yeah. And that evolution.
I mean, just look at Tread Pass.
Yes.
Toyota Tread Pass, case in point.
Yes.
Another niche where the real concentration right here in West Hall, the trucks, the off-roading, the overlanding.
Yeah, overlanding trucks, and you know, again, there's segments, right? So there's the overlanding that, you know, goes with, you know, Toyota 4Runner, Tacomas, this and that, 17-inch. They're going with a camper, you know, like a tent on the top. Like it's functional, right? But what's interesting is a lot of the overlanding guys were tuner guys. So you're seeing that kind of push, right? So if you look at their vehicles, it's like Volk racing rims and stuff. So they're kind of carrying that homage to the JDM, which I think is really, really cool because I grew up in that era too, right? Yeah. And then it's like the lowrider guy became a dub guy. Yeah. And then now they're going back to lowriders again. So it's that evolution of, hey, what's hot? Oh, big rims, I'm going with that. 13s are hot, I'm going with wire wheels. So it's kind of that thing, but it's all cultural. And that's all it is. It's cultural, and it's like people get tired of it. They're looking for the next thing, just like rims. Chrome. Chrome is back. Like, it's super popular. And like, dude, Chrome, that's like my dad, you know? Like, that's 80s Chrome. You know, that's Dub Magazine 2000s. But Chrome is in. Look at the cars starting to get Chrome again.
And I mean, case in point, it goes to the name of Dub Magazine, right? Dub, the 20s.
Yeah, 20. Yeah. Came from the word double dime, right? So a $20 bill was a dub. Yeah. So it's like we said, okay, we're going to call this magazine Dub because it was like profiling artists and celebrities on, at that time, 20-inch rims. But truth be told, a lot of them didn't own 20-inch rims at the time. So we had to like give them rims, and we had to cultivate the market. You know, a lot of people don't understand that. Like, things don't just grow organically. They kind of do. You got to force them. You have to produce it. Yeah. You know, it's like I talk to my wife all the time. We watch reality TV together, and I go, this is produced. No, don't tell me that. I want to feel like this is real. I'm like, no, this is produced. Trust me. You know?
Exactly. Well, and that's the genius, right? Making something produced look like it's organic.
Yeah. Well, because I've seen unproduced stuff, and you know what? It's not good.
Yeah, exactly. It's unwatchable. It needs a little production. Yep. I think by virtue of your creation of Dub Magazine and also TIS Wheels, you were the perfect candidate to be a judge on SEMA Launchpad, which aired the last few years at SEMA. What was that experience like for you?
No, it was amazing. I mean, I get so many calls and emails still about, hey, when's the next Launchpad? So people still have it. I know that it's not a TV show, but SEMA should still have it. I think it should be a TV show, but I think the criteria needs to open up, right? So it's kind of like people look at it, it's like, oh, I want to do a SEMA Shark Tank kind of thing. And it's like, okay, cool. Shark Tank limitation is it has to be a successful business, thriving, money, everything else. The SEMA Launchpad opportunity could be like, you could be a 16-year-old kid in Nevada, you could be a 15-year-old kid in Florida, and you come with your parents and you pitch this crazy idea, and companies and stuff could actually invest in it and things like that, and you could show that journey. You know, seeing the development of these people, like pitching their products, learning how to make prototypes, how to work with engineers and 3D designers, manufacturers. That's what people really want to know. Like, there's so many people that have a million ideas. Everybody has a million idea, right? $1 million idea, right? But they don't know how to bring it to market. That's where that Launchpad it's called Launchpad.
Right.
So to me, it's like, how do you get them to launch and then educate people on how to do it? So they don't need to come on the show to do it. They could do it themselves. Yeah. Right.
And Kevin Robinson, the winner from last year, is a perfect example because he had been on Launchpad the previous year, didn't win.
With a different product, though.
Correct.
So he came back with a different product and he ended up winning.
He developed.
Yes.
He took that experience from the previous Launchpad, learned what the customers wanted, what the industry needed, based on guys like you telling him what he should be doing. And to his credit, he took that, improved his product, came back, and ended up winning.
Yeah, no, and I was one judge of many, right? So to me, it's kind of like, you know, I own an electric Mercedes. I've owned a Tesla since 16. I was hired to speak at, you know, many electric events, right? I was ignorant back in the past. I was hired to speak at a event that had all the engineers for electric cars, and they brought me in, they paid me everything, and I'm like, and I'm talking, hyping it up, and this was probably 20 years ago, and then I sat there and I was like, holy crap, this is gonna eradicate my business. I got kind of fired up and I started talking shit to everybody. I started talking crap to everybody, right? I'm just like, dude, like, I don't know, and I regretted that from all these days, because to me, I was ignorant about the electrification, and I thought it was gonna eradicate a market. I didn't understand it. But what it does is actually make driving safer.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that at the time.
Yeah.
Right? So I got educated.
Yeah.
So now I approach it a lot differently. And I think that's a lot of the new trends and stuff like that that come out, that people have to get educated and really understand, what is it actually going to do for this industry? What type of opportunities is it going to bring? And I think all this technology and stuff is bringing massive opportunities. It's just a matter of educating people how to actually use them. And I think a lot of the technology stuff that was in Launchpad potentially should have won, right?
All of them could have, yes.
All of them could have. And one of them had like an app or whatever it was, or a diagnostic tool.
Yes.
He sold it, you know? And then it was kind of like, well, does that disqualify him from winning? Because now they're funded and stuff like that. So it was, you know, again, it was a tough show to do to a certain extent, because there's so many different categories. You know, it's like you're putting this elephant against a lion, a tiger, and a giraffe.
Yeah.
Right? So it's kind of like if you go and say, hey, this is all concepts. This is this, there's all these different things. Who has the greatest idea?
Yeah.
What is the most probability to succeed and all that stuff? And guess what? Who's going to put up some money to back that? SEMA could put up some cash, put them to an incubator and actually see, you know, give them the cash and help them actually grow their business and teach them, mentor them, get a bunch of people involved. So I hope SEMA comes back with Launchpad in some way, shape, or form, because the industry needs it. And these people, you know, everyone's saying, hey, how do we get the younger generation involved? Help them get involved.
Showcase
right?
them.
Showcase them. Give them a platform.
Yeah.
But most importantly, help them.
Yeah.
You know, I see a lot of people are like, oh, we'll just watch them fail. It's like, okay, that's cool. But if you actually mentor them, potentially will they learn from the failures quicker? Yes. Yeah, you want to let them fail. But you want to let them fail forward, right? Learn something and then be able to go on.
Yeah,
So.
well, and you and I would love to see Launchpad come back, because we had such a blast working on it.
No, I mean, it was great, and it was
Yeah.
great for the industry. I mean, look at this live, you know, it's kind of like SEMA, you know, going into the 22nd century, right? It's like, come on. I mean, this is awesome. Congratulations to you.
Oh, I appreciate it, man.
Bud's done a great job.
Yeah.
You've done a great job in bringing innovation to the show, and that's really what it's about.
Yeah.
You know, you want to go, this live format this is the new TV network, right?
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
is the new
exactly.
Channel 11. This is the new Fox. This is it,
Yeah.
right? So thank you, SEMA, and thank you, Chris.
I appreciate
Right?
you, man. And thank
and
you
Bud,
for being on here with us.
for doing this, because this is monumental. This is taking our niche and this beautiful SEMA show to the world to see, like just for the world to see. It's amazing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this, if people actually go and see this here, it's like, wow,
Yeah.
so many cars, just people, and just, this is an automotive spectacle.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, that's it. Miles Kovacs is officially hired as our marketing department.
Oh, thank you. I'll
heard
take
here
it. Yeah.
first.
Here's my contract. Hold on, you know.
TIS Wheels, Dub Magazine, Miles Kovacs, my old friend. Thanks for joining me, man.
Thank you, buddy. Yeah,
Appreciate
great job.
you,
Yeah,
dude. Great
congrats
to see
on
you.
all this too. This is amazing.
All right, cool. Standing by with a full carbon fiber Dodge Charger. JC is back in Central Hall. My man, let's hear it, buddy. What do you got?
All right, thank you, Chris, and everyone watching. Behind me, this might look like a 1968 Dodge Charger, but it's not. This is bonkers. Meet Rick from OG Carbon. Good to see you, buddy.
Great to meet you too, man. Thanks so much.
This is amazing. Okay, I'm going to slide so everyone watching can see what we have behind us. I said this looks like a 1968 Dodge Charger, but it's not. Explain more of what we're looking at.
What this is a reimagined Dodge Charger made out of bespoke carbon fiber body panels on top of a brand new Dodge Challenger that we lengthened 10 inches, so it's the identical length of the old school Charger.
So you're getting that old school feel, that old school look, but on a modern body.
Yeah, our tagline, old school muscle on modern tech, says it all.
I love it. I love this car so much. Let's talk about it. Let's start here with the grille. Is any part of this an actual 68 Dodge Charger?
Yes, the grille is actually an original part.
Okay.
It sure is. Our car is actually 4.5 inches wider than the old school Charger.
Okay.
And we gain that length in our bespoke fenders and quarter panels, and we gain that length in the grille with the headlight doors. They are CNC billet aluminum.
Let's get down here. Looking down here. So here.
These are lengthened 2.25 inches on each side to come up with that 4.5 inch extra width. Same with the grille surrounds, same with the grille trim, same with the bumper.
So the Dodge Charger, those hidden headlights, it has that look to it.
It does.
But you still, because you have to have the running daylights, right?
Yeah, you have to have the daytime running lights,
Yeah.
the DRLs. So that's why we built this. So it's basically slats, and the DRLs can come through when they're driving on the road.
Oh, how cool is this build? This is remarkable. The color. Tell me about the color.
What this is candy tinted, transparent carbon fiber.
Okay. Tell me how many layers when it comes to painting this car.
This car has 17 layers of clear and tinted clear to achieve this rich, deep piano finish.
17 layers.
17 layers, 7.5 gallons of clear on this build.
And you see that carbon fiber. I love the look of it. So tell us more about the company and what you guys do. I'm still just geeking out over this car for the past 5 minutes. Tell us more about the company and the incredible things you guys are doing.
So OG Carbon produces connoisseur grade custom carbon fiber parts for the industry. We supply the parts to ExoMod that builds this C68 carbon charger.
Okay.
And we're in development deals building parts for Hennessy Performance, Karma Automotive, and other vendors that you have here at the show.
Because I believe I saw one of these before at Meekum a couple years ago.
Did. A couple years ago you saw one.
Yeah, gorgeous, gorgeous. Look down at the wheels. Tell me what you guys did with the wheels. I like how we can kind of see everything through that wheel.
Yeah, these are custom offset 3-piece wheels made by Forgeline, another one of our partners. This is a satin brass monkey. I chose this wheel design because it has the most open space to show these jumbo Brembo brakes and rotors to really show off what's behind.
You can see the massive setup behind there. And why do we need such powerful brakes?
Because the car goes so fast and it's so powerful.
How many horsepower?
This was a Hennessy built motor to over 1,050 horsepower on pump gas.
1,000 horsepower, over
Yes.
1,000 horsepower.
Yes.
Can we see under the hood?
We sure can.
All right,
let me walk around and pop
Let's
it
do it.
up.
I'll come with you.
Okay, sounds good.
Because when you walk by this car, you think you're looking at a 1968 Dodge Charger. It had the exact look of a 68 Charger with all the amenities. Well, let's look under the hood first, and then we'll show you the interior, because you'll recognize the interior. I'll let you do the honors, Rick.
It's an enhanced interior. So we relocate the latch because we lengthen the car so it's the length of the original Charger. So we have a secondary latch in the front.
Oh my gosh.
There it is. That's a Hellcat Red Eye. Built up by Hennessy Performance, puts out over 1,050 horsepower on pump gas. We put candy apple red on top of the supercharger cover. We've got custom closeout panel and cowl panel. This is in peg and gold candy.
Okay, and that's the theme that's running. We have the candy apple red and this peg and gold theme.
Exactly.
I love how you have that here, and the theme runs through the car.
It sure does. It's on the candy apple gold trim, the chin spoiler, the rockers, AKA side skirts, rear diffuser, tail light bezels.
Let's go around this side, and we'll come here behind the camera and take a look at the interior, because with the power that you have.
Yeah.
I'm out there on the freeway. I'm at 70 miles per hour.
Right.
I punch that thing. I'm doing burnouts.
You're totally doing burnouts.
Yeah.
You're smoking the tires.
I love it. Let's pop open the inside so everyone can see inside. I know people are watching right now. Well, let's step back so Mark can get a shot of the interior.
Sure.
I know people watching right now are saying, how do I get this? How do I have one built for me? How do we do that?
At exomod.com, they can contact us, and we're happy to build them a car.
It's kind of a mind trick with you, because you see this 68 Charger,
Yes.
and he just opened the door, and I drive a Dodge Challenger, and I'm seeing my Dodge Challenger on the inside, because it's on a Dodge Challenger platform.
Yes.
Remarkable. Did you guys do anything in the interior, or that's
We
the...
sure did.
Yeah.
No, this is actually enhanced. We upgrade the leather on the seats, on the door panel. We've got doe skin and tobacco leather with old gold diamond stitching in the centers.
I just noticed something you did. Incredible interior. This is, okay, Mopar fans, Challenger fans, Charger fans, this is an absolute trip. What you guys did here with the gas cap. So if you have a Dodge Challenger, the gas cap is down here. This is the classic Charger pit style gas cap, gas tank.
That we relocate on top of the quarter panel, just like it was on the old school 68 and 69s.
You covered every single attention to detail.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Instead of chrome, this is actually peg and gold candy.
Okay, yeah, I love it. The stripes, how did you guys get the stripes? You see the accent stripes here. kind of low key. You don't see them at first. As you walk up, they pop. How did you get establish that?
We have an amazing team of builders at our ExoMod production shop in Pennsylvania, and they basically tape off, mask off, put down the pagan gold candy on top of the carbon first, then mask off the stripes and do the rest of the car, and then clear coat on top of it so it's a seamless transition. No ridges, no humps, just smooth.
Start to finish, how long did it take to build?
This build is just under 2,000 hours.
Okay.
Because of the full trend candy carbon.
Let's take a look. We know it's a 68, built to look like a 68 Dodge Charger. Come around the backside, and that's what I'm seeing right here.
Yes, it is. These are the old school style taillight bezels. Our tail panel was actually done in carbon fiber, where you usually have the taillight bezels, it's carbon fiber and exposed candy apple red, or I'm sorry, exposed pagan gold to continue that accent theme throughout the back.
Right here too, the accent theme going right there. The accent theme going right here on the taillights.
Yeah, we actually tint the LED lenses. And we have a rear diffuser under the lower valence. That's done in pagan gold as well. That's to kind of continue that supercar theme.
I want to go back here to the window and just a little. I mean, you nailed it here when it comes to the Dodge Charger look.
The flying buttress
Yes,
design.
yeah, you guys nailed that.
It was so ahead of its time when they designed this car in '66, '67 to debut it for a '68 model.
And you guys have it right here. What's the reaction when people see this build here at SEMA?
People's minds are blown. Yeah. The crowd has been thick the entire time. Feel so blessed to be part of this SEMA event. It's been amazing. Car's been so well received. Nothing but praise and compliments. We love it here.
I think the comments, like I said, I saw one of these back in 2022 at Mecum. It was a blue one I saw and loved it. And I posted a little video on social media.
Yeah.
And the theme of comments that I see from people are saying that's what Dodge and Mopar should be doing. This is the style that we love and the style that we want. And you guys are doing it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for noticing.
Yeah. What's next for you guys?
What's next is we're producing supercar parts for Porsche as our first line that we're introducing. We're going to go after a full carbon fiber 911, starting with parts and then doing the entire car and moving on to other supercars as well.
Are you taking requests from anyone?
Sure.
What build?
What do you think?
Yeah, what build do you want them to see do next?
Tell us. We definitely listen. We'd love to hear it.
How much waste is there when you're building it with the carbon fiber? Is there any waste when you're building the vehicle?
There's no real waste.
Yeah.
Very minimal is trimmed away to get the exact fitment on the panels. Not much waste at all.
Yeah. That's fantastic. Well, Rick, thank you so much for sharing this 1968 Dodge Charger with a beast of an engine. Thank you, buddy.
My pleasure. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thanks for noticing.
Yeah, you kidding me? This one was a treat. Chris, I'm going to hang out with this car and send it back to you in the studio.
I will hang out with that car anytime. I'm very familiar with ExoMod, and I know Rich. I've seen him at Mecum auctions before, and he always puts out such great stuff. So kudos to you, Rich. Keep up the great work, man. And JC, thanks for that great piece to showcase that beautiful car. Well done. All right, back here in studio with an old friend of mine, someone you will immediately recognize. Now, the intro they've got written for her is ASC Master Tech. Now, of course, that's what she is, but she is so much more. You will know exactly what I'm talking about as soon as we switch to the two-shot. There she is, Faye Hadley. Faye, great to have you in.
Thank you so much for having me, Chris. I'm so honored to be here.
How's SEMA going for you so far?
Oh man, this has by far been my best SEMA ever. A lot of firsts, but also like a lot of coming full circles for me.
Tell us.
So today, this week, can you tell I'm nervous? I'm really nervous, you guys. So this week, I've had 3 people from my past come up to me at some of my appearances and signings, all people like former trainers of mine. So I had my old transmissions teacher from Portland Community College. I had my first trainer from the Toyota Express maintenance rack back when I worked at a dealership in 2012, dating myself a little bit there. So I've had a lot of meaningful connections here that have sort of brought me back to like when I first started. And now I'm getting emotional, people. That's what I do. Waterproof eyeliner, okay? So, and then also this is my first time that I've ever had a build here at SEMA. So if anyone watches All Girls Garage, you've probably seen the truck before, but my husband's Tacoma is here in a booth, which is like really nerve-wracking because
Which booth?
Okay, so we're in the Power Stop Brakes booth this year. I mean, it's a perfect example of like where Power Stop brakes are really useful because it's an overlanding Tacoma build. The reason I'm so nervous is because unlike a lot of builds that have like a really big team behind them and, you know, a lot of like funding and sponsorship, obviously we had a Power Stop Brakes sponsorship and, you know, got the brakes and everything like that, but it was pretty much just me and my husband that built this truck together. And it is old. It's an 09, it's got over 200,000 miles on it. We drove it here like 5 days from San Antonio, and it's got solar panels on it, and we camped in it. So like the whole way we were boondocking. So we got solar power, we slept in it, we showered in it, we had a bathroom in there, we cooked in it, and we just found like random places to stop and like would wake up in the morning and be like, oh wow, there's like a bunch of cows. Like where are we? You know, so it's and then also like, you know, as a Toyota tech, I'm like, shoot, like what if something happens?
Yeah.
What if the 200,000-mile-old fuel pump decides to die when we have no cell service and I don't make it and then people are gonna think I'm a failure? I was trying to relax, but I was like high anxiety the entire way.
It's a great advertisement for Toyota because 200,000 miles is definitely a great plateau.
Oh.
And you made it.
I mean, it's a baby, really. Like we're going for half a mil.
Exactly. You're not even halfway to your goal yet.
Not even. So I could have relaxed if I just thought about it.
And see, what I love too is you guys walk the walk. You know, you're doing it. I love the fact that you're driving it out here and you're boondocking and you're overlanding as you're coming to SEMA. And I think that's really what appeals to so many people in your fan base. You and your husband are the real deal. You guys put your money where your mouth is. You live the life. Obviously, you are, you know, you have the cred as your master techness, but you're also so great on camera, getting in touch with your audience. Obviously, All Girls Garage. You were the mechanic on Auto Mythbusters, which is so cool.
Thank you.
I mean, it's such a pleasure having gotten to know you over the past few years and watch your development in the industry. It's really cool.
It's been a hot minute since, I think, was it 2017, the first time that I was like sitting in front of you.
Yeah.
Thankfully, I had Bogey and Christy wow, to help me out. I was just about to say, I was tripping over my words. Sorry, Christy. Yeah, I was with the two other girls that were like sort of helping me out and making me a little less awkward. If I recall correctly, you were wearing like this awesome like Subaru shirt. It was just like the earth is flat or something,
right. Well,
or whatever. And I was like,
it does qualify for Subaru also, but it was a Porsche shirt.
Oh, what?
It was a flat 6 shirt.
My God, now,
the world is flat.
Clearly, I only work on Toyotas, so I'm not even wearing my Toyota shirt.
Subaru as well. You've become such a great ambassador for women in the industry, and you know, really allowing them to do what they want to do by virtue of seeing your success and how much fun you have doing it. I mean, you're having a blast, right?
Oh, no, absolutely. And you know what? I appreciate that you said that because right before I got up here, I was actually talking to another young lady that was new in the industry and just like asked some advice about dealing with anxiety. I have no advice for dealing with anxiety because, you know, I want to make sure that I represent myself and my story appropriately. I mean, just because I have fun, which I do. As you have mentioned, I have a ton of fun. I love what I do. That does not mean, though, that I do not suffer from the most massive anxiety and doubt everything that I freaking do. It doesn't matter how many times I've done a 5VZ timing belt. Before I turn that key, I feel like I'm ready to throw up. I can turn it over 1,000,000 times. I can check my paint marks. I still like get that anxiety because I care so much about what I do and like making sure that I'm like taking care of the customer, you know? And we are all like blessed with these gifts, and it's like I feel so much gratitude to be able to like share that with people, not just the customers that I see in my shop, but also like, you know, people across the entire world. But it just like, I'm not sure if like when you care about what you do, I'm not sure if that anxiety ever goes away. 'Cause I certainly feel it on a daily basis. It's hard, and it's so easy to think to yourself, man, all those people that doubted me in my life, all those people that told me not to do this, all the other technicians in my old dealership and the shops that told me that, like, you know, I wasn't gonna make it, or like I was just hired as like a token or whatever, which actually has happened before. And I mean, let's be real, I never would have gotten the opportunity of all girls garage if it wasn't for just like the gender I was born as. You know, am I a good tech? Hell yeah, I'm a good tech. Am I the best? No. I have a lot to learn still. We all do, but like, you know, it's
But what's so great and genuine about you also is that you embrace all of these things. You don't run from them. You don't hide from them. You wear them proudly.
Oh,
you know,
I hope
and
so.
People see you and they go, "Wow, I can do that too." Then.
Heck yeah.
You give them permission to do it by being an example. You know, you're leading by example, essentially.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's sort of like the theme for our Tacoma build, we call it like the Kaizen truck, which is, you know, Toyota's motto of constant improvement. It's like we are all improving. We are all doing little Kaizens of ourselves every single day. And I was really blessed to be able to fit into my schedule this year, like some classes at Apex. So I did like parasitic drain techniques. I learned so much. The Toyota 5th generation hybrid class, oh my gosh. So it's like, you know, you get in there with like other students, they're like, what are you doing here? Don't you know all this? I'm like, oh, absolutely not. You know, I've definitely pigeonholed myself. I've had the opportunity to like sort of specialize and focus and become really good at one thing. But I couldn't tell you the first thing about the best muscle cars from the 70s. You know, like there's so much to know. It's impossible to know it all. So it's
That's good, because I couldn't tell you the first thing about parasitic drain techniques. So I'm glad that the two of us can get up here together and cover a lot of bases.
I can say a lot more now, but beforehand I couldn't either. Don't worry about it.
All right, I want to know why and how Supras became your passion and your focus. I mean, what about those in particular? And I just watched this morning your latest video that you put out about bringing the Supra to the car wash. You pulled the engine out of there. You were cleaning it all up and getting ready to swap in the other engine. But why Supras?
Okay, this is actually a little bit of an embarrassing story because I didn't realize that Supras existed for the longest time. I actually started out as a Volkswagen Audi girl. And after I left my first apprentice shop, I got a job as like a lube tech at a shop that worked on everything. And I was the only lube tech, so I was seeing a lot of cars coming in and out and in and out and in and out. And the master techs there had all come from dealerships, and they were so smart. And they encouraged me to try to pick a dealership and go with it because you'll get that special training that you really can't get outside of that specialty training from the dealer. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to pick one. And of course, at that time, I thought I was gonna go with Volkswagen. But I kept on seeing over and over and over again as I was changing the oil on these neglected, abused Toyotas, 300, 400, 500,000 miles on them, and the owners didn't care about them. They just kept on going. And I was like, man, that's a product I can stand behind. Like, and at that time, Volkswagen was having a little bit of problems, you know? So I was just like, also dates me, I guess, but that's fine. And I was like, man, too bad, because I was driving a really cool Volkswagen at the time. I was like, man, too bad Toyota doesn't make anything cool. Then I did a little research. How embarrassing, I know, okay? Once again, you only know so much about the little world that you're in. Okay, I could tell you everything about Volkswagens at the time, but then I just started doing a little research. And so we were just saying, I'm a 1986 baby, and 1986, the greatest car ever came onto the showroom floor, and that was the Toyota Supra. And at the time, it was so advanced for what it was, and it fascinated me, and I knew nothing about it, and I instantly fell in love with it just for its looks, and then learning about the way that the Toyota engineers had manufactured it, and all the special things, like, you know, the Thames, which now we buy them, and the first thing we do is, as soon as we get a Supra, we throw the Thames away. It's just that they were trying to do that electronically modulated damping suspension like back then, and it actually worked okay. You know, everyone hates the engine, everyone hates the power plant because it was during a time when they had just sort of outlawed asbestos being used. So they changed the formulation of the head gasket, kept the torque specs the same, and so after, God forbid, 200,000 miles passes, they blow head gaskets. So they were already like this known underdog, and once again, growing up in the 90s, watching Fast and the Furious, I already knew about the Mark IV Supra, no idea the Mark III existed. and I just fell in love with it. Don't we all love an underdog? Don't we all love like the abused, neglected stepchild that everyone's like, ah, man, I'll buy you because I can't afford the one I really want. You know, I absolutely fell in love with it. Obviously, I got the car here, got the engine here,
representing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So
Very cool.
yeah, I'm a little collector. I'm a connoisseur now. I have 5 of them.
Nice.
Love them. Well, I have 4 now because I gave one to my husband. That's the one you saw.
Yep.
We're starting to
That's
build
the,
together.
The burgundy one.
Yep, exactly. Got to have a burgundy.
You
if you have an
absolutely
80s
have to.
car,
Yep.
you better have a burgundy.
Totally
Otherwise,
agree.
is it really 80s?
No, it's the ultimate 80s color. Faye Hadley, All Girls Garage, Auto Mythbusters, thank you so much for stopping by the SEMA Live shop.
Thank
Great
you
to see
so
you
much
again.
for having me.
Can talk to you all day. Amazing, amazing. All right, we're going to send it out to the WD-40 booth where Alliyah is standing by. What do you got for us, Alliyah?
Thank you, Chris. I am here inside the West Hall with the one and only Gator. Gator is an internet superstar as well as a brand ambassador for WD-40. You've made quite a name for yourself in the automotive industry. How did this collaboration with WD-40 come about?
Well, I've been doing a lot of hacks, and I started, I've been using WD-40 my whole life, started making a few videos. People enjoyed all the different things that it would do, and then here we are a few years later, so it's been quite a ride.
Yeah, that's very incredible. Like I said, you've made quite a name for yourself. What's your favorite WD-40 hack?
I think the cleaning, it's a great cleaner. It cleans everything from stainless steel to chrome to shower glass, and that's the best part.
Yeah, and you guys have a really cool setup here at SEMA. You have a scavenger hunt going on that we're actually going to take you guys along if you want to come with us. Alrighty, so each area, to my understanding, has a question that is WD-40 related. So the first question is, what does the WD and WD-40 stand for? Do you happen to have the answer for that?
I do. It's water displacement.
Water displacement, guys. And they're also giving away little templates where you can actually choose multiple choice. So you'll have A, B, or C to choose from, just to kind of give you a little bit of help. Next question, true or false, WD-40 multi-use is the best product to free up rusted, stuck bolts. True or false?
Actually false, because the penetrant is the best for that.
Oh, wow.
The WD-40 penetrant.
Learning something new every day. Alrighty, let's go ahead and check on the next question. Let's see. What is the best WD-40 specialist product for removing battery corrosion, due to the extreme conditions of desert racing?
Actually, the WD-40 contact cleaner that's safe for electronics and all electronic parts is perfect for that.
Wow, perfect. Okay, and question number 4. What is the correct name of the original WD-40?
The classic formula, or the multi-use. Actually, the MUP.
The MUP.
The multi-purpose. Yes.
Cool, awesome. All right, on to the next question here. This is the only non-aerosol WD-40 original formula product that fits in your pocket.
It's the new WD-40 Precision Pen.
The Precision Pen. And I think you guys are actually giving those away here at the booth, right?
You can get a Precision Pen today.
All right, guys, so make sure to stop by the West Hall. Oh, one more right here. See? It's a real scavenger hunt. I keep missing that. Who invented our original formula?
Norm Larson invented the original formula.
Norm Larson? Yes. Amazing. Okay, on to the next one. I think this is it, unless I'm missing one.
One above the seat there.
Oh, I'm the worst. WD-40 brand is launching a new product this year. What is it?
It's the WD-40 low odor formula.
Okay, very
yes,
cool.
coming out soon.
Very cool. What year did WD-40 brand introduce their specialist line of products to the market?
2011.
2011.
Yes.
Did you know all of these facts before coming here?
Well, some and I do, and some I don't. It's a lot I have to learn and keep retaining all the information.
Well, you're now the face, basically, of WD-40, yes. So. Oh, there's one up here as well. Let's do this one first. What WD-40 specialist product does not come in a can?
That would be the WD-40 degreaser and pods.
The
degreaser pods, yes, ma'am.
And then what does the WD and oh, we already answered that one, right? Yeah.
Water displacement.
Water displacement.
Yes, and there's the last one I think there.
Why is this truck called a chase truck?
This is the truck that chases the off-road races and has everything you need in there, from first aid equipment to spare supplies or whatever the guys need out on the road.
Awesome. Alrighty. And Gator, I have to ask, what do you drive?
I drive a 24 F-250.
Love it, love it. Alrighty, and you guys are also showcasing some of your products here inside the booth. Let's go take a look at them. Yeah. Alrighty, we are here with Chris from WD-40, and we're going to be discussing some of the few products that you have showcased here at SEMA.
Certainly. So we have just a couple of offerings from our specialist line here. This is our fast-acting specialist penetrant, made for breaking rust bonds and working on those corroded nuts and things like that. As you can see, it has a bendable straw. That's our easy reach flexible straw, made to help you save time and money, get around corners, not have to take as many things apart to get to the bolts you need. Next up there, we have our specialist degreaser and cleaner easy pods. And that's very interesting from us. It's a concentrated cleaner degreaser. So you just add that to 32 ounces of water and you can clean all around the house. If you need a little stronger, you can actually put 2 pods in and clean up shop spills and things like that. So moving on, we have one of our other specialist products, our contact cleaners. That's a quick drying product made for sensitive electronics, electrical equipment, batteries, things of that nature. And then on the end, there's our newest product coming out this year. That is a WD-40 low odor. So it's our original multi-use product, but just designed for the same performance with just a little bit less smell for some of those uses that people have for enclosed spaces, underneath dashboards, things like that. So.
Awesome. Thank you so much for all the information. I'm going to step over here for the outro so we can all get us in here. Gator, step in. And Chris, we want to thank you once again for stopping by with us here at WD-40. Thank you so much, Chris. It was such a pleasure hanging out with you, Gator. And I'll send it back to you, Chris, in the studio.
Thanks a lot, Alliyah. Tell Gator I said what's up, and good to see him in the WD-40 booth with you. Back here live in the SEMA Live studio. Special guest right now joining me is an actor and musician, and his name is Michael Cimino, and he's a little bit of a gearhead now too, based on your latest project with Amazon Prime, which we'll get to in a second. But first I want to ask you, you're a native Las Vegan, right?
Yes, man. Born and raised. I'm born and raised out here.
Had you been to SEMA before?
Okay, well, so I've been into cars my whole life, but so when I was younger, I used to sneak in here all the time. So this is my first year I'm actually really invited.
Here legit?
Yeah. So sorry, SEMA. I've been sneaking in for a few years. But yeah, no, I love it, man. It's so cool to actually be invited and be here with all the gearheads, for real.
Very cool. And SEMA understands. It happens all the time.
Yeah,
people sneak in.
Listen, I was a kid. What do you expect?
We're not going to hold it against you. Don't worry. But what are some of the cool stuff you've seen here that you've been here this year?
I mean, honestly, okay, so I kind of have an eclectic taste in cars. I really loved, I saw this really cool orange Porsche 914 that was beautiful. It was just it was clean, it was simple, but just really, really nice. The paintwork was awesome. So I really liked that one. I loved, they have a tube chassis E30 in the Toyo
Tread Pass.
In the Tread Pass, yeah, which I loved. And then the AZ1 is my buddy Dion's car, and I love that too. I'm really into JDM cars mostly.
Gotcha.
So yeah.
Well, then you must love the Tread Pass because that's
that's my vibe. Yeah.
And those are all debut cars. So it's the first time being seen in public, which is super cool.
Dude, yeah, they're sick. They're
Nice.
sick. I mean, I'm also for me, it's cool to see how there's a new kind of young people, a group of new young people coming in, kind of changing up the game. I love kind of the new style and the new flair that people have been doing. So I've been really liking that a lot.
Yeah, the next generation of the industry is really, really strong, and it's very evident here at SEMA. You see so many people, especially in the JDM segment of the industry.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also cool because it's I feel just like anything, it's it just continues to evolve, and I think with the new technology, it's at first obviously there's a learning curve, you know what I mean? But now with the new tech, even if we're talking about electric cars, even though they're not my favorite, I'm not really a big electric car guy, but there's so much more technology now, and it just continues to advance. The cars getting faster, the way that they can design chassis and run models based off of everything. It continues to get more and more advanced, and the cars keep getting better and better and better. So it's cool. It's cool.
Well, so you brought up a point that I wanted to get to you because it's seeming to become a theme with my interviews here on SEMA Live. Which camp are you in the EV world? And you said you're not really an EV guy, so I want to ask you, why is that? Is it the absence of the sound and the smell and the vibration of an ICE?
I mean, I think to me, I love obviously I love a gas engine. You know what I mean? But I think to be honest, I don't feel like the tech is there yet. I feel like the batteries aren't necessarily what they should be yet, even though it's obviously super nice to just the range is continuously improving and whatever else, so we're getting there. But I think once they kind of come up with solid state batteries, I don't know if you heard of that,
Sure.
but it's kind of the new tech that they're. Once they get those out, I think that's when electric cars will really be dialed in. I just think right now with lithium-ion batteries, they're not really the thing they're not good for the environment. You know, they break after like a certain amount of time, and they take a long time to charge.
There's no possibility of disposing of them.
Exactly, but the solid state batteries, they charge instantaneously. You have like 1,000+ miles of range. They're way lighter. It makes more sense. Once we get into that kind of world, I think that's going to make way more sense. And I'm hoping that they can find alternative fuels so that way we can keep having fun with, you know, gas motors as well.
Yeah, obviously the hydrogen's being developed, you know. Hopefully they'll revisit nuclear, because I really believe that
really?
is
Do you think that they're going to start getting into that?
I do. You know, I mean, it's still got that stigma of the danger of nuclear, which is, you know, as soon as you say the word nuclear, people kind of freak out.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy.
They think of the danger of it, but I do think that is one of the most efficient forms of energy, and hopefully one day technology will get to the point where we can have nuclear power in the applications for automotive.
Yeah, that would be pretty sick, honestly. I mean, you know, they've been trying to do that since like what, the 60s, 50s even. Yeah, they've been trying to do it for such a long time. I think like, you know, I just think that we need people that come in here and shake up the industry, you know what I mean? And like really put their creativity into like, okay, what is the way around kind of like, you know, what we're doing. Like obviously we're not gonna have like fossil fuels forever, so like coming up with alternative fuels. I know Porsche is trying to do this thing where I don't know if they're still developing this. This was like a few years ago, where they're like trying to like pull the carbon dioxide out of the air and then make fuel out of that, which is crazy.
Yeah.
So like, you know, we need people that are creative minds that are really intelligent that can like kind of push it out there.
Yeah.
So, you know, the young people, we need y'all for real.
For sure. And, you know, it's great to hear what you're talking about, because you've obviously put a lot of thought into this. You have solid points to make about, you know, what you don't like about EVs. So kudos to you, man. And obviously it's perfect for your new project on Amazon Prime, which is called Motorhead, right?
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Well, okay, so it's a show about street racing, and you know, like I feel like a lot of kids, it'll kind of hopefully bring life to like a new part of the scene, and like, you know, kind of get more kids interested in racing and stuff like that. But it's, you know, my character Zach in the show is a street racer, and he has a sister named Caitlin, and she builds the cars, he races them. And they build this team together, and they start racing and street racing back in their mom's hometown.
Cool. So it's a scripted show.
It's a scripted.
Got
it's
it.
scripted.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's scripted. It's kind of like more of like a Fast and Furious-esque type of thing, but it's not Fast and Furious. It's you know, there's like a lot of heists, and you know, it's fun. It's a really exciting show, and like the car sequences are insane. You know, like our stunt drivers were incredible, and like, you know,
did you get to do any driving yourself?
Dude, I wish. I got my stunt driving cert so that I could do it, but I never, you know, with insurance and all that kind of stuff, it just kind of gets a little complicated.
They don't need you getting hurt.
Yeah, I'm not Tom Cruise quite yet, you know, but you know, hopefully one day I can get to do some of my own stunts, and you know, I know how to drive now. I built a Miata, supercharged Miata, so I could actually like practice my stunts and all that kind of stuff. So I hope that just as long as I keep getting better, eventually the opportunity will arise, and I'll just be able to, you know, show them what I got one of these days.
Very cool, man.
Yeah, man.
Very cool. Okay, so what does the immediate future hold for you in your music career too? Because I know that you're also a musician.
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, right now I have like a project I've been working on, an EP that I really feel is like super solid. We're planning on like kind of doing a release in January for like one of the singles. But like nothing set in complete stone yet. You know, with music, it's like the music industry is it's just so crazy. You know, there's like so many like unknown and variables to it. So just trying to navigate that new world for myself, but definitely really excited about the new music. It's
awesome, man.
It's really solid.
Awesome. Well, it sounds like you got all of your bases covered in all the right ways.
I hope so, man. I hope so.
And keep advocating for those alternative fuels too, because we need to hear from people like you in your age group and coming up in the industry who are aware of those issues.
Dude, yeah. Well, I mean, dude, I think the biggest, for me, right, I've been watching, all I do when I go home is like throw on videos of people building cars. I think that is like something that I want to continue to happen. Like, I think it's like it's an important part of culture, and it's like become like a really staple a big staple in the modern world. And I would really hope that continues to go. But, so that's why I'm a big advocate for alternative fuels, and also alternative fuels. Realistically, it is way more carbon efficient to build a gas-powered car at the moment because of lithium-ion batteries. Like, they're just so bad for the environment, whatever else. But I'm hoping that the alternative fuels really do something, and they could you know, I don't know. I just, that would be really cool, man. To
Yeah.
just be able to drive cars from now, 100 years from now.
Right.
Like, if you,
yeah, exactly.
It's
I mean,
a part of
that's-
history.
That's the point, right?
Yeah,
I mean, we want to
exactly.
preserve, and that's really what we're fighting for. And SEMA is going to bat for the industry and fighting in Washington for
Yes.
the preservation of the cars that we have now, so we can continue to have those for the foreseeable future
Yeah.
and the long-term
Yes.
future.
And I'm just hoping that the companies also find like this is worth putting money into.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, dude, this is worth saving. Like, I think everyone here can agree that this is something that is like means something to so many people.
Yeah.
It's worth saving and worth fighting for. So, you know, if someone puts the money in, someone puts the research in, puts their head down and like does the work, we'll get it. We'll get it.
For sure.
Yeah, man.
Michael Cimino, so great to meet you
Nice
and
to meet you
to
too,
talk
man.
to you, man, and have you here in the SEMA Live studio. Make sure to check out his show on Amazon Prime, Motorhead. Once again, thanks, my man.
Thanks, bro.
Appreciate you, dude.
Thanks, y'all.
All right, we're going to kick it out to AJ with one of the highlights of the day, and I see RJ DeVera standing there too. I think what we have coming up is the announcement of the winner of the 2024 Battle of the Builders.
You, but I am so excited because today's the day. The moment of truth has arrived. It's been a long week, but it's been a great week here at SEMA Battle of the Builders, powered by Mother's Polish. Now, a little recap. We started off with 172 entries. The judges narrowed it down to 40. From 40, we got to the decorated dozen. And once we got to the decorated dozen, the judges went away and the builders became the judges. So now all of the 12 builders got to go up close and personal underneath the car to look at every little nook and cranny to narrow it down to the final four, which are the winners in each class. So without further ado, I think we're ready. Is everybody ready? All right. The moment of truth has arrived. I will be announcing the winner of the 11th annual SEMA Battle of the Builders, presented by Mother's Polish. Now, it's been a long week. It's been a great week. All the builders, I said, are all winners, and now we are down to the final four, which are the winners in each class. So, without further ado, drum roll, please. We have Cody from Moss Adams with the official envelope.
Thank you, Cody.
So RJ's going to open it up. Should we drag it out?
Are you excited? Is everyone excited? Yes. Who do you think won? Wow, quiet. I thought
Quiet.
everyone would
Okay,
root
I guess
for their own
nobody wants
building.
to know who won. Do people want to know who won? Okay, so without further ado, the winner of this year's 11th annual SEMA Battle of the Builders, presented by Mother's Polish, is... Well, let me look at the envelope again. Let's drag it out.
Keeping everyone in suspense.
Yes. Should we tell them now?
I think we should tell them.
Yeah, okay.
All right. You rooted for it.
Noah Alexander. And his amazing Charger.
There you go.
Thank you, thank you.
Noah Alexander, this year's winner of SEMA Battle of the Builders. Noah, do you need a moment?
I think I need just a moment.
Okay, so how are you feeling? It's been a long week. You started off with 172 entries, down to 40, down to 12, 4, and now here you stand as the winner. What's going through your mind right now?
You know, we show up, you know, we bring the best we can. We've got an amazing team back in St. Louis, but you never know what's going to happen. So you're like, well, maybe we can get top 40. That'd be cool. But if we don't, you know, it is what it is. So it's just an emotional roller coaster all week long. But the best part, you know, for us is the people. We met so many incredible people. Battle of the Builders does an amazing job. They put on a great production. It was just the best thing to be able to talk to all these different builders. We got to hear about all the things they do. They put all their best talent out there. In order to share that is really what this hobby is all about. Again, just want to thank our amazing team from Classic Car Studio. And the best customer we've ever had, Mr. Ed from Houston. Thank you, Ed.
So now that you have the title of the Battle of the Builders winner, what does that mean for you and your shop back at home?
You know, it's an amazing accolade. The competition every year is incredibly fierce, and we've been following it for years. And some of our some of the people, you know, we look up to the most in the industry have won this award. So to be considered, you know, appear alongside those people is really incredible for me and for our entire team. You know, we work together to really build, you know, the best we can possibly build at that time. So just so freaking cool. Thank you.
So tell us a little bit more about the Charger and the build for everybody out here listening.
Absolutely. So customer Ed, he bought this car about 20 years ago in Bakersfield, California. He grew up in that area, so I think he had to snatch it up. And we'd met him actually in the checkout line at Barrett Jackson probably 6 years ago. And he was showing us some cars he had, and we told him what we did. And he said, hey, you know what, if you ever need anything, please reach out to us. And we didn't hear from him. So a couple years went by, I think 3 years went by, and he called us one day. He said, hey, I think I want to send you, you know, my Charger and see what you guys can do. So cool thing about it, it started off as we were just going to fix some paint issues, do a little interior refresh, and rebuild the engine. But we said, Ed, before we start, please come to our shop. We want to show you our capabilities. We do everything in-house. You know, we like you to be a regular around here while we're doing the work. So he came in, and once he kind of saw what was going on, he said, guys, I want you to build me the baddest Charger out there. So we took that to heart and combined a lot of different various and over-the-top skill sets we have in the shop, and, you know, put the Charger together. So
what was the best part about the build?
You know, the 68 Charger has absolutely incredible drop-down, gorgeous lines from the factory. So we wanted to keep that intact, but, you know, we set out to modify as much as possible while being, you know, kind of subtle and trying to keep it timeless. So we sharpened all the lines on the car. We tucked in the bumpers, we shaved the drip rails, we just kept going and going and going. But it's one of those cars where you really have to step back and look at it to appreciate everything, and maybe come back a few times and check it out, because there's lots and lots of crazy metal work on it. But again, like, we wanted to keep it looking like a Charger. Stance is king, so we got it hammered down on the ground, but it's built around that stance. It's a fully functional, nice driving car. And Ed says he's going to drive it through potholes in Houston, so we'll see.
Famous last words. I'm not sure about that, but it's funny how you say that. Originally, you were only supposed to do a couple of things, and you end up rebuilding an entire ride.
Yeah. This is a hobby where excitement is the guiding force and the cause of bad financial decisions. But in the end, I think that brings us a ton of joy, both our shop and our customers. So it's cool to see somebody, you know, really get into it and embrace the hobby and all the talents that we can bring forth and put it all out there. So thank you.
Well, congratulations. The Charger is a stunning ride. So if you guys get a chance to look at it up close and personal, please do. So when we come back after this commercial break, I'm going to be talking to Jeremiah Prophet, one of the original judges that narrowed the entries down from 172 to 40. And we're going to get a closer look, a little closer and up close and personal look at the winning ride. So stick around.
At the SEMA Garage, our mission is to help our member companies develop innovative products for the automotive aftermarket. We do this by providing a number of professional resources. Product development, which includes tech transfer, reverse engineering, 3D scanning and printing, and measuring sessions. Emissions testing and compliance on both our in-house four-wheel drive emissions dyno and four-wheel drive chassis dynos, as well as ADAS research and testing in both our OE and aftermarket laboratories. From air intakes to Zerk fittings, the SEMA Garage can help you bring your product to life. Learn more at SEMAgarage.com.
Why is it so important to have data? Well, if you think about product content, like the electricity in your walls, you need it to power pretty much everything. You can't have a website without product data. You can't have a point of sale system without product data. You can't even create a product catalog without data. Contact us at semadata.org. We're here to help.
Welcome back. I am back with Jeremiah Prophet, who was one of the judges that had the daunting task of narrowing it down the entries from 172 to 40 to 12.
It's a tough job.
So what was that whole process like?
You know, it's the same every year. We walk around, we look at lots and lots of cars, we put our heads together, get on our knees, flashlights, down and dirty, and pick the, it's a tough decision every single year.
So when you came across the 68 Charger, what was it that caught your eye? What was like, I mean, obviously it's a stunning car, but being a judge, something has to pop.
That's right. In this case, it's the stance of it, and just the fact this is a winning car. It's got a ridiculous curb appeal, and then when you get in there, it's almost flawless, right? So it stands out for sure.
So when you said you had to go underneath too, what was it underneath that also caught your eye? What set it apart from the other entries?
So, there's only a few, they're so low, there's only a few things you can see. So you're always in the front wheel well, looking back, looking forward, you're always under the car, trying to find, anything that will throw it off or set it apart from the competition, right? So that's what's cool about it being up here, right? We can go up and actually really look at it.
So can we go look at it?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, so we are going to go underneath the car of the winning Battle of the Builders ride and see what set it apart from the other entries. Got this cool lift from Ben Pack. It's our official lift of Battle of the Builders.
There's really no other car show where you get to do this, right?
No, I think we're the only ones where you can judge the cars from underneath. For the most part, I think the other competitions, you've got to do it old school with the mirrors and flashlights. So, all right, let us take a look. Wow. Okay, this is my first time underneath this ride, and this is insane.
When the underside of a car is as beautiful as the top side, that it just took a lot of work, right? And I mean, no matter where you look, no matter where you put your fingers, no matter where you feel, it's flawless. There's no rough edges, there's no bad welds, there's the placement, the routing, everything is legit, and this one's there, right there.
Okay, I have to say this car underneath the 68 Charger is absolutely stunning and perfect. I almost feel like if he shows it at more car shows, he's got to kind of maybe angle it and have a mirror underneath to actually appreciate the work done underneath.
That's right. Maybe take the bin pack lift with him.
Yeah, he needs the Ben Pack lift with him. I mean, can he have one for himself? Is that part of the prizes here?
Maybe. I mean, he'd like that.
Ben Pack, does Noah get the lift? So what else set it apart? Is there anything in the back that we can see?
It's just as good as the front. So this chassis, this suspension, I mean, try to look in the nooks and crannies. Look for any kind of a flaw anywhere in any corner, and that's really sets this car apart from from so many others in its field.
There are no flaws.
That's right. Look at this
I
full
see
loop right here.
none. I mean, I don't know. He said Noah mentioned something about the owner wants to drive it over potholes in Houston. I don't think so. I don't think that's a good idea, because underneath this ride is perfection. You almost have to see it in person to really appreciate it.
For sure, but cars are meant to be driven.
Yeah.
And so hats off to him. I hope he gets some good miles on it.
Yeah, this 68 Charger will not be a trailer queen. Maybe for a little bit. We got to show it off, show off the winner, but this car is absolutely stunning and deserving of this award. But so are the other builders that made it this far.
Yeah, this year, I'm telling you, has been the best year Battle of the Builders. More entries in every single category that were mind-blowing. The off-road category, mine. I mean, just look at that thing, and look at the other two that we picked for off-road. Plus, Sport Compact. Ryan's job was really hard, and so that really shows how much this contest is gaining traction and just becoming one of the premier car contests in the world.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm almost speechless, because it's almost like you need a good hour to really appreciate all the detail that has gone into this ride underneath.
For sure, and more.
And more. So what else about this ride stood out to you?
So now we need to go back down.
Oh, we need to go back down. Okay, can we? I mean, I could just stay here underneath. I mean, this car is beautiful. Now it's coming down.
I mean, look at the gaps around this custom grille. Look at the gaps around the hood. You can keep coming down, right? Bumpers tucked that good and perfect gapping all the way around. One of the things you got to look at, right, are just all the fit and finish.
Okay.
Windows, doors, hood, all the individual panels, and then the interior.
And the paint. Let's not forget about the paint. The paint is beautiful. It's like a beautiful olive. What color would you consider this?
I don't know what color this is, but it is. It's got to be something close to original for this.
Yeah.
And deep, beautiful, flawless. You stand like this, AJ, and look across the hood.
Yeah.
And look across the roof, right? And you can see the SEMA Battle of the Builders logo, and there's no waves in it, right? It just looks like a perfect mirror. So that's how you know you've got a legit paint job.
Oh, that's another good point. Okay. I mean, you're right. Just the bumper, the hood gaps, everything.
The way the cowling fits, they shaved, all the body lines. There's a lot of body modifications to this, if you know what Chargers look like. So all of those are done flawlessly.
I mean, he did this 68 Charger justice. I don't know. I mean, I think we're both speechless at this point, because when you really look at it up close and personal, you can really appreciate all the detail and all the work and the fabrication that went into it. It's definitely deserving of this title, and I think he's going to be very busy after winning this title.
For sure. This one last night too, at the Roadster Shop. This is going to be a lot of trophies, with this car for a long time.
Yeah, it's building its pedigree. So Noah's also such a nice guy. I mean, he's so humble, so appreciative. I mean, this entire week, spending the week with all the builders in this competition, that's been the best part, because they're truly, genuinely nice guys.
Yeah, and what a commitment, right? To come out here, take your car out of the booth, come, join the rest of the builders for a couple of days talking about it, and, get it outside, right under the tram. So the fact that you're willing to do that,
yeah,
super solid team that built this vehicle.
Yeah, definitely, very deserving. So I mean, I'm sad to say that SEMA is almost over. It's the last day. It's hard to believe that we've been doing Battle of the Builders for 11 years now. It's my 11th year doing it, and it's been amazing to watch the competition grow bigger and better every year. The builders really bring it. It's especially the young guns. I mean, the young guns this year have been really impressive. So
yeah, and this is like I want to advertise. If you're a builder and you're out there and you're watching this, you can be here, right? You
Yes.
can be in this competition. All you have to do is secure a spot at SEMA. That doesn't mean you're automatically in it. You have to actually enter Battle of the Builders, go to the website, and then, there's a chance that your car could be right here next year.
And that's right. This could be you. So this is it. Noah Alexander and his 68 Charger won the 11th annual SEMA Battle of the Builders, powered by Mother's Polish. Back to you.
Welcome back to SEMA Live, everybody. And if you know who this guy is, you're very familiar with his work. He is huge in social media content creation. Haven't you reached a status where you don't have to wear a shirt with your name on it?
No, well, if I have my helmet on, yeah, probably. But if I don't wear this stuff, you don't know who I am.
I love it, man. Well, you know what? According to my producer here, you have reached legendary status.
I like that.
You are a legend in the automotive world. It's great to have you up here, Chris.
It's awesome being here. I got to start off with that. Hey guys, Chris Fix here. It is great being here at SEMA Live. It is awesome being on the stage with you, and can't wait for this interview.
Well, it's looking like this thing is well deserved, man. Can we get a shot of that? Can we go back to the two? There we go. Tell us about this award. You won Content Creator of the Year here at SEMA.
Yeah, no, this is so out of all the awards an automotive content creator could get, this is the most prestigious. I can't think of anything else that would be better than this, and I'm so honored to win this, and it feels really good. Now, it says Creator of the Year, but this has been the past like 10 plus years, where the 16-hour days, each video, people don't realize, YouTube videos take a while to make. It takes me about 120 to 150 hours to make one video from start to finish. And I look at them as like, they're gonna be up on the internet forever, right? If you want to learn how to change your brakes, whether it's 10 years ago or right now, it's how to change your brakes.
Mm-hmm.
So I try to make it the best video I possibly can so the viewers could find one stop. Here's what I need to do, here's the tools, try to use common hand tools so anybody could go and fix their own vehicle, do it in the driveway, no lifts, nothing fancy, nothing expensive, and work on common cars. That way the viewer could learn.
How do you choose the subject of your content? Do you get questions from your followers? They say, hey, can you show us how to do this?
Yeah, it's kind of that, and also the content chooses me, right? So the vehicles I have, they break down, and I try to pick vehicles that are common. I have a Mazda B3000, which is a Ford Ranger, Ford Explorer. It's the chassis that's used widely. So when something breaks on that, it's usually pretty common to break on other things. And so, but simple things, brakes. Every car's got brakes. A clutch, every manual car has a clutch. Transmission, every car's. So it's applicable across all of that.
Not since the Stig, I think, has someone so effectively used the anonymity of a racing helmet. Did you draw any inspiration from the Stig? Where's the origin of your helmet?
That's a good question. So the origin is, I never thought about filming myself, right? I never thought about holding the camera up and be like, hey, we're gonna change the brakes. I thought about, hey, we're changing the brakes, this is what we're doing. I never thought about it as me as much as the job that needs to get done. And then when I started YouTube, you couldn't make money. It was for me, it was just a way to teach people, right? It was a good platform to share to everybody. And then it got big, and all of a sudden people were like, hey, he doesn't show his face. And then I started getting into motorsports, drifting, endurance racing, things where you need to wear a helmet, and you kind of need to film yourself a little bit. And I was like, okay, so I'll put the helmet on, I'll lower the visor and film, and then the helmet kind of became a thing. And it's funny to talk about the Stig. So Ben Collins is actually here.
Yes.
And I might have the visor popped a little bit, and he'll come over with his camera, he'll pop it all the way up and be like, oh, I got you, and then take off. So it's kind of funny.
Well, there was rumors going around, of course, that there were multiple Stigs. There are definitely not multiple Chris Fixes, right?
There are not. So we did have so I had to use a bathroom, right? And I gave my helmet to my buddy, and I was like, here, hang on to this, because draws attention in the bathroom. It's just better off, right? So he hangs onto the helmet, and people start coming up to him like, oh, you're Chris Fix, you're Chris Fix. And he thought it'd be funny to put the helmet on, and I walk out of the bathroom, I see him taking pictures with people, and then they look at me and they're like, hang on, he's got Chris Fix all over him. He's like, gotcha, you know?
Yeah.
But there is only one me, and it's cool. It's because it's like such a big thing, you know? I don't know if you've seen the memes. Like, people are making memes about about me. Like, I'm just some normal dude, right?
Yeah. Well, you become like the bucket head of do-it-yourselfers in the garage. You know, I mean, it's become a thing now. Was this your intent when you started doing this, to have the anonymity kind of be part of your thing?
Yeah. So the whole idea from the start was to teach people how to fix cars. It's not about me. It's not about how I look. It's not. I don't want you to like see me and then come up with something. I want you to see my work.
Yeah.
I want you to watch the video and be like, wow, he did a great job explaining this. It's a high quality job. He did things I didn't think about. I want them to judge me based on that, not based on how I look or any of that stuff. So the helmet just kind of worked. You just put the blue nitrile gloves on, and you could do exactly what I do.
You know, it's kind of cool what you do with your helmet because, you know, people who are well known and they're trying to remain anonymous, they pull their hat down, they put some sunglasses on. All you need to do is just take your helmet off and you're free to walk around without being recognized.
Yep, it's great. So I hang out with a lot of my YouTube buddies, big guys, you know, like Eric the Car Guy, Engineering Explain, like just tons of big YouTubers. And we're all hanging out on the strip, whatever, walking down the street, and I'm wearing normal clothes.
Yeah.
And then fans see them and they're like, oh man, can I get a picture? And then they hand me the camera and I'm taking pictures and everybody's laughing like, cause they have no clue.
Yeah.
And it's great. It's a really neat thing because I'm just a normal person. I love that.
That's awesome, man. Well, you know, you mentioned how long it takes you to make your videos. You put a lot of work into it. Obviously, the quality is very important to you, and that's why you're so popular. What advice do you have to fledgling content creators or people who haven't even started yet that want to get into it? What advice would you give them?
I'd say the biggest advice and how I started, it wasn't about money, it wasn't about fame, it wasn't like YouTube was just a place to put videos. There was nothing else. For me, it was I wanted to make content that could help people, so that was my cause, and that I'm proud of. So when I share it, when I show family, friends, I send it to my mom and say, what do you think, Mom? She's gonna be like, wow, this is really good. Good job, son, you know? Create content that you are proud of. And if you could do that, then you can't lose. Even if you don't get the views you want, even if you don't get the subscribers you want, you're still proud of the stuff that you made. So I'd say that's the biggest thing. And then usually when you're proud of something you made, it means it's pretty good. And if you could get it to the right people, it should do decent.
Yeah, it's like telling a struggling writer, write what you know.
Exactly.
You know, and then it'll be good because it's coming from the heart, it's genuine.
Exactly.
So when you're creating content, it's like create the content that you enjoy and that you know something about. So it occurs organically.
Exactly. It's not based on the views, it's based on what you enjoy and what you like.
Absolutely, that's great advice. Have you had a chance to walk around the show at all?
I have. And
what have you seen that stood out to you?
Oh man, there's just so many things. So this is actually the second time I brought a car out here. It was very last minute and I brought the drift car out here, and seeing it in the booth, in sunlight, it's got a lot of swirls and stuff, but seeing it under this lighting, it looked so sharp. And then the group of people that are around it, it made me proud. And I realized kind of, you know, it's my own car, so. Yeah. But there's tons of awesome builds out here. And the cool thing is, it's like an overload, right? So as you're walking around, it's like, whoa, look at that. Whoa, look at that. Whoa. It's a sensory overload because there's so many amazing builds.
I've been using that exact phrase for the past 4 days now, and I use it every year when I describe SEMA. You know, I've been coming here for a long time, and it gets bigger and better every year, and so the sensory overload gets a little bit more complicated every year.
Yeah, yep, and I like, to answer your question directly, I like going to my buddy's builds that I watch on YouTube. B is for Build has an awesome Lamborghini that he made, and you see it on the video. And I understand what goes into it. I understand kind of what I'm viewing, but then when you see it in person, you're like, wow, that is nothing like you would expect from the video. Like you see little things he did, but like you see the overall car, and you're like, holy smokes, that's completely different than what you would think. So there's two versions, right? The YouTube version and the real life walking up to it, like this is the real deal.
Sure. Yeah, you get to really take a look at the details, and seeing something in 3D obviously is so much more satisfying to the senses than seeing it through content.
Yeah.
What's next for you? I'm sure you'd like to challenge yourself
For sure.
with the repairs that you do. What's next?
So the big thing I know everybody's waiting for is turboing the Del Sol. So I have this $300 Honda Del Sol that is a junk box. Like it is, like I remember that we just talked about how on the camera things look different ways.
Yes.
On camera, it's like, oh wow, okay, you stole that for $300. No. He should have paid me to take it. Like it was one of those situations.
Right, a removal situation.
Exactly. So, but the fans fell in love with the car. It was originally an April Fool's video car. It was piston return springs.
Yeah.
And then people fell in love with it. I've always liked the Del Sol, so I was like, well, you know what? Let's keep it. And people were like, hey, turbo it. It's a Honda, turbo it. So they've been waiting on the turbo build. So I'm going to try to teach people how they could turbo the Del Sol, turbo a car in general, using the Del Sol as the platform.
That's great, man. Del Sols always make me laugh because I always think about Radwood. Are you familiar with Radwood?
I'm not, no.
So Radwood is a show that celebrates cars of the 80s and 90s.
Okay.
And I love seeing Del Sols because they just, I don't know, they've carved out their own little niche,
For
right,
sure.
in the automotive nomenclature. And so if you ever get a chance to go to a Radwood, it would be so right up your alley.
I'll have to
and
check
I'm sure
that
you've
out.
got a bunch of fans who are Radwood people.
Yeah,
So
the Del
definitely,
Sol's neat.
yeah.
The rear window goes down,
Right.
the top comes off,
Yep.
and you kind of have like just a hoop, and it's
Yeah,
convertible.
it's just got that Targa bar,
Yeah.
and you're ready to go, and it feels like a convertible, and hence the name,
Yeah.
of the sun,
Yep.
Del Sol. That's great. So, looking forward to seeing anything here at SEMA 24 that you haven't had a chance to see yet.
I did, so I have walked around, but it's very like you walk around, then all of a sudden you're with a bunch of fans getting pictures and stuff. So today I'm going to put the helmet down and kind of blend in a little bit and actually see the show. So I'm looking forward to doing that a lot.
Good. Excellent, man. Well, hey, congratulations on the award.
Thank you very much.
I think what you're doing is so cool. I love the vibe. Obviously, you connect with your fans. You're straddling a great line. You're doing something that's unique and a shtick, but you're also bringing really useful content to your fans.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
And so that's why I say that this award is really well deserved. Chris Fix, thanks for joining me on SEMA Live, my man.
Of course.
Appreciate you, my brother. All right, we're gonna roll along and kick it over to JC, who is standing by with Future Tech Jim Moore. JC, take it away, my man.
Thank you, Chris. Everyone, get ready to be educated and have your mind blown over the next 30 minutes. We're at the Future Tech Studio portion of SEMA, and I'm here with Jim Moore. Thank you for having us.
Absolutely, JC. It's a pleasure to be here and walk all of you guys through the Future Tech Studio here at the 2024 SEMA Show. My name is Jim Moore. I oversee the SEMA Garage program at SEMA. And for those that don't know what the SEMA Garage program is, it is basically the association's opportunity to help support our members in all of their product development efforts.
Okay.
So we kind of sit right on the cusp of what are the technologies that are really driving new trends, new product development opportunities, working with OEMs to gain access to their digital information and really help kind of bridge and create those connections to help our members get products made, get them made in better quality, and get them to market faster.
And it's all about the future here. And what is next? And this is an area
all about the future.
I've noticed people walking by, all of a sudden they stop and they look because this is an attention-grabbing area. Let's kind of start walking in here because there's so much to see. And this is the first thing grabs everyone's attention.
Which one? Which one you pointing to?
The off-road, yeah.
Yeah, so the off-road one, this is actually representative of a graduate engineering program for Clemson University. So they accept a limited number of engineers, automotive engineers. They give them 2 years to really develop an entire vehicle from scratch and what they think would be a vehicle 10 years from now, based on what technologies are going to exist. So this particular vehicle was an idea to make a rapid medic evac semi-autonomous hybrid vehicle for the battlefield.
Wow.
So the concept here is that if you can't get a helicopter out, you've got some injured soldiers out on the battlefield, 2 medics could drive this thing out to that soldier high speed, get to the soldier, put him in the back. Those 2 medics could then go in the back, tend to the injured soldier, well, this vehicle drives itself back autonomously.
That's
back to its home
mind-blowing.
base.
That's mind-blowing and also saving lives.
That's the whole idea, is it puts fewer lives at risk and helps to utilize technology to really create faster and better opportunities.
Okay, let's walk around the back and see the back side of it. Come around here. And by the way, I feel so much more secure about our future because that's what college students are working on now. When I went to UNLV back in the 90s, we weren't working on that stuff.
It's, you know, it's really exciting because it brings younger engineers, younger dreamers and developers into this environment to see what technologies are out there and really find new pathways. And it, you know, it's an opportunity, I think, for us in the future tech to just show what the next generation is looking to do with these types of technologies.
Amazing. We walked by this Porsche here.
Yeah.
This is another one that's grabbing everyone's attention when they walk by.
I think this is a 1958, 56 Porsche 356. And this has got a great story. It actually did the Pan America race.
Okay.
And then the woman that drove this actually drove it across all 7 continents, including Antarctica.
Wow.
And I think what it does is it really highlights that there isn't any platform that's too old. You know, with the passion and a vision and the use of technology, you can make anything possible, up to and including a vintage vehicle that's capable of crawling across the ice and the Antarctic terrain.
Absolutely. We saw a Porsche that was in the Battle of the Builds, a 356. This just shows the extremes that SEMA offers when it comes to builds.
It is from the furthest pole in one direction to the furthest in the other. And that's really, I think, what showcases here in the future tech as well, is that you've got these older vintage cars, and you also have absolutely like brand new emerging platforms like the Teslas over here and a lot of the other EVs. It is a little bit of everything. Nobody is safe from innovation and technology.
I love that.
Yeah.
Where do we want to go to next? This is your playground here, and it's all part of Rolling with eBay Motors, a fantastic 30 minutes taking a deep dive inside here. What's next?
So let's start here with Chevron.
Spin you around so everyone can see, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's start here with Chevron. So Chevron is a partner in the SEMA Garage, and it really shares, I think, a common vision for what the future is. So it's a multiple different drivetrain technologies that ultimately take us to a low carbon solution. You know, you hear a lot of things like EV mandates, and what we're trying to really work with our membership and our community to say, listen, if the goal is to lower carbon emissions, EV is a path to that solution, but it should not be the only path to the solution. And if there's a thumb on the scale picking a winner, it stifles the opportunity to innovate all the other opportunities and technology pathways. So working with Chevron, we can explore things like, you know, biofuels, renewable fuels, synthetic fuels, gases, and this is Greg from Chevron. So Greg, can you walk us through a little bit about what some of the things that you brought here into this booth are?
Sure, thanks. Yeah, so like you said, we believe in the diversity of solutions to lower carbon. So we're here with a bunch of our new lower carbon products. So things that we are marketing today at scale, like renewable diesel and biodiesel, and things that are more emerging. So hydrogen, for example, and renewable gasoline.
Okay.
And so
when are we going to see like a hydrogen platform out available to the public?
They're out there right now, yeah. So in California, where I'm based, you can find Toyota Mirai on the road right now.
Okay, awesome. This is a fantastic setup. And I think, Jim, you nailed that too, where EV is a solution, but it's not the only solution.
It's not the only solution. You know, the thing that's great about SEMA is there's 3,500 plus manufacturers out there working on automotive products, using technologies, dreaming about what is possible. If you unleash these different elements and give them to that community, it's one of the most powerful crowdsource solution providers on earth.
Yeah.
And I mean, we're going to get into later some of the public-private partnerships with even some military stuff to just showcase the potential for this community, this SEMA community, to tap into these technologies to really redefine what our future will be.
Okay, let's walk into some more. Gregory, thank you so much. Thank you for helping save our planet, buddy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Greg.
All right.
Absolutely.
Let's walk through here. Awesome. We have a Cybertruck patrol car. Is this actually in use somewhere here in the States?
This particular Cybertruck is, I believe, in use in Orange County, California. And I think it also talks about how traditional things like police and law enforcement you do have electrification can change that paradigm, not only with the Cybertruck here, but you've got a Model S over here. This is a Model S Plaid for the LA County, an active in-use vehicle, represents what, 1,000+ horsepower for a police cruiser. So when they're talking about things like, hey, can you outrun the cops? I don't think you're going to be able to outrun a cop car running 1,000 horsepower with 0 to 60 in like 2.5 seconds.
It's got some pickup and get up and go, yeah.
It's got a little bit of pickup, but it's, you know, the truth is, technology is redefining everything that we see, all of these different programs that we interact with in any given day. And this is an opportunity for us to really just kind of shine a light on some of these technologies and bring some of these use case scenarios to life. I mean, some of them are in action today, other ones are continuing to emerge and really seed new opportunities for exploration and innovation.
What we have behind me here is a very unique story.
Oh, this is great. So this particular chassis is made by Kinzer Chassis. I'm drawing a blank for the name of the electric. Elkington Electric. Okay. So Kinzer Chassis, a lot of the kind of the traditional aftermarket guys are going to recognize that as a really high-end off-road truck chassis that you'll use for like Ford Broncos and stuff. Well, Elkington Electric partnered with Kinzer Chassis to say, listen, can we make a packaged turnkey EV solution for your existing chassis to basically make a Ford Bronco, a vintage Ford Bronco, an EV Bronco that is as easy as buy this turnkey chassis, EV, fully running, drop an existing body on top of it, and you have a late 60s Bronco EV, bolt on the body, and you're good to go.
And it comes like this. This is how it comes. You're just dropping the body on top of it.
If you've got a body, you can buy this turnkey and drop the body right onto it.
And I think if we have time, we do have the body here at some point. It's out there on the floor. We'll try to get to that at some point.
Yeah.
But I do want to talk about, there's so many different levels when it comes to what people are doing with EV.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we've got one of the builders here that can tell you a little bit more information here, but this was actually a vehicle that came into the SEMA garage for some testing, probably 8 to 10 years ago, and it really did start to explore how using electrification can add that torque right to the crank of the motor. So, we think about EVs, we think about hybrids. This is a hybrid. This is a hybrid. I mean, you see this, what might traditionally be a giant supercharger sitting up there, you've got a big electric motor, and that big electric motor is driven right to the crank.
Okay.
So you need power, you just stomp it, you can add all the torque you need right there from that motor, and it completely kind of turns on its head the traditional hot rod paradigm. We've got one of the builders here, don't we?
Yeah, get over here.
Tell us a little bit
Get over here.
I can't use this motor in this application. I would lose my whole drivetrain.
Okay.
The 40 kilowatt, we got the SEMA numbers on it. We have all of that. We got 500 horse, a little over that in torque, and 41 miles a gallon with this unit. And that was with the 40 watt or 40 kilowatt motor. This is I believe it's 100, and I would lose my drivetrain.
The creativity process, when you started building this, was this what you thought of, you wanted to go down this road, or where was your thought process in building this?
Well, we wanted to assist any internal combustion engine and get the emissions down to where the government was more than happy.
Okay.
And that's what we did with this. SEMA verified all the numbers. We started out with a Volkswagen Rabbit. It had a much smaller motor on it, but we achieved 100 miles a gallon, and it was hard to hold tires.
So your whole process, though, you started with a Volkswagen Rabbit, and then eventually worked up here. The initial guinea pig, the test. Yeah,
the guinea pig, because it was cheap.
Yeah,
and easy access, had room, and making the plate for the motor, and having room in the back as a 4-door to put some batteries in it. It just worked out.
Where did you learn this craft, by the way?
With my partner, Jonathan Goodwin.
Okay.
And he's the one this is his brainchild. And I joined with him back in early 2000s.
Yeah.
So
it's remarkable, and it's really cool to see that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you. Appreciate the time.
This is great stuff. This is cool stuff.
Absolutely.
Jim, this is nonstop. This is nonstop. I feel like I'm on repeat, but what's next?
Well, I got to tell you, I got to highlight, because this is cool, because a lot of people, when they think about hybrid, they think about adding electricity, right? Well, technically speaking, this vehicle that we have over here, this 2023 Ford Explorer, this is a hybrid, but rather hybrid from electricity. This actually runs on dual fuel. So it represents a company that is able to put a conversion kit on a factory engine so that it runs propane and at the same time doesn't prevent it from continuing to run gasoline. So they can put a propane tank in this and fill up the gas tank. You can drive it until the propane's done, and then you can just
Roll
switch
over
it
to
over.
gas.
It automatically goes over, and I think they're getting 600-700 miles to as a range capacity on these things when both of these gases are put together.
That's a game changer. 700 some miles. I mean, that's a road trip. That's here to Wyoming.
Right, and when you talk about the price of propane versus gasoline in certain markets, I live in California. That looks like a pretty good option as an alternative.
I think everyone feels that crunch. There's so much more to see. Let's dive down here. We have so many more things to cover. Come with us, and do you want to go just point out the fact that how people are starting to really play with Teslas?
Yeah, you know, I really love this because this represents kind of, I think, the next generation of auto customization, and also shows that the next generation loves exactly the same things that the last generation does, which, you know, we always heard so much about, like, electric vehicles, like, oh man, these things are toasters, they're boring, there's no excitement to them. Well, you know what? It's a platform, and a platform, or a canvas, if you will, in the hands of an artist can be anything. So this certainly represents, I just think, this kind of next emerging trend that you have all these electric vehicles. They're also going to be a modifiable vehicle. So it just it's fun to kind of show that the dream and passion of modification extends even into the younger generation today.
You nailed it too. Someone has a dream, they're an artist, they got their Tesla. It's a nice palette platform to start with, but they wanted the convertible. I love the color of that interior too. It really pops.
And the counterpoint to that is you've got your classic hot rod car that's been converted to electricity.
Tell me more about the GT350, because this is kind of a remarkable story behind this build.
So this is the E-Mustang. I don't know if we've got the builder around here. To tell you the truth, I don't know.
They have a booth over there. They actually have a full booth,
Yeah, we might have to go get him. But I guess it really just kind of showcases that these platforms can truly be reborn with this new technology, reimagined. And in the same way, it's based on what's important to you. You know, if the environmental issues of some of the vehicle modifications is really what drives you and is important to you, there are alternatives to allow you to continue to love and enjoy your vehicles, but at the same time do it in a way that might fit what you deem as a more responsible experience in the auto side.
And I want to point out that looking at the options, available options, 300 horsepower, 537 horsepower, and 600 plus horsepower is what they offer.
I got to tell you, that's the beautiful thing about electricity, right? A little bit more power, a little bit more power.
Great story behind this Mustang as well, 1969 Ford Mustang.
Yeah, so this is a 1969 Ford Mustang that runs entirely on synthetic gasoline. And what's great about synthetic gasoline is not only does it oftentimes utilize more renewable and sustainable resources, but they can blend these fuels to actually emit significantly less carbon. And that's a perfect example. We talk about, like, why is EV supposedly this pathway to the future is because it is a low carbon or no carbon alternative. Well, there is still carbon in the power generation side, but maybe not on the usage side. So in a vehicle like this, it shows that you can still enjoy combustion technology with fuels that dramatically decrease the overall carbon footprint or the carbon emissions on it.
And this one, it was sitting in a barn, I think, for 30 plus years.
Yeah.
So this one was left for dead.
This was left
They
for
rescued
dead.
it and restored it in a unique way.
And it's not only restored, it's I would say it's living its best
Yeah,
life.
it really is. Let's jump over here because I think we're getting tight on time and so much more to cover, because the backstory and the Porsche here, and I believe we have the young lady that was working on it somewhere around here. She was here earlier at some point. If I see her, I'll grab her.
I can give you the quick rundown. That this is a Porsche 911 SC that's got a.
Come on, there she is. Come on over here.
There you go. There, you're going to do a much better job of telling the story than I am.
Hi. So what are we looking at? What did you start with your build?
Like how so? Like how did I start it? Or,
Yeah.
Okay. So it was just a normal Targa, just fully stock when we first got it, and then we fully tore it down just to the chassis, the unibody. And then basically from there it went to paint, came back from paint, and then between July and August we fully built it back up. So it was a long journey, but it took a little bit, yeah.
And I want to point out too, you have an injury. You almost cut off your finger working on this build.
2 days before we needed it finished, fully almost took off my finger. Yeah, I thought it was just going to be a couple stitches and I was going to be back into it, but No, I'm still recovering.
But you're here at SEMA
Yeah.
with your build. Jim, get over here. I mean, let's talk about this story itself. I mean,
I'm
here she
telling you.
is with an incredible build, almost lost a finger, and she's here showcasing the car.
Pinstripes on that. We could probably do like a carbon 3D printed cast. I mean, we got all kinds of stuff.
We
can
need to
modify
point that
to
out.
any degree.
You just almost lost your finger, and it's being held together by tape. We can do better.
Yeah, we can do it.
Thank you so much, and you're changing the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate
yeah,
it.
for sure.
Beautiful car, beautiful car. One thing I did want to touch on quickly before we left this. I mean, this is actually Bisimoto's car.
Okay.
And it's I think from 1989, 1990, and it just showcases that EVs are not something new. I mean, this was an EV one-off modification, dreamed up car, and it's, I mean, the technology that we have today is a different expression of the same technology we've had, but it has always driven passion and will always drive passion.
So this 88, 89, there was EV back in the late 80s, early 90s.
I mean, listen, our auto industry, we actually started. There were EV vehicles back in the 1910s. So, you know, we went through all of this different, like, what is the right powertrain back in the 1910s and 1920s. We used a whole range of different fuels, including electricity, until we decided that at that point, gasoline was the best solution for our use case scenario. And actually, on that point, before we leave here, I will touch out this, because this is really cool.
Can we get that back here? Yeah. What do we have?
You know, we talk about the use of hydrogen, hydrogen through fuel cells and such. Well, Yamaha is actually using hydrogen gas in a traditional combustion engine. So this is a hydrogen combustion V8 marine engine. We have a gentleman here from Yamaha that could probably give you a quick rundown.
Hi. Explain this to a third grader.
To a third grader. So this is a, based on our XTO V8, 450 horsepower platform, but what it has been done is converted to run compressed hydrogen gas.
Wow.
So we actually worked with Roush to develop a fuel system that's actually in the 26-foot regulator that's over here behind us. And so what it does is it provides us to look into the world of multiple technology solutions, which SEMA is actually on board with. That's part of the reason we're here. Why would you have a boat and a motor here at a car show? It doesn't make a lot of sense. But what it does is there's more than one way to achieve carbon neutrality. We're all looking to achieve that. EV and other technologies have their limits, and so there's a point where internal combustion works, especially in a marine environment. EV can only go so far offshore. So how do we provide a product that people want, but also is achieving that goal of carbon neutrality? We start looking at things like hydrogen.
How is the response? And by the way, we've been here probably for about an hour looking at things ahead of time. You always have a crowd. You're always being interviewed. How does that feel?
We are ecstatic. First of all, we're super excited that SEMA decided to involve us in this. The response has been unbelievable. And it's been interesting because we thought one of the big questions people were going to ask is, why is a boat here? Yeah. No one has asked me that.
The boat show's next week, by the way.
So no one's asked. What they want to know, everybody here gets it.
Yeah.
And they kind of see it and go, yeah, that makes sense. Tell me more about it.
Yeah.
And so they're actually asking more technical questions. We thought they would be a little more like, that's weird. Why do you have a boat here? It's not it. People are really into it, and the reception has been fantastic.
Well, we interrupted an interview, so I'll let you get back to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for stopping by.
This is great. This is great. All right, Jim.
JC, there's so much.
Yeah, there really is. I know.
You just don't know where it's out. Listen, we're going to walk over there, but this is our Future Tech stage, and I got to tell you, the biggest thing with any of this new technology is education.
Yes.
So that's one of the things that we really center education in this entire booth. We've been doing seminars since Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, teaching people about these technologies and really helping them understand how to use it. So education is really what this is all about, and it's kind of the mission of what SEMA is.
Well, I'm glad you're touching on the education because, we've been showcasing amazing builds. We've been talking to incredible people here, big personalities.
Yeah.
But it is about the education.
Absolutely. I mean, this technology, you have to understand it. Yeah. You have to understand it. And this is an opportunity to talk with a lot of the subject matter experts and really ask those questions. So, we're coming into an area here, and this, I think, just, again, talks about the evolution of automotive and vehicle customization, the use of these technologies. We've got your traditional EVs expressed in multiple ways. Down here, we've got some incredibly high horsepower cars, things that run on ethanol fuel. And when you think about, like, why did we originally invent ethanol fuel, or what was the cause of discovery? Well, we were looking for a more sustainable solution, right? Creating grain-based fuels. So what started as, hey, we're looking for something more sustainable and efficient, is now generating 1,000+ horsepower.
The Corvette right here?
Yeah.
Okay, let's walk up and take a deeper dive on this.
Crazy high octane, which a lot of people who have used ethanol, that people who use ethanol, that's one of the advantages of ethanol, right? It's really high octane fuels. And so it speaks to the fact that when you give some of these solutions to the aftermarket, they'll find pathways to extract the performance from it. And now you've got something that not only is more sustainable, more environmentally responsible, but at the same time, more powerful and more exciting.
So we're looking at a C6 here, with you said 1,000 horsepower.
1,000+ horsepower out of the V8. It's just an amazing build.
Yeah, it's a really cool build.
Yeah, and I mean, it's like, listen, we've got tractors. We've got boats.
Been blown this past 20, 25 minutes here. Real quick on the tractor, because I think this is really cool. Tell us about that, how this works.
This is an EV autonomous tractor. And it's obviously using the same autonomous technology that we're using on roads to help farmers in the agricultural community be able to say, listen, we can get this guy out in the field, they can tell this thing where it needs to go, set it loose, and it will plow your fields, till the fields, do whatever you need on its own, and it's EV, so it's certainly rechargeable, a little bit easier, saving you a little bit of fuel on that standpoint.
So it saves whoever's using it to do work on another project, perhaps, and you can still drive it and do whatever you want.
Oh, totally, yeah. But you could just set this thing into autonomous mode. It has the same set of cameras and sensors and radars that a lot of those vehicles, a lot of the modern Teslas and anything else has.
Look, as a kid, I cut lawns. If I had something like this,
that would mow a lot of lawns.
I could just stay inside and play Nintendo.
You could have created a lawn mowing empire with that thing.
I could have. Okay, what do we have next?
Well, let's walk over here.
Okay.
So this just kind of shows, again, some of the technology providers we've got, whether it's 3D scanning, Seraphim. Technology is all about creation. A canvas used to be a physical canvas in years past. The canvas is digital now. And really, this is the key that I think is accelerating innovation, because it's making these tools and the quality and access to these tools so much more accessible for people that are both trained engineers and just hobby engineers. So they can use these tools and develop things of unbelievable precision and unbelievable level of engineers.
Jim, let's go this way here.
Let's cut through
but
here.
also, probably putting on the spot here, I bet people are watching that want to get into this world and want to create more. How do people get in touch with you? Like through the SEMA website, and they have questions, they want to get more involved?
Sure, you can go to SEMAgarage.com, and actually that's the perfect time, because we're going to talk a little bit about what the SEMA Garage actually does beyond just trying to bring some of these dreams and stories to life. The SEMA Garage is a property that focuses on 3 core elements of product development: emissions compliance, ADAS compliance, and product development. So what is that? Well, several years ago, we'll say the aftermarket had a little bit of a bad reputation of not worrying too much about emissions. Like, it's all about the horsepower. But it became really evident that we needed to help our members develop products that complied with the law. Things like, the Clean Air Act. So the SEMA Garage actually runs 2 emissions laboratories and engineering development centers. One in Diamond Bar, California, where we're headquartered, and one in Detroit, that really works with our members. Actually, we do dyno emissions testings. We have on-staff engineers that help navigate the regulatory and administrative burden of filling out all that paperwork, understanding what tests need to be done and what they need to do. So we'll actually guide our members through that. And at the same time, as we're looking forward, the next kind of frontier for us for compliance is likely to be ADAS. So these are advanced driver assistance systems. Things like automated emergency braking, adaptive cruise control, lane keeping, rear cross traffic alert, all these different safety systems that work off cameras and sensors. Well, nobody's been really asking the question about what happens if you lift a truck 3 inches?
Yes.
You've got all these cameras and sensors. Are those cameras and sensors still going to function? You might assume yes, but the truth of the matter is, when we're talking about safety, you can't make assumptions. We need to know. So SEMA is actually investing significant time and financial resources into actually going out and testing some of the most popularly modified vehicles out there. We're actually testing these things at stock. Then we're going to put them, a lift kit on them, big tires, and go do all those same tests out at a facility called the Transportation Research Center in Ohio. That's the same facility that NHTSA uses for all of their testing, all the OEMs use, so that we can understand exactly how these systems continue to function before and after modification. And we've actually developed 5 white papers on this that are free to the aftermarket manufacturing community. They can hit that little QR code and download these things. You can also go to SEMAgarage.com and getting access to it.
I do want to point out, that's a great, what you said there was very interesting too, because we all have those sensors in our vehicles. You let you make some modifications.
Totally.
Is that going to change the sensors? It's still going to pick up,
absolutely.
The cameras pick everything up.
Yep.
Also, you're working with Hunter Engineering. We did some stuff with Hunter yesterday.
Yeah.
They were showing us everything from tire changing, and I love that kind of brings everything together. These products and brands that are out here on the floor is who you're working with.
Absolutely, and it's critical because this is where SEMA brings a real value. We can help our members gain access to all these tools, the same tools that the OEMs are using, so that they can test their products in the same way.
I want to talk about this vehicle here because here is a vehicle that is legitimately going to save lives.
Sure. So this, again, we talked a little bit about this at the very beginning of this, but this is kind of represents that public-private partnership that SEMA has. So this is a gentleman that works with the Department of Defense to explore electrification initiatives in defense and specifically on the battlefield. So this represents what could be a complete turnkey self-contained solution. You have an electric Hummer that leverages aftermarket providers to create accessories so that its functionality is ideally suited for its application. Things like range extending batteries, things like the canopies and such that make it a little bit more usable. We also can partner with companies like this Beam Mobile solar-powered electric charger. And when you think about the number of lives that are traditionally lost on the battlefield just by supply lines is equal to that, if not greater, than those lost in battle. So by creating things that don't require a defined supply line, this allows us to really explore how these partnerships can work together and how these technologies can really redefine.
Saving lives.
Saving lives. And I got two final things we're going to hit on.
We've got some more time too, by the way.
Okay.
We have some more time.
Let's do it.
So let's talk about the classic truck that we're looking at and what this builder did here.
So this is a really important thing. This is Southfield Classics, and it represents, this is a brand new vehicle.
What?
This is not an old vehicle.
Wait, what?
This is a brand new
What?
vehicle with a VIN number. It is a 2025, I believe. SEMA several years ago worked to create a low volume vehicle bill through Congress that allowed manufacturers to create replica vehicles. And this represents one of the first ones. It's an EV vehicle. This is CARB certified, so you can drive this thing in California, you can drive it in any state. This has got a VIN number on it. This is a new vehicle using an old body style. But you have all your modern technologies, you have your modern drivetrains. It's limited to production of a couple of hundred per year, and we worked with the SEMA Garage to help do a lot of the testing on it. And it's funny because you might think that an EV doesn't need emissions. EVs need emissions, but it's in a little bit different way. So the CARB requires the EVs have a minimum range. So we need to be able to do range testing. We need to do all that kind of stuff. And what's cool is that as the CARB rules change and those ranges start ratcheting up year to year, this guy has already developed where he can create and stack additional battery packs to increase the range based on what they need to do.
You closed the hood on that? You
wouldn't
don't see
know.
that? You would not know.
You would not know.
We got to get ready to wrap it up. But could we pan to the left real quick so you can see the back end of that Ford Bronco that you were talking about?
Absolutely.
The chassis dropped right on top of it. There's your complete vehicle.
There it is, ready to go, ready to go.
Jim, this has been so educational.
Yeah.
So cool seeing these futuristic builds and what's happening. I mean, we're in good hands with the people behind us.
I hope so. It's teamwork makes the dream work, right?
Okay.
I mean, the SEMA Garage team is there to help our members bring products to market. We work with them. We help connect them to this technology, help them understand it. And at the end of the day, it's about making our entire industry better.
I hope everyone watching enjoyed this as much as I enjoyed doing this. Thank you so much, Jim.
Absolutely.
I
It's my
appreciate
pleasure.
it.
Thanks, guys.
Chris, isn't this stuff some of the stuff is just wild back here, but more stuff to see. For now, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
JC, thanks a lot, my man. Great job out there, as always, with the eBay Motors features. All right, let's take a look at what we've got coming up for the rest of today. On Friday, day 4 at 1:30, there will be a booth interview with Chip Foose out in the field. In studio, I'll have Dustin Williams. He is a content creator, of course. Also in studio will be former MMA athlete and stand-up comedian Brendan Schaub, also a car guy. 3 p.m. Optima Motocross Jump segment with Spencer Wilton. 3:30, a booth visit out to Andrew Kane at Kawasaki. And then we're going to round out the day with one final guest in studio, Bruce Yarnell from Kevin K Restorations. And he built that badass DB5 with all the James Bond features on it. But joining me in studio right now, I've been waiting all week to see this guy, and finally he's here. And he brought me something that's liquid in here. Fresh coffee. The one, the only, Mr. SEMA, pretty much, Jared Deanda.
Take my glasses off. Give you the respect you deserve, sir. Thank you. Thanks for having me, man.
This is my favorite flavor water right there. Thank you for
Look
bringing that for
Look
me,
at these
buddy.
eyes and listen to this voice, dude. This is, I'm going to give you the underbelly of SEMA, man.
Please.
T-Pain, 2 a.m., Von Gittin Jr., Chelsea, all the drifters had a party last night, and this is evidence of it. But
you don't look worse for the wear.
I got the best compliment the other day. You're the fun uncle. I'm the fun uncle.
Funkle.
I'm the Funkle, dude.
Funkle Jerry.
Dude, I'm so stoked. This is awesome.
This
SEMA
is
Live,
cool,
dude.
right?
Anybody watching this, I feel like we're creating FOMO, which is good.
Yes.
But some people don't want to travel. Like I say, some people, you don't want to live in LA. Sometimes you have to live there.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to fly. You don't want to wear a suit, but you have to.
Yeah.
SEMA, you have to come here, man. It's about being here. SEMA is unlike anything else, and just I'm really amazed by how many. I'm out there announcing drifting at Shell Performance Unbound area, and hey, how many people is this your first time? The amount of hands is amazing, and I'm like 5, 10. I go through the whole numbers.
Right.
A lot of newcomers, man. So and just this West Hall is beautiful. The facility's amazing. Yeah, it's really cool.
How many SEMAs for you?
26.
Damn.
It's my 26th SEMA show.
Wow, man.
I met my wife 25 SEMA shows ago.
That's how you mark time.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this is it's 20 years for me. I think because there was no SEMA in 18 in 20, and I think I missed one over that course of the time. So but it's 20 years of SEMA, which is so cool. It's great to hear that you've been so many times, which is why they probably rely on you so heavily to host so many SEMA events, because you're so familiar with the show. So you do the welcome breakfast on Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
You did the banquet last night.
Yes, sir.
Are you hosting SEMA Fest this evening?
I am.
Look at you go, man. All the cool stuff.
Industry night Tuesday night. That was Goo Goo Dolls, OAR, and Rainwolf. And tonight, the concert SEMA Fest is Cage the Elephant, Sublime,
Yes,
which
we
is
had Bud on the show yesterday.
Okay. Sweet. Which Jacob, the new lead singer, is the son of Bradley Knoll, which is amazing. Did you know
I
that?
didn't realize that he was Bradley's son.
Jacob
wow.
is Brad's son. So the original singer of Sublime unfortunately overdosed and passed away. His son sounds just like him.
That's
and
amazing.
then
And he plays guitar also, or do
Yeah.
you have another guitarist? He's basically Brad incarnate.
He's hologram Tupac.
Wow.
It's incredible. And then Fits in the Tantrums, and another cat is dude Petey. You follow him on Instagram?
No.
He's a musician, but he does these hysterical videos. I'll send them to you. But yeah, man, SEMA is just something so special, near and dear to my heart. And again, a testimonial to that is my voice, party voice. But I think, Matt Hoffman, a famous BMXer, said, "Yo, if you don't go to the grave with your body bruised, broken, and all that, did you really live?" So this is me metaphorically, just partying at SEMA, baby.
Well, you're living it. I went the other end of the extreme because I normally will party it up, but I have to be here on the SEMA Live set for you people there. My call time is 7:30, then we go live at 8:45.
Holy cow.
I make the very wise decision to pack it in early at night.
Yeah.
Not to mention, I'm getting up at 5:30 in the morning, so I don't have the energy to make it out at night. So I haven't done any of the cool stuff you've been doing.
No, you do cool stuff. This is cool stuff. I mean, everybody has what I always talk about is perspective. So anybody watching this right now, SEMA is just it's just something unlike any other in its perspective. I know you're a big Mopar guy, but we talked about the Ring Brothers Invader car and that G-body, how amazing that car is. Every car has a story, and I got the opportunity to reveal.
Oh yeah, that was another one of your responsibilities, was revealing all of the
I revealed
Ring Brothers
four
creations.
cars, three of the Ring Brothers, and one of Label Motorsports, that C8 Corvette. It's a 38-piece carbon fiber body kit out of Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Wow.
Cool cats, Andy and his team, and just really cool guys. It's just amazing, man. I mean, you're here around. Again, this hall is so beautiful. This is literally the first time.
Yeah, this is second year of West Hall's existence.
Yep.
So people are coming in here for the first time and experiencing it, and it is a beautiful hall, chock full of great stuff. Let's talk a little bit about your day job hosting Formula Drift.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I've been announcing Formula Drift for 21 years, voice of Formula Drift. I also host stuff for Snap-on Tools, Hot Wheels, I do kids parties, bat mitzvahs, weddings. I officiate weddings.
Yeah. By the way, I was going to get to that too. So Jared.
Sorry, I'm not trying to take your job, dude.
No,
I'm
glad that you mentioned that. You know, we're such close friends, and we have such a great bond that when I was looking for someone, when my now wife and I were looking for someone to officiate our wedding, I had seen that Jared had officiated weddings in the past, so I invited him to do it for us. He was able to do it, and it was such a special day, and you did such an amazing job.
Stop.
Every single person who went to our wedding says it was the best wedding they've ever been to, and you were a large part of that.
No, man, it's you and your lovely wife and your daughter, Scar. Like, God. Chris Jacobs has the cutest. I'm just put it out there, but she is the cutest daughter, cutest. Oh, she is so totes adorable. Look at her. Look at. Oh my gosh. I mean, she literally is a model. And I
warms my heart.
Are you gonna cry?
I may. I'm welling up
and
a little bit.
That's what I said. That's what the Funkle does, dude. Comes up, shows up, kicks a hole in the speaker, and sends it, dude. That's why I do. Again, Neanderthal. That's where I live, man. And thank you for all that you do, man. You're such a great contribution to the culture, the community, and you do such a good job here. I can't do what you do, and you can't do what I do.
Exactly.
And the
Which
respect.
is why we complement each other quite well.
That's it, baby.
Yeah.
Shake and bake.
What have you seen here at the show? I mean, besides the obvious great builds you've revealed, but what has stood out to you, if anything?
People, humans. Like I love the people, man. Like going. You know, again, the parties, yes, it's great, but get in an elevator and Chip, hey Jared, what's up, man? Or Ken Diggett, or seeing you, or Christy, or Rut, or and just pinching butts and having fun, man.
Yeah.
Like I say that in a respectful way. You know, I'm not pinching girls' butts, but dudes, I'm like, hey, what's up, man? You know.
Yeah, the love nudge.
That's where I'm at, man. Like I think that's what's most important is, yes, the cars are awesome, the aftermarket's great, but it's the people that build them, the love, the passion, the equity that comes to it. And as far as cars, to answer your thing, I really love what Toyota's doing. They're having a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah.
That Surf, dude, that dropped, it's like old school. It feels nostalgic because G-bodies, it was kind of an ugly duckling, excuse me. And then now, like, everybody's wanting them. And I know you're, again, Mopar guy. You like your...
But I'm a huge G-body guy, too.
Are you?
I used to have an 87 Grand National, and I regret every single day that I sold it. It was my dream car in high school. So one came across the auction block, and I got it for a great price. Had it for a couple years, but because, you eventually run out of garage space, It was the one that had to go. And I hate the fact I wish I still had it. So I love seeing it like you do, that the G-bodies are now coming into their own. And it's really because the hobby is now at that point where the guys who were in high school when those cars came out can afford them.
And that's where we're at.
Them. Exactly.
So again, about people and cars and where trends are going, right? So going to Mecum or something like that. I saw Corky Coker the other day. I quickly, so where I stay, I grab sushi real quick and I keep going. I saw Corky Coker and I was like, hey man, I'm a Honda guy. I grew up Honda drag racing. That was my hot rod. I had a Civic. So, quote me, there will be an Integra that goes for $100,000 eventually. And you laugh.
I do laugh.
Because
they made so many
find me a 92 Civic CX hatchback that's mint right now.
Right.
You can't.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, because now it wasn't G-body obviously out of the gate, Grand National weapon, right? Cool, rad. But I'm telling you, eventually a Civic and Integra will be at the same stature a car is now, because I would love to build a Honda Civic EK hatchback with the B18, with all the JDM stuff. That's my hot rod. I just call it like it is.
You must be loving the Toyota Tread Pass then.
Toyota Tread Pass? Yeah, it's amazing.
Sorry, Toyota
it's
Tread
okay,
Pass.
Yeah, I heard you. Yeah, shout out to Stan Chen. And Lean Customs, dude, all the pins. We need to get you pins.
I'm trapped up here in the West Hall SEMA Live
You're not
studio.
trapped, you're celebrating.
I might as well be in Siberia. I have not been able to walk the show at all. People are coming to me, which should be like a cool, status thing, but I want to be out there. I want to be out there amongst the people. Not to say that I'm not loving this job and having a blast doing it and having the people come to me, but it's so different for me this year at SEMA because I have not been able to walk around at all. I haven't seen anything.
This looks good on you, man. I like this.
Well,
I think it's good, and
looks
this
even better because you're gracing me with your presence here.
Stop! Please don't stop! Please don't stop!
Please
don't stop!
I'm going to give you 15 minutes to stop that.
I think what's really cool about this, Chris, and I love you, and we're going to go golfing soon. It's just like I said, the people, man. You kind of, it's a loaded question for me because to your point, people are coming to you. People are coming to you. Now cars aren't coming to you. And you know, I'm not a rich man, but I'm wealthy and experienced, and I love people, man. That's where I'm at.
Yeah,
it's really where I'm at.
And I have such fond memories from SEMA with you because our friendship evolved, and I really think like SEMA was kind of a catalyst because we always knew we were going to see each other at SEMA, and then we kept saying we're going to play golf, and we finally did, and now we've done so several times. And golf, like cars, is such a wonderful, you know, common ground for people. And ironically, both of our golf courses that we're members at were built.
Nobody
and
cares about this.
Do they? Two Insider?
It's Max Baer designed course, Lakeside,
They're both
Victoria
Max
Club.
Baer designed courses, which is just another cool.
Well, and so debuting the car with the Ring brothers, doing their 3 cars. It was Infected, which is pink eye, red eye, in a 70s Cuda, awesome. Took a lot of time, the K5 Blazer, right? Amazing, so good, and I love the name. And then Invader, owned by a 12-year-old girl that can tell you exactly everything about the car. Dad's super sweet. I saw him because I did the reveal of Ennio, Ennio, bonkers
Mind
car.
blowing.
He was that dad, the dude. Pardon my ignorance, I can't recall his name right now, but he had a Ring Brothers hat. I was like, what do you work for him? And then he tells me, this is my daughter's car.
Yeah.
It's her car, man. So.
And maybe my favorite name they ever came up with was Strode, of their Camaro that they had last year. Now Strode, and I was talking to the Ring Brothers about this yesterday on set, so you know the movie Halloween.
Yep.
So they named their car after Laurie Strode, because Kevin Hart had a car named Michael Myers.
Got it.
And his car would never be able to catch theirs, so they named it after the sister that Michael Myers was trying to catch and kill.
Dude, Mike and Jim are they're cool. So back to the golf thing, okay, golf nerds. Mike was like, I heard you golf. And then he's like, boop, 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 and we just stacked it on. I was like, bro, come play. So Ring Bros, Chris Jacobs. I don't know if Jim golfs though.
Well, if he doesn't, he can drive the cart and
crack
our beers for us.
Yeah, be our
Jared
bartender.
Deanda,
Oh, is that it?
my man.
Is that it?
They're kicking us
We
out, bro.
already peaked? We peaked?
I know, we peaked.
Dude.
That's okay.
Chris Jacobs.
I love you, baby.
I love you too, dude. Thank you so much. We'll be back, SEMA Live here, SEMA Show 2024.
Kick it to Alliyah.
Kick it to Alliyah.
Live?
Yes.
Make believe live.
Thank you, Chris. And we are here in the North Hall. SEMA's almost getting ready to wrap up, but we couldn't let the day pass without interviewing Isaac Bunick of Motor Mia. Isaac, tell us a little bit about your company and what was your inspiration for finding it?
Cool. My company is Motor Mia. Mia, the main persona in our platform, is an enthusiast, like all of us here today, but she comes in the form of AI. And her job is to help enthusiasts identify modifications for their vehicle and simulate their build. So think of it like a real-world Gran Turismo, where you can identify modifications for your vehicle that would fit the car and perform and help you build your dream, basically.
Yeah, and what was your inspiration for finding this? Like, did you see blank space in the market, or?
No, it's not that sophisticated. I have a 6-year-old little girl who hangs out with me every single time I build cars, asking me, Daddy, how do we make the car faster? Daddy, can we make the car pink? Daddy, why this, why that? And eventually, when I thought about what she would need to become an enthusiast in the future, I said, we have to bring everything in the enthusiast market to the digital age, and AI presents a huge opportunity to create experiences that we were never able to have before. So I chased down the opportunity of making this unique experience using AI to make it a lot easier for the enthusiasts to jump into the lifestyle, especially the newbies coming online like my daughter Mia. So here she is.
Awesome. And in your display, you actually have a little computer over here that showcases how we can actually go about building one. I'm going to stand over here just so we get better. Oh, no. We can both be on the same side so we have good audio. But yes, just go ahead and tell us a little bit, walk us through how we would go ahead and create our custom vehicle.
Okay, so this is Motor Mia. This is our platform. Today we have over 500,000 users on this platform developing their builds. And what you're seeing here is a little bit of the end result. So once a user enters their vehicle into the platform, they start by seeing their initial specs on the vehicle, and they jump into a conversation with Mia to help them identify modifications. You can start by setting some of your build goals. We'll skip through that for the sake of the interview. But here you can see, as I start exploring power modifications, you're going through a series of inquiries with Mia to identify different modifications. So let's take, for example, on this Audi A6, I'm trying to find an ECU tune for the car. Mia is now crawling the web or searching the web in real time with her capabilities to rationalize what matters to enthusiasts and bringing to the surface modifications that have been favored by enthusiasts across the web. So here, for example, we see that the APR Stage 1 ECU tune is a great fit for the A6. That result doesn't come from just a random search result, but actually comes from information across the web where we've learned that enthusiasts love this modification for this particular car. And you can go ahead and find out where to buy it or learn more about how to get it on the car and so on and so forth. So once a user starts adding these different modifications to their build, they can go ahead and see how that affects the before and after of the car. So this is the stock performance metrics to the vehicle, and as they go down the line with Mia, they basically identify and discover what that might do to the car in the future. So the whole idea here, this real-world Gran Turismo experience, means that with real parts, you can see how that would change the vehicle over time and help you make those choices for what you might want to do on your next build, more or less.
That is really cool, extremely interesting. So can anybody just go ahead and sign up or do you have to pay for a membership, or how does that work?
Anybody can sign up. We're not trying to limit any enthusiast from gaining access to the lifestyle. We want to democratize and make this lifestyle accessible to anybody, even somebody that has never touched a car. We all know how much fun it is to create a personal connection with the vehicle and to personalize the vehicle. And on this platform, anybody can sign up. And what you could see here, if I just show you real quick, take for example this Dodge SRT that's on the platform today. That user can go out and see all the different builds that are being created on the platform, or that the platform has identified through the web as potential ways to enhance their own vehicle. So not only do we provide a way for you to create a build, but we also provide you a way to discover builds and gain inspiration from other builds.
Wow,
basically.
Yeah, doing incredible things, really. Let's go ahead and look at this vehicle that you have right over here, our Fiat. You had an interesting story about it earlier, and I really want you to share with our audience because, yeah, I think it's important to the brand.
Awesome. So going back to Mia, this is Mia's favorite car in my fleet, my personal fleet. She calls it the little car. And she wanted us to build this car for SEMA. And so we put the Fiat 500 Sia Barth into the platform. We were looking for different modifications that might make sense. And one thing that was uniquely special about this build is that the mods that we changed were all suspension mods that we could not find ourselves on the web. But Mia, the AI, was able to identify a manufacturer based all the way out in Italy, in Monza, Italy, per se, and their name is DNA Racing Components, who has been making suspension components for years for European makes and models. We approached that manufacturer, we told them about our AI, we showed them how Mia was able to identify and find these modifications on our platform, and as a result of the interactions that we shared with them and the information that we were able to share with them about enthusiasts and what they're looking for, he actually went out and developed first edition suspension components for this car on the Fiat 500 Sia Barth. I'm so sorry.
No, you're totally good. Oh my gosh. No worries at all. Yeah, that is really great. And I know you mentioned earlier about what you did with the data that was received with this.
So the most amazing thing that we're creating for manufacturers is the data that we're collecting about what enthusiasts want on their builds. When you have this many users on the platform simulating their dreams, you're learning what type of suspension components are they looking for, what type of performance components are they trying to add to the car. So by seeing that by year, make, model, and so forth, we're actually able to serve manufacturers insights into consumer demand. And that helps them prioritize what type of products they'll be manufacturing in the future.
Amazing. Well, you're doing great things here, Isaac. It was really a pleasure stopping by and getting to chat with you, and best of luck with your brand and with your daughter.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
so much.
Back to you, Chris.
Thanks a lot for that, Alliyah. And back here in the SEMA Live studio, I'm joined by another guest, a good buddy of mine for a long time in the industry. He is co-host of the show with Adam Carolla called CarCast, as well as many other projects, and we'll talk about some of those right now. But please welcome to SEMA Live, Matt D'Andrea. Matt.
Hey, good seeing you again.
Great to see you, my man.
Yeah, it's been like 15 years now. We've been hanging out and doing this SEMA stuff.
It's great because the automotive industry is so like family oriented when we see each other. I think the last time we saw each other in person was up in Monterey at Car Week.
Yeah, Monterey Car Week. That's a great event too.
Yeah, amazing.
Definitely different than this, but
sure.
It's
the yin to SEMA's yang, kind of. You know, they're both so important and must-go-tos in the car world, but like you said, so vastly different.
And you know, both events have turned into the premier place to debut vehicles. Here, it's all the custom builds. They're more than even the normal auto shows now. Car manufacturers are debuting stuff. McLaren and you know, they're. It's turning into just a place to be, even for the media, right? They have to go out and kind of see what's new, not just Pebble Beach or the racetrack, you know, because vintage racing is the coolest
you go
place.
up there to Laguna Seca and see all those great cars still whipping it around the track, which is awesome. My favorite attraction, I think, at Car Week, just to talk about that for a second, was the prototype wedge cars that they had there.
Yes, unfortunately, one of them burnt on the way out and in a trailer.
that
two
probe.
cars, actually. We lost 2 cars after that.
Oh, what was the other one?
I forgot what the other one was, but two cars during transport caught fire somehow. I don't know.
Yeah, that was shocking, because all of a sudden it just kind of popped up on social media, all these pictures of the trailer on fire, and then when you found out what was inside was a one-of-one Ford Probe concept car.
Yeah, and that car, because it was a lot of like fiberglass and kind of hand-formed stuff, it just kind of melted into goo. It's not really, you can't really rebuild it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. Tough break on that one.
But it was amazing to get to see that car in person with the rest of those the wedge cars. So talk about CarCast. You guys have been doing it for what, like 20 years now, right?
It seems that way. So it's 15 and a half years. So I started doing CarCast as an automotive podcast with Adam Kroll about 15 years ago. And this past year, we made a couple small changes. I still do a lot with Adam, but his schedule just got so busy, he can't be regularly on CarCast. But the past 7 years or so, I've been doing it with our good friend Bill Goldberg.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Former NFL and WD. I would say former WWE, but he just
he's
appeared
still jumping
again.
back into it,
you know,
right.
we can't say for sure if he's back for a short amount of time.
Yeah.
But I know he had thoughts on how to go out with a bang, and I don't think he got the opportunity to go out the way he wanted. So there may be something there. But Goldberg and I have been doing the podcast for I guess just about 7 years, and in the past couple of years, a new component is I do a second weekly show of CarCast with a partnership with Edmunds.com with their editor-in-chief, Alistair Weaver. He's such a good guy, such a smart guy. He's a Brit, so he's very charming on the air. And that allows us to really kind of talk about what's going on in the new car space and EVs and vehicle testings. They have such an intense testing protocol, which is cool. Even their EV range testing is become the benchmark, right? Manufacturers go to them and go, hey, will you range test our car? Because we want to see it in the real world. So we have that component to it, and the stuff that Bill and I cover is a lot of this, a lot of SEMA. It's our car projects, the automotive aftermarket, more of the automotive enthusiast lifestyle side of things. And you know, you've been on the show a few times over the years.
Yep.
And I always love digging into your projects. I remember, I don't think you have the Grand National anymore. I think maybe you were just talking about that.
I don't, and I was,
it's
and
a
I
sore
regret
subject,
that every
but
day,
you got the Porsche, right?
Yep, absolutely. That's the one car I will never sell.
And you must have a Hellcat.
I do.
Yeah.
I have a couple of them. Well, I've got a red eye and I've got a D170.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those are great. Those are the good pair to have.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, get to be able to chat about stuff
well,
like that.
Goldberg's not here at SEMA, is he?
No, Goldberg was here Tuesday for a bit. Dave Salvaggio debuted a new car in the MagnaFlow Bill booth, which is amazing. And somehow he convinced Goldberg to show up and unveil it. And then Goldberg's actually got a new show coming out on Paramount Plus called Car Electables. And he's been filming that. So he came out, debuted the Salvaggio car, finished filming an episode of that show, and then hustled back home. Yeah.
Cool. Well,
but he's busy. He's running around.
I missed him because I'm up here in the SEMA Live studio. I would have loved to have had him on. I didn't even realize he was going to be here.
He didn't realize he was going to be here. It was a last minute thing.
Yeah.
I think he needed something from Salvaggio. He's like, I need to finish the chassis. And he's like, I need someone to debut my car.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that.
Yeah, and Dave's been doing some great stuff for a long time too. And when I saw that CUDA rolling into the MagnaFlow booth, I saw it on social, of course, and I was like, oh yeah, that's beautiful.
I mean, there's no shortage of amazing builds. Everything from the Ring Brothers, Blazing Rods, a new shop that just came up about a year or so ago.
Two very different cars that they brought. One that carbon fiber 1970 Charger and also that completely radical Firebird that they did.
Yeah, so the Charger, the other car is an exercise in what they're capable of doing. And I got to sit down and interview with them. They are just on the cutting edge of 3D printing. And, and when you see some of the components of that car, all that carbon fiber under the hood to direct air and stuff to the engine, those are 3D printed resin pieces wrapped in carbon fiber.
Right.
And then the Charger, that's kind of a finished direct connection catalog piece. That is the direct connection carbon fiber body.
Yep.
That is the Elephant engine. And if you wanted to buy a turnkey version of it,
Elephant engine. Yeah.
Yes, it is. I think they have 1 and 2.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
And they got a couple of the direct connection carbon fiber bodies, which
Correct.
Dave Salvaggio also had a hand in. So
yeah.
very family oriented underneath the whatever couple million square feet we have here.
And one of the coolest pieces they did, I actually went down to their shop to check those cars out when they were just kind of putting them together. And the coolest touch on the Firebird, I thought, was that they actually integrated the rear diffuser into the fuel cell.
Yeah.
Very, very creatively done. Really cool.
Really, really cool stuff they're doing out of there. And I think those guys have a TV show on Roku coming up.
Yeah, they actually participated in one of the episodes that they have rolling. So more to come from Blazing Rods for sure. Those guys are
keep an eye on them.
up-and-comers,
They're
definitely.
they're doing some pretty cool stuff. I mean, of course, Ring Brothers are always at the
So
the
of the
forefront.
3 that they debuted this year, which one was your favorite?
Well, the CUDA was cool, but I still, I like the Grand National, and the reason why is there's a couple of really cool Grand Nationals we've seen pop up in the past few years.
Yeah.
But coming from that era, Fox Body Mustangs, Grand Nationals, the drag wars they had back in the day, I've seen a few of the Grand Nationals with some really cool like LS swaps. But for me, Kenny Duttweiler was the name. You have to have a Duttweiler engine.
Yep.
And the owner of the Grand National that the Ring Brothers built, he said, let's do a Grand National. I'm going to send you an engine. Duttweiler's building it.
Right.
And they weren't
the Ring
familiar.
Brothers weren't familiar.
No, they were like,
had
who's
them on
Duttweiler?
yesterday. They were telling that story. And then once they found out, they're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I love the touch that they put on there. They put a manual transmission in there, which I don't think I've
really
ever
cool,
seen a
right?
Grand National with a manual
Yeah.
transmission.
They continue to push boundaries, those guys.
Yeah.
And they're just the nicest guys.
Yeah, they're the best. And I think the other Grand National you were talking about, the one that came out, I think either 2 years ago or last year at SEMA, was Kevin Hart's Grand National.
Yeah, so that was a Dave Salvaggio car, but there's another one that I think, it wasn't Roadster Shop, maybe it was Detroit Speed. Did they do a Grand National? Was that the one with the LS swap? Yeah, there's been 3. There's 2 here now.
Yes, there's the Dutch brothers and the Ring brothers both have their Grand Nationals.
There's a lot of brothers in the building.
There are a lot, and they're all bringing it.
Yeah.
And the great kind of connective tissue between the Ring brothers and Salvaggio's Grand National was that Sean Smith, I believe, did the design on both those cars.
I think
Is
so,
that right?
and I think a lot of the shops now are using a company called Brothers, which are the
Brothers Composites, who
they're
are
the carbon
creating
fiber
the carbon
guys. Yeah.
pieces. They actually constructed the carbon body that Blazing Rods used for their 70 Charger.
Yeah, and they make the direct connection bodies now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
Exactly.
So I don't know if you've had much of a chance to walk around the floor, but
a little bit.
But SEMA to me is still, I mean, of course, coming out here and seeing friends and catching up with people that I don't get to see on a regular basis is great, but it's the parts. You know, it's what the industry is doing with the parts, and we see on the new car space, like the other podcast that I do, there's so much emphasis on EV because that's the new thing, but that is not affecting what's under the roof here. It's really not. People continue to innovate and push. And again, being kind of a Mustang guy, coming from that Fox Body Mustang era, the Roadster Shop debuted a full-frame chassis for the Mustang.
They've got their platform for the Fox
and it's the coolest display. They did sort of a kind of a silhouette, if you will, of out of metal, but they did a silhouette of a Fox body and showed the chassis and all of the options you can do there.
They're
Everybody
crushing
is messaging me going, I was on the online configurator. It's like, you can get the whole thing for 30 grand. I was like, 30 grand, you're getting the best of the
You only
best.
have to wait 9 to 12 months to get it.
Yeah.
But those guys are so in demand. I love what Roaster Shop is doing. Matt D'Andrea, thank you for joining us here on
Thank
SEMA
you.
Live, my man. It's great to see you as always. And I'd love to be on your podcast if you're looking for guests.
Absolutely,
Wanna
anytime. You know
reconnect
you have
with
an open
Goldberg as
invitation.
well.
You've had it for decades.
Appreciate you, man.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. All right, right now we're going to kick it over to JC Fernandez, who's standing by with someone. That guy looks familiar. Does anybody know who that is? Oh, of course, it's Chip Foose.
Thank you, Chris. I don't think I need to say anything, but just go like this.
Hi, Chris.
It's Chip Foose, everybody. It is so great to see you, my friend.
It's good to see you, too.
This is my third time chatting with you this week, and
Yes,
it gets
it
better
is.
and better every time.
Well, I'm actually really sad
Why is that?
because this is my last signing of SEMA this year.
This is it.
This is
right
it.
now, this is the last time. You already have a massive crowd behind you, by the way, gathered to see you. Let's talk about a quick SEMA memory that we were talking about before we started here. That you guys were doing live builds for overhauling here at SEMA?
When we were doing overhauling in the 8 days,
Mm-hmm.
we started. I think we did 6 builds here. We would start the build the Friday before SEMA opened,
Mm-hmm.
because that's when everybody was moving in and starting setup. We would come a few days earlier, set up our shop. We would start the build. We would steal a car from somebody in Las Vegas, bring it in, and our team, we would start our overhauling. And then the end, which is today is Friday,
Yeah.
we would give the car back at the end of SEMA.
What was the pressure like doing that?
Well,
I'm sure everyone back there, Chris is laughing, AJ, everyone's laughing at that question, but what was the pressure like?
Well, for me, the build was one thing. We had to get a car done in the 8 days.
Yeah.
But also during the day, during SEMA, I was signing in everybody's booth.
Yeah.
So I did the whole SEMA with no sleep at all. I would sign all day and then I would work all night. We were 24/7 getting that car done. But it was a blast, and I didn't get tired because it was so exciting. And with a live audience, we had all the stadium seating inside the tent, and it was just a blast because the enthusiasm was like nothing else.
I'm sure. Let's walk, because you brought a couple of your builds out here today. And this is a treat to be next to a Chip Foose build. And you got 2 of them here. This is your most recent one. I know you just finished working on this one here.
We did both of these in the last probably 7 weeks.
Okay.
The 2023 is a brand new car that was bought by Sunbelt Rentals and donated to the Gary Sinise Foundation, but they asked me to go ahead and customize it. So we've customized it. We're taking this to Kissimmee, Florida for the Mecum auction, and this will be auctioned off, and all proceeds will go to Gary Sinise Foundation. Now, I did a Bronco a couple years ago for him.
Yes, that was gorgeous.
Oh, thank you. And after we had auctioned off the Bronco, it went for $350,000. I was talking to Gary, and I asked him, I said, what was your very first car? And he said it was a 1969 Camaro convertible. I asked him what color it was. It was white. So we did the 2023. We found a white convertible with a black top. And then without Gary knowing, Sunbelt Rentals bought another 69 Camaro convertible. They brought it to me, and we just did this complete restoration. And we surprised Gary with it on November 1st, back in Franklin, Tennessee. We gave it to him, and I said, unfortunately, Gary, I'm taking it from you today. And we trucked it back here so we could have the 2 cars. This is the only time that the 2 cars will be together. The 2023 is going back to my shop. This one's going right back to Gary, and we're going to auction this one off. But Gary's going to enjoy this. It's his personal car, and this one will bring money so that he can continue the great work that he's doing with his foundation.
And what a great time that we're doing on Veterans Day. Veterans Day is on Monday, so that's an absolutely perfect time to be doing something like this. You reveal, and Gary Sinise, everything gives back to our veterans. Can we see under the hood? I think the massive crowd wants to see under the hood.
Now, Blueprint Engines, that's right over here. They donated the motor for us.
What was this like when you got it? What condition was the Camaro in when you got it?
Well, I'm laughing because we bought a restored car, so that all I was going to do was put the motor, the suspension, wheels, and tires in it and give it to Gary. So we bought a completely restored car, and my shop manager had pulled the trunk rubber out because it was in bad condition, and we were going to replace it. He took a blower and he was blowing out the little channel that the rubber gets glued into, and paint started flying off the car. That was August 30th. We stripped this entire car with a blower. Then we took it down to raw metal, and we put it on a rotisserie and started the rebuild. We thought it was a great car. It had a lot of problems, but now we're proud of what we brought here and what we've given to Gary.
Yeah, I would be proud of it too. It's an honor to be standing next to it. How often does that happen though, when someone has a build and they bring it to you and you start working on it and realize there's mistakes or errors from the person who had it before you?
It happens once in a while. Now, one of Gary Sinise's sayings and what he says with his charity is do a little more. Well, we did a lot more on this one.
Yes, you did. Talk about the wheels, Foose wheels down there, classic.
Well, the wheels are a gold star for Gold Star families because of
gosh.
his foundation.
Yeah.
Now the 3 stripes,
yes,
that's first responders, it's police, fire, and then the green for the military. And
your attention to detail on builds, I think the average eye looking at it goes, wow, the stripes are really cool. And then you break down the attention to detail that goes into your builds. It's remarkable.
I would open the door, but I can see that it's locked.
Gary doesn't trust us.
But if you look at the horn button, that's the challenge coin from his foundation. And then Gary's son Mac was a musician, and he wrote a song called Arctic Circles. And on the dashboard, I put Arctic and I made the circle because it's white, so we call this Arctic White. It's a color that I mixed up, and we're calling the car Arctic Circle.
It's so neat to have the two of them next to each other. Such a unique two builds to see. And I do want to go back to the other build because you have a partnership, which we announced here at SEMA with MagnaFlow.
Yes.
And I believe you put a MagnaFlow exhaust in this build?
MagnaFlow on both vehicles.
Uh-huh.
Now, I was going to show you one of the details, but I can't because I don't have the keys. But inside the deck lid, when you open the deck lid on this, everybody that worked on this car has signed the deck lid and written a note to Gary. He does that on the houses that he builds. When he builds a house for wounded veterans and first responders, I forget what they call it. They have a term for it, but on inside the walls, the people building the house, they write notes to the owner.
Do you sign your builds?
Not always.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like to hide my logo somewhere. I never want to slap somebody in the face with a logo. I want people to look at the car and find it, so it's something that you discover.
It's an Easter egg to find.
Yeah.
When it comes to budgeting, do you prefer to have a bigger budget and you come under that budget, or how many times have you gone over budget with builds?
I would rather come under the budget because they're going to be happier. You know, I will tell people that they're going to spend this much money when I'm hoping they're only going to spend this.
Yeah.
Because let's face it, not only do we build a car, but we build a relationship. And if I spend less money than they're, wanting to spend or able to spend, I've just made my friend happy.
It's a win-win. I want to showcase the art because you are an artist and you are an absolute one of the best artists in my mind in the world. And something very special we've been doing for the past, this is the 3rd year, right, that you've been doing the artwork for SEMA?
Yes, this is the 3rd year, and I believe the final year.
Okay.
That I was the official artist of SEMA. And when you walk around SEMA, you'll see some of these images are really blown up. They're very large.
They're everywhere.
But what we did is we just made prints of each of those pieces of art that I did, and we're selling them here at the trailer now.
I want to point out, though, because this is used in new products, and you have it under a tree.
They told me some different, areas that they wanted some images for. So new products, there's also drag racing, and the lights in drag racing are called the Christmas tree. So I put the new products as gifts underneath the Christmas tree.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant. And this area here, is it for electric?
That's for electric. So you got the power lines and all of that, and that's a an autonomous vehicle. So there's no driver. There's no windshield there. And then we've got the Volkswagen and the off-road stuff, and I did the NSX in front of a wall of wheels. High and low is the raised up Cadillac Escalade, and then the Slam C10. And then for collision, I did a couple cars that are wrecked there. And then for fabricators, when you weld and you do a beautiful weld, it's called stacking dimes. So I did this, stacking dimes. And then the wheel and tire department, that's, the world. And then the star right at Las Vegas for the SEMA Show. And then the Cadillac over here with the Las Vegas sign. And just trying to have a good time with some of the images and, entertain everybody that's here at SEMA.
It is all over the place. When you walk inside the SEMA halls, it's up in the sky, it's down on the floor, it's everywhere.
What's really cool is there's an image here, where is it? Oh, they don't have that one up here.
It's sold.
There's a jack stand that I did. And in the main lobby, that jack stand is 30 feet tall.
Oh, really?
It's really cool. I just did a jack stand with a ratchet and a couple lug nuts. So when you see the image, you know that somebody just took a wheel and tire off a car.
Yeah, it's right there. How do you feel every time? I mean, the line here goes around everything goes out to the street. Massive people always filming you. How does that feel for you?
Well, I'm the lucky one. You know, they're waiting in line just to meet me. I get to meet everybody.
Yeah. But what I love about you is you literally, I've watched you over the years, and you talk to every single person. Every single person here in line is going to meet Chip Foose. Every single person here in line is going to have a conversation with Chip Foose, is going to take a picture with Chip Foose.
Well, let's face it, everybody here is they're here for the same reason. We're all passionate about cars. Yes. And they all have a story, and I love hearing it.
What was your favorite build?
My favorite build?
It's got to be the hardest
That's
question.
like saying, what's your favorite kid?
Yeah, I don't got any, so.
You know, I will say probably the car that I'm most proud of would be Ken Reiser's Impression.
Okay.
We built that a few years back. We spent 6 years building it, but it is a complete car from scratch. You know, we didn't buy any body panels or anything. We designed the car. I built a scale clay model, built a wooden buck, and we hand shaped everything in that car.
Is that your longest build, 6 years?
No, I've got several that were 6 years.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty much every car that I've ever taken to the Riddler has been a 6-year build.
And how many times have you won the Riddler?
I've been involved with 6 cars that have won it. We built 4 of those at my shop.
How does that feel? I mean, what a prestigious award. I mean, you say that with ease. What a prestigious award to win. How does that feel?
It feels good.
Yeah.
When you put your heart and soul into a car, and everybody at the shop and everybody that worked on it has done the same thing, and you take it there and you win, we just did our job.
As we get ready to wrap up, and what an amazing job you do, by the way. This SEMA Live is the first time ever SEMA has been going live, and it's been fantastic to be a part of the team. I'm working alongside Chris Jacobs. I'm working alongside AJ. Give me a little.
I used to work alongside both of them.
I know. I think you know them. Maybe give me.
So did you take my job?
I'm the new Chip Foose. Awesome. Give me a little nugget about AJ and a little nugget about Chris, because they're two absolute sweethearts.
Amazing people. Absolutely loved both of them. Would take a bullet for them, and so happy to have shared their lives. You know, to watch both of them have children, and to watch the children grow up. You know, AJ and Bud have Deuce, and I love Deuce to death. And Chris has his new daughter, and she's amazing. Her and Vanessa, and you know, it's fun to share life with people you really care for.
Well, you guys have an amazing family, and it's been an honor to be a part of that family in just a little tiny way this past week. It's been a true treat to work with Chris and AJ, and we also have Alliyah out here working with us as well. But to spend some time with you here, you did the real truck reveal inside. Yes. By the way, Chip did a reveal, the real truck build, which is going to cross the auction block at Barrett-Jackson.
Yes, that one is going to Scottsdale in January at the Barrett-Jackson auction. And if you want to own it, be the highest bidder.
It's that easy. And then your big partnership with you and MagnaFlow was a major, major announcement.
I'm excited about that announcement. We're going to be making keychains and gloves.
That's it. Foose Design Keychains. You're a legend. Thank you so
Pleasure
much.
to see
I
you.
appreciate
And
it.
I just want to say hi, Scarlett.
Chris.
That's Chris's daughter.
Chris's daughter, yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. He has a car named after her. Chris, we're going to wrap it up, and I'm going to hang out with your boy for a little bit longer, but send it back up to you in the studio.
Chip, you're going to make me cry, dude. That was beautiful, and thank you so much for that. And Vanessa and I and Scarlett, we love you right back, my friend. Honored to call you my brother. All right, we're going to take it from JC out there with Chip, and we're going to send it over to Alliyah. Alliyah, what do you got for us?
Thank you so much, Chris. I am here inside the South Hall at the 3M display with Jason. 3M, they're everywhere. Everyone knows them. But Jason, how have you infiltrated the automotive industry?
Well, 3M is part of just about every part of the automotive industry. Products are built into the vehicle when they're designed. When they're assembled and manufactured, 3M products are there helping that along. Certainly products are solutions that we have for accessorizing and personalizing your vehicle as you own it. And here in the South Hall, we're really talking about collision repair. So when your vehicle has had an accident and we need to put it back together, 3M products are an integral part of doing that.
Yeah, and it looks like you guys have a pretty immersive experience here at the 3M display. I think you have 6 different stations.
We've got 6 different stations here in the collision repair, and if we start at this end, we're really going to start at what we consider the foundation of that collision repair experience. This is Ryan. He's one of our trainers, and this station is really about the hands-on instructor-led training that we deliver at our Skills Development Center to really give the fundamentals of those important skills to technicians so they can do real quality and productive jobs. Ryan, you want to have like 30 seconds on some of the things we do there?
Yeah, so at the Skills Development Center, as Jason mentioned, it's heavily focused on upskilling our technicians, both future technicians and current technicians, making sure that they're understanding the proper repair procedures, processes, how they relate to putting the vehicle back to its pre-accident crash worthiness. So we take them through a 3-day experience of hands-on learning, where they're going to learn the science of why behind each of the different types of repairs, whether it be welding, structural repairs, body fillers, seam sealers, corrosion protection. So it's a great experience, provides a safe environment to make mistakes, learn new skills, and more importantly, the proper way to be repairing vehicles.
Awesome. And what are these materials right over here? I've never seen anything like this.
What we're looking at here is a representation of OEM match. So part of the repair process is restoring the vehicle's seam sealers. And so it's very important for the students to understand how to restore that original look and appearance. And so each student gets half a day where we're going through the different OEMs, the different styles, the tips, the adapters, the materials themselves, the science behind the materials, and really getting a strong foundational understanding of what it takes to restore the vehicle's seam sealer looks and appearances.
Awesome. Very cool stuff. Thank you so much for that information. Let's head on to this next display that we have.
So as we have technicians now who are trained and skilled in doing body repair work, we can now enter the body department. And here in our body department, where you have kind of two things going on. We're talking about, as Ryan mentioned earlier, our new OEM match family of seam sealers and seam sealer tips to really give that ability to match the textures. So we can, if the right side is damaged and we fix it, it still matches the left side, right? So that's very important. And so Beth here can tell us just a little bit about the new products that we're introducing here at the show.
Hi, happy to share our OEM match launch of seam sealers and tips, and I'll give you a brief introduction. First, we have our OEM match epoxy seam sealers that now brings 2K technology in our portfolio across the 4 common colors that we see in repairs. And then we have different bead textures to showcase the different tips that can be used both in 2-part chemistry, but also our existing portfolio of 1-part seam sealers as well. So we have the wing tip, which is used to create beads over hem flanges on doors or hoods without tape. We have wide tips to lay out flat, smooth beads in different applications. We have ripple tips, which is a very common bead style with ripples, and depending on the air pressure, the angle of the applicator, or the position of the tip itself, you can create many different textures and looks to match whatever the OEM has. And then lastly, our spray tip, which is very exciting to create any pneumatic applicator into a sprayable applicator with our air supply kit connecting to the tip itself, and with a small open valve able to have a looping texture, or as it goes larger into this broader texture used in a lot of sound dampening. And we'll go over into the car next to see all the different areas you can actually use the seam sealer.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. This is really interesting.
In here is really talking about the importance of OEM repair procedures, and the fact that in those repair procedures they're calling out very specific materials. It's not just how to do the job, but what to use when you're doing the job. And so we talk a lot in our literature and when we're talking and training that it's important to note what materials the OEMs are calling for, because if it's an adhesive, it's really important. Corrosion protection, seam sealers, they've done testing to make sure specific ones are the ones to use. So I always tell people that OEM approved isn't good enough. You need to know the make, model year, and application for that product. Right. So let's keep moving here. Our next section really gets into surface preparation for paint, and we're introducing our new clean sanding system here. It's a dust extraction system that we've had in use around the world, and we're now bringing to the United States here at the end of the year. And Marcos here from Brazil will do a quick little demo kind of showing how much dust is generated with just a little bit of sanding. He's got a primered panel there, and he's just only going to do 10-15 seconds of sanding. All that dust and the exhaust stream is going through that plastic tube there that's spinning it around, and it's going to spin all the dust out of it. And so we'll see with just that little amount of sanding how much dust is actually generated, and normally that would be up in the air for people to breathe, get on light fixtures and everything else. So really capturing it at the source does several things. It keeps the environment cleaner, and it also makes your braces last longer. In this area, we're talking about paint application, and so 3M has got a what we call our performance spray gun. It's a gun that has multiple tips on it, so you only really need one gun to do many different applications. And you can give us 10 seconds on it.
10 seconds, absolutely. 3M performance spray gun now. Those compliant spray tips. We offer compliant and HVLP. Spray performance is absolutely fantastic. A beautiful spray pattern every time. We're usually seeing about 150 to 200 spray hours out of each nozzle. 2 ounces of cleaning solution in 30 seconds, you are cleaned up. So really nice gun, sprays top of the line spray performance. We have versatility from a 0.9 nozzle all the way to a 2.0.
Awesome, incredible. And let's go ahead and go. Is this our last station? Or?
Our last station.
Amazing,
So
great.
this is our, now that the vehicle has been painted, we'll go ahead and if there's any nibs or defects in that paint, we have to match texture. We've been talking about random orbital polishing, and so Connor here can kind of give us a quick demo of what random orbital polishing is.
Yeah, so today what we're going to showcase is our random orbital polishing sort of system. In today's day and age where shops struggle with technician shortages, 3M looks at it from the aspect of how can we make it easier for the shop, not only the owner, but also the technician. So the whole random orbiting polishing system allows us to eliminate the potential to burn through as well as the potential to put in swirls marks, right? Because we don't want to have any rework. So I'm going to quickly go through the compounding step and then the polish step, and we'll go from there. Okay, we're good? Oh, okay.
We only have a couple seconds.
Okay, so we're just going to easily and quickly go through compounding. Nice light pressure over the surface area. Even overlapping passes. And then we continue on to the polish step.
So the great thing with random orbital polishing is it's really about making the job less technical and less skilled so more people can do it.
Thank you so much for all the information. You guys really do have a very hands-on display. I really haven't seen anything like it this immersive at SEMA, so congratulations on that.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, and back to you, Chris.
All right, thanks for that, Alliyah. Yeah, 3M, what an amazing company, and their reach across the industry is really mind-boggling. They are truly one of the innovators in the automotive industry. Very cool. All right, well, let's check out what people are saying about the show on social media. Again, if you'd like to join the conversation, just use the @SEMA Show tag and also the hashtag SEMA Show. We're taking a look at something Angelina Demova posted out on the drift pad. Very, very cool feature. And again, even if you don't have a ticket to get inside of SEMA, you can always check out the action happening out in the parking lot. And that's exactly what Dan Lunkowski is doing out there. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Dan Lunkowski, I guess would be the way. Oh, and check it out. Got the colored rubber. Look out for that, man. Gonna need a gas mask if you're standing that close to the track. That is fantastic. And Dan, thank you very much for posting that and tagging our account at SEMA Show. All right, back here in the SEMA Live studio with General Manager of Toyota Truck Motor North America, Marcus Umlauf. Marcus, welcome to the show, man.
Hey, thanks, Chris. Awesome to be here. Really is.
So I see you're wearing a Board of Directors SEMA badge also. So you're really kind of wearing two hats this week.
Totally. Two hats, one industry. So it's, really exciting to part of a Toyota, but I mean, being part of SEMA and being part of the board is just, honestly, it's an absolute privilege. It's
awesome.
Really, really cool.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate you being a board member, and we'll get to that aspect of what I want to talk to you about in a second. But you grew up a truck guy, right? So this, your position at Toyota is kind of perfect.
Oh, totally. Because I think I pretty much have my dream job. So growing up in Australia, it's, I remember years ago having Four-Wheeler magazine air freighted across. Blue, sort of like 76 square body, my favourite truck. I just grew up just dreaming of the US market, loving trucks. And being in the US, working on trucks, working with trucks, and being part of SEMA, honestly, it's a dream come true. I sort of pinch myself. Do they still pay me to do this? It's awesome. It's
right?
awesome.
Well, that's the point, right? If your job can feel like fun, then that's the point.
Exactly. Well, it should be.
There's an amazing car culture down in Australia, and what's great about what you guys have down there is you have the Australian version of a lot of the OEMs down there. You've really made it your own down there.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I mean, I was born and bred through my whole career has been automotive, but in the Australian auto industry. I mean, it was, unfortunately, has scaled down a lot, but there was a stage, there was 5 manufacturers in Australia. I mean, it's really unique that such a relatively small market has unique product. I mean, we're there with, went forward with unique engines. I mean, unique vehicles. I mean, it's always had this very, very innovative sort of culture when it comes to vehicles. I mean, again, like the US, everyone's super passionate about it, but I mean, being able to develop vehicles there, whether it's design, engineering, development, and manufacturing, I mean, it was really neat. I mean, for me, a great way to cut my teeth. I mean, to really sort of learn my craft, learn the career, and yeah, it's and so much of it translates to the US. It really does.
Yeah, of course. And you know what unites every country is just horsepower. I mean, one of my favorite movies of all time, of course, called Classic, filmed in Australia, Mad Max, and then Road Warrior after that. And those cars that, you know, the highway patrol cars in that are just so cool. And seeing Mad Max and what he does, you know, bumping up against the Knight Rider there behind was one of the all-time phenomenal scenes. So talk a little bit about Toyota trucks. You guys have pretty much the anchor display in Central Hall now. You've been there for, I think, 3 or 4 years.
Third year? Yeah,
and it's just, you guys always do such a cool display there, and this year is no exception.
Yeah, it's, I mean, that space is just a great space. Being in the middle of Central Hall, I mean, there's just so much energy around there. Honestly, it's a big space, and so it's a great opportunity to find a bunch of really cool product to put in there. And look, I mean, this year, being able to bring so many awesome trucks there. I mean, last year we had FJ Bruiser, which was just, I mean, just an amazing truck, and it's drew so much. This year to really dial it up even further, and I think seeing the ability, we got great new trucks like Land Cruiser out there, and I mean the ability to say, well, we're not going to show a regular Land Cruiser, we're going to do something crazy with it. And when one of the concepts there, the Land Cruiser rocks, I mean, that done by the design studio. So the guys who designed the Land Cruiser, designed the original vehicle, then basically just get completely set loose. So Kevin Hunter and the design team there, I mean, out of Newport Beach and out of Ann Arbor, I mean, saying like, how do we just do something really cool? And for me, it's actually really interesting. I mean, years ago, it would be a traditional auto show is where you see the big dollar concepts. I mean, here they're at SEMA. I mean, it's really cool. I mean, SEMA's almost become this epicenter of actually saying, where is the really cool new stuff coming? And it doesn't have to just be in the aftermarket. It can be, how do we reimagine from an OE side? Like, how do we, like, if you unshackle a designer, what cool stuff would they do? And it's super cool seeing what they've got there.
Well, all the OEMs now are really tapping into that previously missed opportunity, I guess, because especially in the truck world, it's become so popular to accessorize and to personalize. And now OEMs like Toyota is offering the customer directly ways to personalize and accessorize your vehicles, and it's on such great display there in Central Hall.
Yeah, 100%. And look, in my role, bringing together all aspects of truck, it's really simple. What does the customer do? What do they want to do? And the customer doesn't just buy a truck, they're personalizing their truck, they're accessorizing their truck, they're doing so much with it. How can we nurture that? And look, I mean, honestly, I see the way as a really healthy aftermarket is really good for us. I want to be the truck of choice. I want people to say, I want to buy a Tundra because of all the cool stuff I can do with it. And to really be able to nurture that, we've got a lot of really amazing strategic partners now. And a lot of it's saying, rather than just we do it or forget about it, it's a case of we've got amazing brands, amazing partners out there. I mean, we see all across SEMA, I mean, you see all around here. I mean, how do we actually work with them? How do we bring them in? They've got huge amount of experience, huge amount of capability, and they've got this amazing customer base. And so how do we really tap into there and give the customer this holistic experience? It's a super cool opportunity.
Well, and it's so smart to do because those aftermarket companies are going to exist whether you embrace them or not. So embracing them just kind of expands your customer option availability.
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
and it's so cool because trucks have become so popular and people are now spending so much more time in them, doing so much more activities. They're no longer just a mode from A to B. It's going out and living in your truck for a little while and spending family time in your truck, and that's where all those personalized options really come into play.
Totally, and I think, Chris, you nailed it. It's really, the truck enables a lifestyle. People are passionate about what their truck lets them do. And I mean, so you could argue some vehicles are a commodity. It's a really rational choice. I mean, for a lot of people, their truck, whether it's a rugged SUV, a pickup, I mean, it enables a lifestyle. You spend time with the family, you got these shared experiences. I mean, that's a really powerful emotion. And I mean, the more that we can not just respect that, but actually support it, actually nurture that.
Absolutely.
And the cool thing I see is it's not just the first customer. We got people basically, they buy a truck, it's 3 years old.
Yeah.
It's just broken in. I mean, and they want to do something with it.
Right.
I mean, so a truck's going to have multiple customers. How do we let them keep making it their truck? Like,
and especially if Toyota. We had Faye Hadley on just a little while ago, and she was talking about how her personal Tundra is just crossing 200,000 miles, and she's considering that to not even be at the halfway point of her goal for mileage with her truck.
I think Faye's just broken it in.
Yes,
I mean, it's just
exactly.
running, so it's like, yeah. Funny story. So we had a bit of it was a bit of a problem came up because we had an example of a gentleman with a Tundra that had just made 1 million miles. And so we said, look, this is fantastic. So we ended up buying the truck back off and giving him a new truck. So we got a new Tundra, I mean, just spectacular. It had made 1 million miles, basically hadn't done anything, changed the oil, serviced regularly. So we got this back and the engineering team actually tore it down. The problem was though, then all of a sudden everyone else starts coming out with 1 million mile Tundra. I go, whoa, hang on.
Hey, I'd like a new truck.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to start giving out t-shirts, not basically buying trucks. So it's like, yeah. So
we need to scale down the budget on this a little bit.
Yeah.
But testament to the quality of the product. I mean, that's
sure.
really amazing.
For sure.
All right, let's pivot for a second and talk SEMA in the last couple minutes while I have you. You guys, as an entity, do such a great job defending the institution of automotive and our rights as consumers and everything that's going on in politics now with the changes that presumably will be happening and hopefully those will be scaled back a little bit. What's your vision on what SEMA is going to be doing in the next, let's say, 5 years?
Yeah, I think this is something that I'm really excited about, that I think the one thing that SEMA, it's more than a show. I mean, it's more than connecting the industry. It's actually saying, do we have a very healthy social, economic environment that we can have this industry thrive? And I think having very informed policymakers, making sure that we have a voice in there is really powerful. I think it's something which is very important, that we have so many manufacturers here in the US that they're so impactful and such a part of their local community. There's so many mom and pop shops that are basically part of their community. I mean, this whole industry is so integral in the economy, it's integral in so many people's lives and communities. The one thing that I think SEMA really can do is make sure that the future stays bright, that we can have a healthy economy, we can actually have a very fertile marketplace, that people can come up with innovative ideas, they can make a business out of that. So I think having, if nothing else, just very informed policymakers, that they understand the impact, that some of these decisions that can be made impact their community, they impact the business. And so I think I'm very proud of how much SEMA has done and can continue to do. I see one of the huge benefits of SEMA as an organisation is to make sure that we just have a fantastic economic environment, social environment, that everyone can keep doing what they're doing today. I don't see that changing. I think we just need to defend it. We just need to keep basically encouraging that.
Yeah, keep saying here we are,
Absolutely.
here we are, because if we don't voice who we are, we perhaps get bowled over. And so that's why we so appreciate the representatives from SEMA defending our rights in Washington. We've been running the ads on SEMA Live for the past few days, showing what we're doing to make our voices heard. So kudos to you and the rest of the board of directors for representing us in the industry so well.
100%. And I see there's more opportunity for everyone to get involved. This is with individual memberships now. I think there is so many people who are passionate about SEMA, they're passionate about the industry. The more people we can let become part of that, be influential in their communities. I mean, so it's we want more people to be part of it. I mean, let's just keep this whole industry healthy, thriving. I mean, booming. It's been around for over 60 years. I mean, I want to see it 60 years time. Probably won't be here, but but I want to see basically it is here and it's healthy and thriving for sure.
And that's why these 4 days here at the SEMA Show in Las Vegas is such a great kind of celebration of what SEMA is, because a lot of people think that this is all SEMA is. No, it's a year-round organization that keeps this industry strong and represents it when we need representation.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's the most important thing we see here. The show is, I mean, it's really a beacon for us, but there's other 361 days of the year that we have to be defending the industry, growing our members, supporting our members. I mean, there's so many things we can do and are happening, and I really encourage people to get out there. There's a huge amount of resources. I mean, I spoke earlier in the week with SEMA Garage. So many great resources out there to make sure that their members can be leveraging those sort of things. So whether the resources out there, the education, I mean, it's there all year. And I think, the more we use it, the better.
Yeah, really appreciate you, man. Mark
Absolutely.
Sumloff, Board of Directors of SEMA,
Chris.
Toyota Trucks North America. Thanks for coming on SEMA Live, man.
Been a pleasure. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you right back. All right. Tons more to come in the last few hours we have on our last day of SEMA Live. Right now, we're going to kick it over to JC, who's standing by with yet another friend of mine, Mark Vaught of Classic Industries.
Yes. Oh, hey, thank you, Chris. Everyone, this is Mark Vogt with Original Equipment Reproduction, and what an amazing company he has. We'll get into it just a second, but I got to tell you, we've been hanging out about 5 minutes just observing the SEMA crowd. This is quite the event, huh?
Oh yeah, it's an awesome event every year. We love coming here. We love seeing our customers, seeing our vendors. It's the best show in the world.
It really is. And you guys do something very special when it comes to this business and this industry with the products that you guys are making.
Yeah, we reproduce restoration parts for the restoration industry. We started with Chevy, we got into the Dodge line, we're just now into the Ford line, and we're always expanding what we do.
This is so neat. So 1969 Plymouth GTX, someone's working on restoring their car, they need the grill, you guys have that. GMC, Chevrolet, you guys got everything here.
We try to have everything customers are looking for.
And you produce this in your factory? Where are you producing everything?
We job it out to different factories all over the U.S. and the world.
Uh-huh. And what are some of the products we have behind us?
So we've got the Ford line here, we've got Dodge, we've got Chevy, we've got Tri-5, we got Ford Truck as one of our newest lines.
You cover it all, and I stopped abruptly because there's something very special we're about to see.
Yes, when someone told me I could get this car in this booth, it's like, yeah, no problem, take it. I want it. There are few cars that are just legends, and a Boss 429 Mustang is a legend.
And it's a one of 89.
It's one of 89. It is coral red. It is a beautiful car. It was restored by Constance Nunez, and she did an awesome job.
I can see the comments now. Show us the car. Show us the car. Show us the car. You ready to see the car? Let's see the car. Whoo-wee! Mark, this just pops here in your booth.
And I saw it for the first time on Saturday when they delivered it.
Oh my gosh.
It is a beautiful restoration.
This is pretty much all original. I mean, we repaint,
pretty
but
much all original.
there's a great backstory behind the car.
Yes, she restored it. She restored it all original. We'll get to the engine, but the engine is what makes these cars. They're just so rare that it is just it's one of a kind. It really is.
And the extra rarity is the paint color that we're looking at.
The paint color as well. Yes, it is an exceptional job on the restoration. Constance, Cars by Constance, she did a great job on this.
She does everything she touches is absolutely amazing. To be next to one of her builds here in SEMA, the way the lights are hitting it. Sorry if I'm not really being too descriptive because I'm kind of speechless standing next to it.
The video won't do it justice.
Yeah.
You got to come see the car.
Let's walk around the front end. And can we see under the hood?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is, by the way, tying into someone is working on a Mustang. You would have the parts that one might need for restoring the Mustang.
Absolutely.
I need like a drum roll, please. I don't go around here.
This is one of those super rare cars you don't see. They're in museums, they're in private collections. And to have it here, we are so privileged that she let us bring this to the show.
This 33,000 original miles on the car.
Yes, yeah, I can't say any more than the rarity.
So the motor is a one of 10 that's autographed by Mario Andretti.
Yes.
Do you know where Mario had signed the engine?
They don't let me get near it enough to be able to tell you exactly.
It's supposed to be signed. Something like, we peek in and try. Anyone looking, as we're looking at the engine?
Just make sure you don't get too close.
I'm not touching anything here in a museum quality car.
She will hurt me if you touch her baby too hard.
Did she erase the signature? She's like, what's this? We don't need this. Someone signed this. Why would I need this signature? I don't. That's
probably over on that valve cover.
Yeah.
I would think. I can't see it all. I can't tell you.
That's all right. That's all right. We're told it's got to be in there somewhere. Maybe someone watching saw it.
There you go. Or it's probably on her website.
Yeah. In your opinion, where does this stand as far as automotive history? Maybe someone is kind of new to the car world, they're checking out SEMA Live for the first time. Really paint the picture of what a rarity we have in front of us.
One of 89. I mean, you can't get any more. I mean, and how many still survive?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Is it unlocked?
Yes, it's unlocked.
Okay, it's unlocked.
You're good. She's going to hurt me.
Listen, she's going to hurt you, not me. She's coming after you, not me. I'm in the clear. Let's go to the driver's side. Come on. All right, let's see here. I'll let you pop it open, then we'll back up so everyone watching can see inside. Let Mark swing around and get a shot of the interior. Let's talk about as we're looking at the inside. I mean, everything you guys do. There's not a part that you guys can't do?
No, as a matter of fact, there are probably 24 cars you can build without a car anymore. You can get bodies, you can get chassis. I was walking through the show. They've got a full 70 Chevelle convertible body available. So, I mean, you know, these are another car that I think, I don't know if they're done yet, but they're almost done, full bodies availability.
But as far as your parts and two, where do you see the market going? What are a lot of people working on nowadays?
The what we'll call the first generations, the 69s, the 70s. The later model stuff is definitely becoming more popular.
Okay, let's slide around the back here, let everyone see, get a full tour of the car. Because what your company does is really cool. Helping their dreams is what you guys do.
Yeah, but I mean, we have the taillights, the bumpers, the gas caps, the logos, all that kind of stuff is available.
Are any of your parts on this car?
I'm sure there are. I couldn't tell you which ones, but I'm sure there are.
Come around the other side so everyone gets a full look at the car as well. Hold on one second. Is it really for sale?
Yes. It's for sale.
Okay, so I bet you some people are leaving comments. Is it for sale? Is it for sale? It's for sale.
It's for sale.
How does someone
scan the barcode?
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe you can video it and freeze the frame.
Yeah, you can, yeah.
And you can find out a lot more information about the car.
So if you're streaming this on your TV or computer, grab your cell phone out, take a picture of that, and they'll take you right to the site where it's for sale.
Yes.
All right, slide around the front here. I'm trying to move around the car very delicately, so I don't want to touch it.
I appreciate that. Because like you said, she's going to hurt me, not you.
So the biggest thing that you've been at SEMA many years, Mark, is what's the biggest thing you've seen out there on the floor this year?
Probably some of the resto mods, the extreme 1,000, 2,000 horsepower resto mods. They seem to be, you know, one of the big upcoming breeds. You know, these kind of cars are awesome, but they're far and few between. But anybody can build a resto mod. And we sell parts for resto mods.
You guys do. And you guys do. And it's neat to see, too, because this is the last day of SEMA. A lot of conventions that come to Las Vegas, the final day, people start to dwindle down. It gets a little bit quieter. Not here at SEMA. It's still packed.
No, at SEMA on the last day, they open it up to the general public. They get to experience the stuff that only the businesses get to see. And these are my customers as well.
I love it. Mark, thank you so much. It's been a treat chatting with you and a treat showcasing this 1970 Boss 429.
Absolutely.
Awesome. All right, Chris, it's for sale, Chris. I know a guy that can help you out. I'll send it back to you up there in the studio.
Real quick, but I'm not sure that I can afford a Boss 9. But please reserve my right just in case I have enough zeros in my account. JC, thanks, and great to see Mark there, old friend of mine. Again, family reunion happens again every time at SEMA. And speaking of family, my next two guests in studio, it's the kind of family I want to join and be a part of. Because Dustin Williams, you did the coolest thing in the world for your dad, Patrick.
I'm so stoked.
You built him his dream car, and as a Mopar guy, man, when I saw it on social media, just absolutely drooling. Is it Remington is the name of the color?
Honestly, I don't know. We had so many different choices we were looking at, and you know, I saw purple and the classic purple, right? That's kind of really what I wanted for him.
Plum crazy. Yeah.
And we were looking and looking and looking, and then I saw that, and I was like, that's got to be it.
Although if it's a Dodge, so I think the proper Dodge name is Inviolate.
Right.
Plymouth
was
plum crazy. Plymouth is plum crazy. There's those little Mopar.
See, these are you guys. Man.
Idiosyncrasies. Regardless, let's say what it is. It's 1970 Dodge Challenger, and you put a 392 in.
Yes, it's such an epic engine to put in that chassis. Ford, I feel like it just fits perfectly, and honestly, it looks great in the engine bay. I wanted something that was like the vintage aura of the car, the 70s Challenger, but also having that touch of modern so that when he's driving it starts right up, it just goes, it's got the power, it's got the fun. So it's really an all-in-one package. You still have that classic styling with the new power.
So gorgeous, man. And what what was the starting point? Was it originally a 318 car or a 383 car?
Originally it had whatever the six-cylinder.
The slant six.
The slant six.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and so the previous owner of this car owned it for about 12 years, and he put a 340 into it, which was such an awesome engine. But again, for my dad, I really wanted something that he could hop into, start up right away, a little bit more modern. So we pulled out that 340, and I figured the next best thing would be the 392 in this car. For the chassis and for what he's going to be driving it around,
which was also my dream engine.
Yeah, he loves the 392,
nice.
and so we put the ZF 8-speed in there for him. We had Tim cut out the trans tunnel, kind of mount it up, make sure there's a bunch of room in there so nothing can go wrong. It's really the perfect all-in-one. It's awesome. It's got AC. It's clean. It's great.
Nice. And you posted such a great video, car to car, where your dad's cruising by. And,
yes.
And you, even though you couldn't see you in there, Patrick, I think we still saw your smile.
Absolutely.
Having
ear to ear.
Life, yeah, it is such an epic build, and to be able to do something like this for the person that got me into cars, it's a dream come true. I never in a million years would have imagined I'd be in this position to build, the person that's supported me my whole life, and that has really got me to where I am today, be able to do something like that for him. So I'm just really, really proud, and definitely the most meaningful build that we've ever done.
That's so awesome, man.
And as far as meaningful, as wonderful as the car is, the meaning behind it is even more incredible to me.
Yeah. That's what it's all about, man. I mean, I can see it on your face right now how much
I'm
that
like a
means
kid.
to you. What's the origin of that 70 Challenger being your dream car? Did you have one back in the day?
I did not have one. Since I was 14 years old, that was my dream car. And my plans were when I turned 16, I was hoping to have that as my first car. My parents had a friend who had a 72 Firebird Formula, and it was a good price, so that's what I got as my first car. Had that for a few years. When I went off to college, I made the silly decision. I wanted a Monte Carlo Super Sport, so I got rid of my Firebird Formula. And my entire life, the 1970 Challenger has just been the car. And I guess he's heard me my entire life because I've said continuously that one day I'm going to own one. And it never happened.
Yeah.
And when he did this for me, I was just blown away. And I had not an inkling that he was doing this. I was supposed to be going to I came to California to visit, but I was supposed to be looking at the Porsche, the Cayman he had just finished.
Yeah.
And when he opened the garage door, I think I stood there for 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah.
It didn't compute in my brain why there was a Challenger sitting there. And at no point did I even think it was mine. Then I figured, well, wow, he's doing a really cool build. I just had no clue.
It was perfect. It was perfect.
I mean, it took my breath away. And it took me, I don't know that it's really completely sunk in to this day.
He's going to drive it for the first time today out of the show. So I think at that point, when he starts it for the first time and actually hears the engine and drives it out, that's when it'll really...
It sounds so great.
Yeah.
What exhaust did you run there?
So we have a custom exhaust right now, but
nice.
I think we'll be working with MagnaFlow to get something cool.
You know what? I just remembered what shirt I wore today. This was not planned, but maybe.
Look at that!
Yeah, maybe that's for you.
That's awesome. It all happens
that
for
is
a
so
reason.
cool.
It's the Vanishing Point Challenger, of course. Did that movie Vanishing Point influence your love of the
Of course,
Challenger?
of course. That absolutely played a role.
It's just such a cool story. I mean, my earliest memory of cars when I was a kid was my dad actually bought the new Dodge Charger when it had first come out. I was the V6 version, as like the one that he could get back then, and I remember somebody pulling up to us at a stop sign and just saying like, "Whoa, that's such a cool car." And as a kid, that really sunk in with me. Man, that's cool that someone's like appreciating my dad's car, and that's always stuck with me ever since. So that's kind of like where it all happened for me.
Really great.
Well, when Dustin was a child, I have always loved cars. And I mean, I'm a big Mopar guy, but just muscle cars. I just appreciate their art to me. And when he was a child, even very little, I don't even know if you can remember, we would go to City Park in New Orleans, where almost every Sunday they'd have tons of classic cars out there. And then we'd moved to Gulfport, Mississippi, and of course they have Cruising the Coast there. And Dustin and I would go.
Just there last month.
We'd go look at all the cars. I'd bring him home car magazines, and then it really piqued his interest in cars, and then just kind of built from there. He's much more of a JDM guy than I am. Now he has got me interested in JDM, but the the Challenger, in my mind, is the epitome of American muscle.
It's
That
opened
car is
my
a
eyes
piece
for
of
sure.
art.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Well, I'm a 1970 model myself, so I am definitely biased to the 1970s too. My favorite Mopar, also an e-body, is the AAR Cuda. So
Yes.
the sister car to the
Yes.
Challenger. So Dustin, what do you got going in the shop right now?
Man, we have so much. We just finished up my dad's Challenger. We just finished up a wrecked Porsche Cayman that we completed, and we've got some exciting builds coming in next year. We've got some giveaway cars that we're going to do on the channel. So I build all these cars. I like to race, and we kind of show them all for people to watch on the channel, and they can follow along. And then some of the builds we even give away so people have a chance to win these cars. So we got a lot coming in. I'm super excited.
And did that just happen organically for you? Did you just say, hey, let's start showing people what we're doing?
Yeah.
It was never really intent to be where you are.
No, back when I started 12 years ago, YouTube and Instagram and all that really wasn't a thing. I just loved cameras. And during that time, it was when I got my first car. Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift came out, and I was kind of a generation that got inspired by that. So I got my first car, I had my love for cameras, and I was like, hey, why don't we just try and shoot some of the stuff that I'm doing with my car? And I had my dad back then, he would kind of help me film.
I was
all
the
that
original
stuff.
videographer.
And through high school and through college, I kind of kept up with it. And in college, I noticed, hey, people are watching, people are subscribing, and it kind of just spiraled through that, and to where I am today. It's crazy. I had no idea that I'd be sitting in this seat right now. So I'm very, very fortunate, very lucky, and I love what I get to do. And hopefully they can see my passion through the content that I create. And I just want to hopefully inspire those people to chase their dreams, do what they love, and have fun. And things have a funny way of working out.
Yeah, well, you're locked into one of the fastest growing segments of the community right now as far as popularity goes, which is JDM. I mean, the values have just gone crazy with JDM.
And again, I was super fortunate in that too, to kind of have that love for Japanese cars. I own every generation of GTR, and that is kind of my thing. I love that. And now stepping out of my comfort zone, getting into the muscle cars, the European cars, I'm kind of getting a little bit of a taste of everything. And I think that's the coolest thing of what we get to do, is try a little bit of it all. So I'm really learning.
So different than what he typically does.
Yeah.
And did a beautiful job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Crushed it. All right, so in the last couple minutes, let me hear from you what some of your highlights here at SEMA have been.
Oh my gosh, I think of course the highlight of my entire SEMA was getting to show my dad the car for the first time. That was so cool for him to see the car finished. But really what SEMA is all about is not only the cars, but what I really love is getting to meet and see everybody that we work with in the industry. SEMA is so much about building cool things and showing off products, but it's also about the connections that you can make through the industry and the people that you get to meet all throughout the halls. I mean, this place is gigantic, and there's almost too much to see. But it's so cool getting to connect with the people that we may work with, and meeting new people, and also seeing builds from all over the world. I think one of my favorites of course it's a JDM, so bear with me here, but one of my favorite builds was from Sakamoto-san at Garage Active, the R33 GTR with the wide body. It's got the carbon fade.
And that's a Toyo Tread Pass?
It is, yes.
Of course.
I mean,
that
it
is
gorgeous. Just epic.
Yeah.
It's beautifully done. So, I mean, there's so much to do, so much to see. SEMA is almost endless. So I could talk forever.
Rolling pieces of art for sure, man.
Everywhere.
Dustin Williams, Patrick Williams, thank you so much for joining us here on
Thank
SEMA
you.
Live, man.
Thank you for having us.
Well done. Once again, a family I would like to join, the Williams. Check him out on YouTube and social media, of course, and follow everything that he is doing in the garage.
Yeah, thank you guys
Props
so much.
to you.
Thank you, man.
Awesome.
Appreciate it.
Great to have you up here. All right, we're going to chuck it over to Alliyah, who is standing by with another buddy of mine. We had him on the show a couple days ago, Shane Chrisman, over there at Mother's Polish.
Thank you, Chris. I am here at Mother's Polish with Shane. Shane, Mother's Polish has been known to be one of the leading brands in automotive cleaning. What makes people so loyal to your brand?
We've been around for a while. We're car guys through and through. We're not stuffy white coat people or black coat people that white coat. Yeah, and we're just car people through and through, and we love what we do. We make products that we want to use, that we do use, and they solve problems for not only us, but everyone in the industry.
And you guys have such a wide range of products. What is it that you guys ultimately look for when deciding to bring another product to your lineup?
problem solution.
Yeah.
Like people complain about things, and we figure out how to make a product that solves that problem. And our new line is no different. I mean, people don't know about ceramics or how to use them, so we created a line that made ceramics easy. It's literally ceramics made simple.
Awesome. Are there any new products that you're showcasing here at SEMA?
We are. It's our brand new ceramic line and our California Gold line.
Awesome. Okay, well, thank you so much for the information. We're actually going to go ahead and interview Danny. Danny has a really special story in regards to George Poteet and his recent passing. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. I was waiting for you at the car. All righty. Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of people are obviously very interested in this vehicle and, of course, the life of George Poteet. Can you just go ahead and give us an idea of what he meant to you and the brand?
Well, I mean, I worked for George 35 years this month, so I learned more from that man than I ever learned in school or anywhere else, you know. He was a well-rounded, knowledgeable person, and his heartthrob was cars and racing. But the thing most people don't know about him, and they wouldn't have any way of knowing about him, but he was such a giving person. He came from such a small town in Mississippi that they literally was ragged and dirt poor. And when he was a self-built man, you know, self-made man for his money in his company, and they worked hard and made all that work, and he never lost sight of where he came from. In all these years that I've run with him, many times me and him travel one side of the country to the other, I've seen him be engaged with people he never met before, never see again, but he'd leave them something, money if they were in, you know, going to school. He'd leave them money. They'd say, "Did you mean to leave that much money?" He said, "I know how much money I left." He said, "Finish your education, it's important." Wow. He had a side of him that way that the hot rod industry and people, they would have no way of knowing.
Yeah.
But the man had such a good heart. I've seen him give to all kinds of people in need because he had been blessed with money. But like I said, he had a good heart. He never forgot where he came from. And I said, well, I won't be like George. I won't be a man with a good heart.
Aww.
So, but he was great to work for. Had a lot of leadway. He'd give you direction. Here, we're going here to pick this car up. You're going to this shop to take parts or whatever. We're going to this auction. We're going to this car show. Yeah. And it was a hobby for me that turned into a full-time job. And of course, all my friends was jealous about it. I said, well, it ain't all, car shows, but I said, there's a lot of times I might not need to go, but I had to.
Yeah.
But I said it was an adventure and one that I'll never forget. And he blessed so many people. Everybody that worked for him was around him. If you had a problem or a need, he was quick to say, well, what can I do?
Right.
What can I help you? And so he was just for the public. He's a hot rodder and a race car driver,
right.
At Bonneville.
Right.
But to the rest of us that knew him, he's a big father to us all, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
But the real thing that I talked about people even at his funeral, I said, I'm going to tell you a story about him that you wouldn't know that side of George because we're all, car guys and blah, blah, blah. But I said the things I've seen him do for people that he didn't know. And that's when I knew at an earlier onslaught that this man's really on, this guy has a good heart.
Right.
He has compassion on people that is in need. So through all that, we start racing at Bonneville and stuff, and something that I never dreamed I'd even get to go there.
Yeah.
Wind up setting 300-mile-an-hour records with cars he built.
Wow. Very
and that's
cool.
That's what I said. So it was it evolved up to what it was, and but that was his, that was his safe place. He loved the cars and the people, and he's helped so many in the industry. There's a lot of people in the industry tell you that George Poteet helped him along in being a new product line or whatever, because he had the resources to do it and he had the heart to do it, and he was just such a good person overall.
Right.
And that's what I have to say about him as far as who he was. But the people he's helped, this industry in particular, many of the car builders, young guns that started out, he gave them the resources and say, let's see what you can do.
Right.
Troy Japania was one of the first ones. So Alan Johnson, Dave Lane, Roy Bridge, they've all had a hand with him. he just gives them a direction to go and steps back out of the way and lets them do what they can do. So it's been 35 years. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's been that long, but it's been a real adventure. It's a long time.
Yeah.
And to have your hobby turn into a full-time job. So.
No, yeah, I mean that's beautiful. Thank you so much for all sharing and being so vulnerable. We really do appreciate it. This is a beautiful tribute that you guys have displayed here at SEMA for him, and he's obviously very deserving of this honor.
Oh, absolutely. He was always a guy with a big smile.
Mm-hmm.
The picture shows you that. That's what we call the poteet smile.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I'm sure he's very proud of everything that you're doing, and we want to thank you so much once again for sharing. Once again, everyone, reporting live from the 3M booth, I'm here with Danny. Back to you, Chris.
Love it. Thank you, Alliyah, for that, and great tribute to George Poteet. That car Blowfish is absolutely legendary. And speaking of legends and legendary, I got a great guest coming into the studio right now. He's a podcast host, former professional mixed martial art artist. That's tough to say.
That's a lot.
I should have just said MMA.
He's just a guy.
Car guy.
Legend's a little
stand-up comedian. Of course, I'm talking about Brendan Schaub. Brendan, thanks for joining me, man.
Thank you, brother. Big fan. Told you this off air. Big fan.
Right back at you.
Follow all your stuff. Yeah, you're crushing it, man.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. We were just talking about our mutual love of the D170, the new Dodge Demon, the last of the SRTs, limited production. I do not drive mine. You drive the hell out of yours. It's your daily.
Daily. Drop the kids off at school, pick them up. I go pick up groceries. That's what I like to do, man.
You are the most badass dad at the school when you're going to pick up the kids.
They know I'm coming. They hear me.
Yeah, exactly.
I put straight pipes on it. Like, they know I'm coming.
That's
Has the
too
slick
fun.
still on it. Yeah, I love it.
That's awesome. And you got a really cool project that you brought to SEMA this year, which is a giveaway. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it's Drive Fast All Gas. So to win this Dark Horse Mustang, it's a special one because I partnered with Roush and Magnuson, so it has their launch blower kit on it. So they did 1 of 100. They saved one for me, why I don't know. So we put it on the Dark Horse and partnered with Anderson Composite, so it has the GTD carbon fiber fenders in the front, has the hood, has the bumper, the trunk, the spoiler, everything. So then custom interior. This thing's pretty special.
Yeah, it's amazing. With the D170 putting out 1,025, the new ZR1 that'll be out next year, that's 1,064.
Yeah.
Is it time for Ford to step their game up and break that 4-digit barrier?
Yeah, I thought they were going to do the GTD, but
it's not. It's like around 880 or something, right?
Yeah, I think it's 800. Yeah. But still a great car, but they only made 300 of them. But my whole thing, and I think you, like me, you're a Mopar guy.
Yes.
I love Mopar.
Yes.
Explain this to me. You're in the car space. What is Stellantis doing?
I don't know.
Who's running that ship? Is it the same people running Disney?
Tim Kuniskis just retired, and they've got a new guy
Shout out
in
to
there.
him.
Yeah. So I don't know. They're in a bit of flux right now, which is concerning.
I feel like we're getting trolled, because they had the Hellcat. It was kicking ass.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, let's just get rid of that. Bring in all electric, or bring in the hybrid motors, the V6s and the RHOs and the trucks. And it's like, man, listen to the consumer.
Yeah.
So they're making it hard to be a Mopar guy.
Yeah.
So now, what Ford's doing, with that Mustang and all the Mustangs, it's not just the Dark Horse. It comes with a drift brake.
Mm-hmm.
Stock comes with a drift brake. They do some cool stuff, has a Coyote in it. Chevy, like I said, the ZR1, they're doing cool stuff. Ford does all their Raptor stuff. And then Stellantis over here just not doing anything.
And when they were leading the charge in
man.
2018
Yes.
with the original Demon, the next generation of the Demon, and like I have a Hellcat, that's my daily driver, a Red Eye, and that's plenty of horsepower, and I absolutely love that thing. But you're right, we kind of feel like we've fallen off a cliff now, and I love the guys at Dodge. The designers are buddies of mine. Shout out to Ralph Gilles. But you're right. There's a void now that we need to fill with Mopar, right?
Yeah, because these days I feel I'm completely against the electric movement. I can't stand it and the people that drive those things. So it's not, there's Ford guys, there's Dodge guys, there's Chevy guys. No. We're all one now. It's not Dodge versus Ford versus Chevy. It's all of us versus electric movement.
Yeah.
So we got to band together, man. Right. And Dodge, you're part of the problem.
Yeah, you're a big part of the solution if you can be the solution.
Look what they do with the TRX.
Yeah.
Just keep that rolling, man.
Right.
That's a great truck. I have one. It's one of my favorite freaking vehicles of all time.
So maybe they'll surprise us. Maybe in the next year or 18 months they'll say, we're back.
Hopefully.
Surprise.
Now that Trump's that leadership, maybe release the chokehold on the electric stuff.
And it seems that it's going that way. A lot of my guests that I've had here on SEMA Live who have knowledge of what's happening there have indicated, and I know you're a big proponent of that, and so am I, that pullback from these crazy mandates that they're trying to throw at us in the next few years.
Especially I'm in California.
Me too,
so Newsom is not my friend.
Right, yeah. Well, and fortunately, even more of a microcosm, we just got a new DA in California.
Correct.
So it's like that shift, I think, is starting to happen.
Me too. And also, and this just isn't Stellantis, but Ford can do some of this too. But if you see all the retro resto mods, like do that. Clearly there's a market for it. The F100s, like do a remake on that. There's the C10s, like all that old school stuff. They could do a splash of that in their new stuff. There's a massive market.
Everyone like us, we always have a glance back to the past. We love the retro stuff. Look at the redesign of the Challenger and the Mustang, the Camaro.
Correct.
The Corvette that's coming out has a throwback to the split window.
Split window, yeah. I mean, you look at the Demon 170, like mine's Sublime Green because that's a throwback to the 70s when they had the Plum Crazy and the Sublime Green. Like they'll sell.
Yeah.
Figure it out, man. It's not hard.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, so coming from the world of MMA, how did you pivot into comedy? Had that always been a dream of yours? Has that always been something you were doing all along?
No, I kind of fell in it. I was always the funny guy in the locker room, and then playing football. I played football forever since I was like 6. And then, I was just a funny guy in the locker room. And then I moved to LA before the UFC. I partnered up with Brian Callen, who's a comedian. Then we started doing a podcast. Now you're talking 14, 15 years ago, before everyone their aunt had a podcast. Like we were the original professional comedian, professional athlete. We're the first duo. And
Brian's the same way.
Yeah.
But he's more known for his comedy and then became more known for his fighting. You kind of flipped the script on that. Yeah.
Exactly. He's 58. Yeah, badass. So I think I just got, into that culture. And I would go to I'd go to the Comedy Store. Comedy Works in Denver, and eventually they got him and Rogan pushed me into it. And then you give me an inch, I take a mile, So I just started headlining probably 4 years after they pushed me into it, So I just kind of fell into it, man.
That's cool. That's cool. That you did the work in the clubs and cut your teeth, and now you're finding success in that area.
Yep.
And then all along you were a car guy, so it was just natural to kind of throw that into the mix also.
Yeah, I think especially in comedy or even in fighting too, the car guys will find each other wherever you're at. In any room, the car guys will find each other. So in comedy, like Tom Segura's a big car guy, Joe Coy's a big car guy, Rogan's obviously a huge car guy. Yep. So we'd always park in the Comedy Store parking lot and talk about our cars. So it's always just been a thing, you know. So eventually I was like, man, I just want to do that,
Yeah. That's why we need combustible engines, because we need to hear each other coming.
Yeah, man.
You can't hear a Tesla coming.
No, it's safer. It's safer. That's why I should do it. Yeah.
More efficient.
Yeah, more efficient. Saves the planet.
Not so sure about
whatever makes you feel good.
I'm with you. I'm on the ice side of the fence.
Big time. I just got into diesel, brother. I just got into diesel. That's a whole nother world.
Exactly.
Now I got a Humvee, H1. I'm all about diesels, building a Power Stroke 6.0 motor. So I'm all about it, man.
I love it, dude. I wish we had more time, man, because we could talk this kind of stuff.
Brother,
forever.
like I said, huge fan. I follow everything you do. You're crushing it. Keep doing the Lord's work, man.
Right back at
Appreciate
you, Brendan
it,
Schaub.
Appreciate
you coming to see us here on SEMA Live. All right, let's kick it over to JC. What do you got, JC? Where are you in the SEMA sphere?
Yeah,
there he is. Yeah. JC, take it away, my brother.
Thank you, Chris. It's been a fun week here at SEMA, and we've done some big car reveals. We've talked to some big car personalities. And right now, it's all about the data of SEMA and the science behind SEMA. And this is here Rich with ACT, and we have Gigi with SEMA. What exactly is your involvement with SEMA and working with the data?
Well, I run SEMA Data, and we're a program that helps all the companies like ACT create product information to be shared with their customers so that parts can be sold online, in stores, everywhere. Basically, data drives sales.
Yes.
And, ACT is a 5-year data excellence recipient. they create fantastic data that has been selling products for them. In terms of growth, over the last 5 years, it's been exponential.
So Rich, how is getting the data that you need helped you and your company?
It has basically increased sales exponentially over the years. We've literally seen jumps of 12 to 15 and up to 37% increase in sales.
That's
Why?
big.
Because real data sells real product, and you can't sell without it. People go to a website. How many times have you gone to a website and you can't find what you need, so you bounce?
Yes.
Why do you bounce? Because you're going to go somewhere where you can find the data to make the right choice.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's whatever it is, car stuff, clothes, guitar, you got to have data.
Yes.
Real data sells real product.
A little side note, kudos to us on doing that walk with no issues, not walking over our camera guy, no one stepping in. We rehearsed that a couple times. Job well done.
At least 5 times.
We're good. Because you know why? Because we had the data. The data said when you walk, people enjoy watching it.
That's right.
Yeah.
And use those cadence and don't go too fast. And keep an eye.
We're having some fun here. Let's get into some of your products here, Rich.
And you will see actually some of the physical product is described in the data itself. But yes,
Okay.
seeing the physical
I'm
product.
going to go over here. All right.
So right here we've got our new Mod Twin. It's a modular twin design. And what's great about this is, and what's important is, normally in a twin type of product, there is not enough room in there to have a sprung-centered hub, because you'd have to have two of them. And in this, we have what we call a monodrive hub. So it's one hub that's going to drive both discs that you see right here in the cutaway. And what's important about that is this sprung hub actually dampers the torsional vibration from the engine, and it basically preserves the life of the splines, so that a racer or someone that's just doing street performance is going to be able to actually have the clutch last longer. And that's important, and we include all of that in the data through SEMA data.
It's amazing.
And it just helps people make the right choice. And you know what our return rate is? Our return rate as a company is less than 1%. And you know why? It's because of our data. People can make the right choice the first time. Nobody wants to do a clutch job twice.
No. The data says that John should be a hand model and not selling clutches. My gosh, he's good.
Right?
He's good.
Yeah. Well, he is, and a lot of people don't know this, but Billy Gibbons, this is Billy.
Yeah.
In
I see the ZZ Top beard. It's very soft. It's very soft.
It's very soft. It's very soft. Annoying.
I can spend all afternoon with you guys. Let's talk about the differences here. We're talking about clutches and everything. The differences here back on this wall.
So we have everything from ceраmetallic, which is a very aggressive type of material. It transfers and holds heat really, really well. So people ask all the time, well, I want my clutch to last forever. Well, that's easy. Don't slip it.
Yeah.
But sometimes you can't help but slip it, right? So when you do that, you're able to research through the data and find out about ceраmetallic and why it's really good and what you want to use it for. Now, if it's a sprung hub, again, that's going to damper the torsional vibration. But maybe you need like a faster modulation. You want to go quicker. You're going to maybe go with a rigid or an unsprung hub. If you really want a quick response in there, you're going to be able to modulate very quickly with a 4-puck.
Okay.
So
let's come around here.
And what's really exciting is today, on Friday, we have the SEMA Experience as an option for our enthusiasts to actually come into the halls here at the SEMA Show and experience all the different brands and products that they can be putting in their vehicles, building out their projects, and you can see the crowd. Friday is like one of the
Friday's
most
a lot of
exciting
fun.
days.
There's great energy here on the floor.
Absolutely,
There's still
absolutely.
reveals, still celebrities in the car roll behind us. Massive following here from Max Boost. Yeah, it's great stuff.
And Huck is actually one of our members as well.
Oh, is it really?
Well, SEMA Data has over 500 brands.
Yeah.
So as you walk these halls, there's a large number of them that are part of SEMA Data, creating great content, helping sell products to basically these enthusiasts that are behind us doing
to us, the consumer.
Exactly.
Like we provide 4 images of every single product we sell, front, back, side, whatever you need, so that, and every picture is the actual product. So we don't just go, representative photo. No, we show you the real picture. Why? Because we want you to know what you're getting. So let's talk a little bit about this. We have
Who's this gentleman here?
This is Rick from Rick Lambert from.
Hi, Rick. How are you, buddy?
Nice to meet you, man.
Doing good.
Race
Doing
Tech
good.
Services.
Been in racing forever. So we designed this 4 years ago. Sequential transmission, street racing application, anything you want. And let me fire it up here for you. This basically you get rid of the H pattern, and it's just simple as that. Shifting up through the gears.
Slap shifter.
Flat shifter. Boom, 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 as fast as you want to go. It's a dog box, no sequentials. We run the ACT clips in the front, which that way we are able to cover anybody in street or road racing applications.
So
Absolutely.
this is what you would see with a slap shifter in a car. This is kind of what we're looking
Exactly.
at here.
Yep. And we have a paddle option too. A lot of these guys, running electronic paddles, nobody wants to handle.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah, exactly.
Fly through those gears again. Watch how fast you're just slapping through everything with ease.
Yeah, that's first gear.
Yeah.
Neutral, reverse lockout. But as fast as you can shift it, if the motor can keep up.
Yeah.
This thing is going to handle
Boom, boom,
it.
boom.
Yeah,
Off
exactly.
the line like that. That's awesome.
The 6XD has been bulletproof for us.
That's fantastic.
Yes.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
All right.
And then we have a Corvette version right here too. Also.
Okay.
This covers all your Corvette, which is the high end.
Can we turn this on too?
This actually is just a manual showpiece. We don't have the motor built into it. But yes, same premises as you walk up here.
Uh-huh.
Sorry. The same thing. You're just banging through the gears.
Just that slap shifter.
Exactly.
And this is what's picking up on it. You're not slapping through gears. It's just
You
the
actually have a
contact right
stop,
here.
Yeah, so you can yank as hard as you want, and you're not damaging anything in the driveline.
Which is a lot of fun too, because I think we're doing that. You still want you want that
people
feel
love it.
of, and you smash in that
Exactly,
shifter.
yeah. They love to just bang away on the gears.
Well, that's nice to see what you're actually smacking down here.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and slap away.
Absolutely, as hard as you want.
Yeah.
People get excited about this stuff.
Yeah, it's great stuff. You kidding me? And a Christmas tree too. The car enthusiast in your life, I could be.
Sales are ready.
Christmas morning, come down. A lot of people love to have this under their tree. That'd be fantastic. Well, thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you, pleasure.
Appreciate it. All right.
Final act. We're gonna get
The
you
final
in the
act.
Chair.
All right.
Get you in the chair. Here.
Get me in the chair. It's all about the demo. Get him in the chair. Get him in the chair.
Andrew's gonna guide you through.
One of our engineers, Andrew Starkson.
Okay.
And he's going to walk you through what happens here, and what you're going to do is understand the pedal feel. Very important, and it's another thing that we actually describe in the data.
Perfect.
So let me back down.
It was Andrew.
Yep.
Andrew, say hello to the world.
Hello, world.
All right.
How's it going? Yeah, so what we have demonstrated here is our 10.5-inch twin disc for a lot of the modern muscle cars, your Corvettes, Camaros, Challengers, all that. And this is our starting level. It has an 891 foot-pound torque capacity with street disc.
Okay.
Very easy to drive. You can step on the pedal and just tell the world how you feel, what the pedal feels like to you.
Yeah. So you want me shifting gears? What am I doing here?
Just mostly.
Yeah.
So yeah, primarily what we're displaying is the actual pedal feel.
Yeah.
The over center and
Smooth.
everything. Yeah.
It is. It's smooth. It's smooth. He has been describing. I'm telling you. It's smooth. It's very smooth.
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 It's smooth with a V, ladies and gentlemen. With a V.
It's
Smooth. It's Billy D. Williams smooth. You know what I'm saying?
It's smooth. So, someone watching right now, how would they be using this in their car?
Yeah. So this setup, it'd be like your high-powered street cars.
Yeah.
600, 700, 800 horsepower to the wheels. This will handle it. We've got our full-face organic street lining on it, so easy to modulate, easy to drive. How we kind of describe it is, minus the fact it doesn't slip, you would never know it has a high-performance clutch in there.
Yeah. Rich, so what we learned here is the data is very important.
Absolutely. Data sells product, and if you're not doing it, you need to get involved today. Call SEMA Data, go to semadata.org, and find out more. But trust me, as a receiver, you're not going to believe what you're going to be able to get. And if you're a manufacturer and you're not in, you need to be. This is the way to sell parts, especially right now at this time. It's so critical.
Awesome. Thank you, Rich. I appreciate
Thank
it. Gigi, any closing words?
Just get involved. Again, semadata.org will help you create great product.
This is you're part of SEMA. This is SEMA Live, the first year. We started our
Yes.
coverage Tuesday, wall-to-wall coverage Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. What's today? Friday?
Today's
Losing
Friday.
track of days.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
And
I'm losing track of days.
The closest thing I got to driving a car was being in this simulator. So thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank
This
you.
has been a great time.
It's been a lot of fun. And like you said, the crowd is, because it's open to the public, is massive today.
Yes, it is. I had a hard time actually getting to the hall this morning because there are so many people here today.
But it's so great, too, that you finally have it open to the public, because I told the story when I was in college. I worked at a rental car place, and when SEMA would happen, someone would return their car early and leave their badge behind. I would take that badge and come down, and all of a sudden, I'm Rich from ACT walking in here.
Well, I'll tell you, the thing is, because everything's outside and the consumers or enthusiasts, I should say, haven't been able to enter the halls, they always think of SEMA as a car show.
Yeah.
And we are so much
much
more
so
than
much
a car show.
All right, they're giving me the wrap sign. That was a lot of fun. Good job. Congrats on our walk and talk. We did it. We did it. Yeah. Chris, it's a blast down here on the show floor, but I'll send it back up to you in the studio.
JC, you don't look like you're having any fun at all, man. You really need to loosen up a little bit. Totally kidding. Great stuff there. Amazing. Another cool feature from down there on the SEMA floor. And back here in the SEMA Live studio, another guest joining us now, Billy Longfellow of Air Design. Billy, great to see you again, my man.
Great to see you, Chris.
How are you?
Great, I'm doing fantastic.
How's SEMA going for you so far?
I'm glad it's the last day. Been a good show, but...
Fridays are a little tough. The fatigue kind of kicks in on a Friday.
Well, I've been here since Saturday, so it's in a league Sunday, so...
Yeah, it's a long week. Because what you don't see, I mean, we started broadcasting on Tuesday, so the folks at home are really only seeing the main section of the show, but you got load in, you got to set the booth up and everything. There's a lot of stuff that people don't see that go into making SEMA a success.
You know, and then tomorrow we've got a photograph. We're going to go out to Lake Las Vegas.
Yep.
And do some, driving shots and everything, so it's an adventure.
Very cool.
But I'm here.
Well, we actually have something kind of cool. You can see right there.
Oh, yeah.
That is Billy's.
Let me take a little picture of that.
That's Billy's booth right there, Air Design.
Nice. Yeah, it is.
Very cool. And what's going on over at the booth? Right here in West Hall, what's happening at the Air Design
Well,
booth?
this year, we've got all Toyota. We did the new Tacoma Tundra. So our rep had all Toyota come down. We had corporate come down, and the response has been unbelievable.
Awesome. We just had Marcus in booth a couple segments ago, so I'm sure he was very happy with what you guys are doing over there with Toyota.
Yeah, last year was all Ford, and it was such a tremendous show because we do all the stuff for Ford components, Ford license, and then if you were walked into the Ford performance booth, that new lowered the FP 700.
That's all your stuff also?
It's got a front splitter on it, cab spoiler, and a cab tailgate spoiler. So that's kind of be a package they're going to put together to go to what they call the fads.
Nice.
So all the fads take care of all the Ford dealers.
So what you're doing in your booth this year is kind of perfect that you're in West Hall because this is where it's all going on as far as the trucks and off-roading.
Well, ever since they, COVID, when they reorganized, whoever came up with the idea to put restyling and truck together is a genius.
Yeah, right.
Because most of our guys did never leave because they all have a tire or a wheel company, but they're looking for is new accessories.
Yeah.
Because
and that's really the trend at this year at SEMA, and also kind of the last couple of years is accessorizing, customizing, and what you do is you partner with the OEMs, which is so smart. So it's just like direct. They feed you the customers.
Well, the best part about it, Chris, is if customers call or a job or something, and they know that we sell to Ford, we got a match factory warranty. And as soon as you tell them that's all they need to hear. So they can buy it from our website, or they can go to FordAccessories.com and buy our Ford stuff.
Yeah.
And also we're OE with Subaru, Honda, Volkswagen.
Right. Got it all covered. How many SEMAs is this for you?
That's funny. I was actually talking to Chip the other day, and he goes, "When did you start?" I go, early 70s, and he said 85.
Wow. Early 70s.
No, I've been coming in the 90s.
Yeah. Oh, you said
early
90s.
Sorry,
okay.
early 90s.
Got it.
And then he said he's been here since 85.
Yeah. That's amazing, man, to think of how many years it's been and how much.
Well, I dated myself saying early 90s, and he said 60, 85.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, wow.
I mean, when you started coming then, I think it was only in maybe 1 or 2 halls, nothing outside in the parking lot, right?
Oh, nothing at all.
Yeah.
And then when, yeah.
That's cool. And what are some of the trends you're seeing this year? You've probably gotten a chance to walk the entire show, or have you been?
No, I've watched, the whole thing.
Okay, so what are you seeing out there?
For us, it's, we don't really sell kits. Now we sell accessories. And for us, it's all about something that's, our stuff comes in a satin black. So when you buy it, you can stick it on or pre-paint it. So to me, it's more the accessories that's selling.
Because you see a lot of your customers doing wraps on your product too?
Yes.
Or is it mostly paint?
Wraps, but the problem is with our stuff, you can't wrap a car and then put it on. So you'd have to put it on.
Put it on it. And
exactly.
Do
because
the wrap.
the 3M tape and the 540 glue won't adhere to a wrap.
Gotcha. And what about in your garage? You got anything cool that you're working on right now, or something that's finished?
No, basically everything's here.
Yeah. Oh, you just brought everything with you?
Yeah, we brought everything here.
Nice, man.
It's when I had Wings West, I had the custom, NSX. That's what all the kids wanted.
Oh yeah.
But where do you drive in California on the freeways?
Right. Yeah, that's cool, man. Those are great cars, man. I remember when they first were introduced back in 92?
Yeah.
Was that the first year of the NSX?
Exactly. I had 003.
Yeah. And actually, that car was the inspiration for the McLaren F1. The
Really?
designer of the McLaren F1 loved his NSX so much, he kind of styled it after that car. And in fact, he wanted Honda to supply the engine for the McLaren F1, but Honda said no. And so he ended up going to BMW to supply the engines for the McLaren F1. Just a little automotive insider there. Gordon Murray, the designer of the F1, loved his NSX so much, he styled it in its...
I can see that now.
Yeah,
now
in
that
its
you say that.
inspiration. Yeah.
Exactly.
That's cool. So walking around, especially in Central Hall, have you seen some builds that have particularly drawn your interest?
Yeah, actually, one of our customers, there's a couple of them. There's a, right here in Max Rack's the 68 Bronco.
Right,
one
right
of our
here.
customers built that thing. And
Nice.
He's one of our,
yeah, it's cool. The orange one right here, right? Yeah, it's right
so
there.
he's, you know, from Lucky Motorsports. He's got actually he started a whole used car lot called the Bronco Corral. He's got he's got every Bronco ever made.
Oh wow!
All the way up to a Raptor.
Nice.
So he sells a lot of our product because they have a lot of our kits go good in the used market.
Yeah.
You know, they can buy like a low end truck, and then they can put our accessories on it. You know, then it's they'll finance or something. Because if you go to a dealer, I think it's going to be twice as much money.
Right. You probably get a lot of customers who are coming to you with the Gen 1 Broncos with 66 through 72.
Well, basically, since we started Air Design in 215, so we're 250 and up. And then,
okay.
Yeah, then once we started, we basically started with the trucks. Even we do Mustang and Stinger, some of those cars, but mostly we're all trucks.
Yeah, because I was going to say, I mean, the Bronco market these days is just insane.
Yeah, we make
like
on the new Bronco.
No, I was saying, but I was talking about the older Broncos.
No, I was saying we're just
the
on
stuff that you're doing is for the 2015s.
Yeah, we're all on the new one up.
Gotcha.
So in 22, I had one of the first Broncos I got from Ford in California, and I painted it baby blue and white.
There's a baby blue and white one right there.
I know,
it's kind of funny, yeah.
It's like I'm getting pictures from all our guys. They go, hey, copied your Bronco.
Totally, they did. It's funny because I've been looking at that truck all week going, wow, that is a really cool truck. So to have you mention that is pretty funny. Cool. So what does the future hold for Air Design? Where do you see the company going in the next 5 years?
What works really good for us is working with the OEs, but especially on what they call their retail side, or what we call the components, where you sell to them and they sell to the dealers, or where they have fads. Some have distributors, because it gives you so much credibility. And dealing all these years with Ford, you get all the advanced data. Like I had data on the Bronco, Maverick, Mustang.
Yeah, so you know what's coming down the pike, so you can kind of tailor your products to what they're going to be putting out.
And everything's got to be done before job one. So job one is basically probably 45 to 60 days out before the dealers get the cars.
Right.
So all our products got to be in stock.
Yeah, because you don't want to get cut behind and have that potential.
No, it's in our contract, so it's great. So when you get that far, we're like 6 months ahead of all the competitors.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
And plus, it just, even though we deal with Alliyah, so we're all software driven, but dealing with all the engineers, from all the manufacturers, it just makes your company stronger.
Yeah.
Because now you're learning, different ways of fasteners, because it's all going to be OE.
And now, the way the industry is shaping up, where so many people want to customize their stuff, the OEMs need you almost more than you need them. I mean, obviously they're the genesis of it, but it's like they're coming to you, they're going, hey, we want to keep this customer.
Yeah, you definitely.
Yeah.
That's why it works so good, because it just gives you so much credibility. And especially when you have, like we did the little Maverick, and when I did one, it was one of the last years that, I did for Ford SEMA, so, I've done, I don't know how many years of Ford SEMA. When I saw it, it reminds me of my Wings West days, like, well, that truck's gonna be like the S10. So we did they wanted overlanding. So now, one of our biggest sellers, because now we have like a little lip spoiler, now because everybody's lowering them, and I go on these forums and I talk to guys that are like probably 50 years old, and I ask them, why'd you buy a Maverick? He goes, well, when I had an S10 or wanted an S10, I was in high school or I was college, I didn't have any money.
Yeah.
So now he goes, I just pay cash for the Maverick, airbag it, and it's their cars and coffee.
Love it, man.
Yeah, it's just
Billy Longfellow, Air Design. Thanks for joining us here on
thanks,
SEMA
Chris.
Live, man. Really appreciate you. Right now, we're going to toss it over to Alliyah, who is standing by at the Optima Motocross Jump. Take it away, Alliyah.
Go.
Thank you, Chris. We are here live in the bronze lot at SEMA, and right behind me, we have Spencer Wilton popping a wheelie All the fans are very excited to see him. He's been going hard all day. Really exciting things. We're here inside the Optima display here at SEMA, inside the bronze lot. Look at all these fans. Oh, I wonder what he's going to do next. Amazing. Wow. Once again, everyone, this is Spencer Wilton. He is a professional dirt bike rider and YouTuber. Very cool. What's up, Spencer? How's it going? How did that feel?
Good. We're down here at SEMA Live right now and enjoying the weather and trying to do some cool tricks.
How's your day been?
It's been good. We got some of the top drivers. I'm out here on the bike doing some stunts. We got another street bike riding, and yeah, we're just out here burning tires and revving up our motors.
Have you just been doing shows all day, or have you gotten the opportunity to interact with fans at all?
Yeah, we got some fans cruising around, and then in between shows, I'm trying to take it in as much as I can. I've never been here before, so I've been walking around, and being a bike guy, there's a lot of shiny stuff here to look at. So yeah, trying to get as much in as I can.
First time at SEMA, but is it your first time in Vegas also?
Not my first time in Vegas.
Not sure if you can pick up the audio. There's lots of drifting behind me. Can you pick up the audio? Are we good there? Yeah, can you hear us? Okay, great, awesome. Okay, so not the first time in Vegas. Where are you from?
I mean, I can't really hear the question because we got a lot of action in the back right now. Yeah, this is pretty much what our weekend's been. Just the guys have been killing it all weekend, and it's been amazing watching these guys do what they do best.
Are you into drifting?
Sorry?
Are you into drifting?
I'm into drifting, but I drive a Ford Transit van, so I'm not very good at it.
And what has been the most exciting part being here at SEMA so far?
There's a lot of big shiny stuff to look at, and I think just getting to be out here and ride in front of everybody. Everybody's excited to be here, so the vibes are high and we're loving it.
And you're partnered heavily here at the Optima booth. What is it about Optima batteries that makes you want to partner with them?
They make a really good product, and it's race proven. They're really, like, they're doing as much as they can for the sport, and they want to see it grow, which is the coolest thing. So yeah, it's awesome to see what they're doing for the sport.
Absolutely. And what has been your favorite memory here on the on your bike?
Favorite memory, getting to meet all these pro drivers and then see how cool everybody is. I mean, being a bike guy, everybody's welcoming and they just want to be friends.
Alrighty, thank you so much for your time, Spencer. Is that all you got, or?
Yeah, we got one last thing to show you.
Oh my gosh, I'd love to see it. Let's do it. And he is going to, oh my gosh, Spencer Wilton right over Falcon's tire strip vehicle. And now he's popping a wheelie. Oh my gosh, the excitement does not stop. That is incredible. What an incredible way to end SEMA. And the crowd goes wild. Wow. Alrighty guys, what an incredible sight to see. We have drifting, we have motorsports all in the same place. We have Spencer. Spencer, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. I know it was loud, but we appreciate you sticking in there.
Yeah, it's been loud all week, so I'm excited to go back home and just hear something quiet for a little while.
Yeah, you and I both. Alrighty guys, well thank you so much for tuning in to SEMA Live, and back to you, Chris.
Thanks a lot, Alliyah. All right, time to step away real quick here at SEMA Live, but don't go anywhere. We got tons more coming at you on the other side.
SEMA Garage, our mission is to help our member companies develop innovative products for the automotive aftermarket. We do this by providing a number of professional resources. Product development, which includes tech transfer, reverse engineering, 3D scanning and printing, and measuring sessions. Emissions testing and compliance on both our in-house four-wheel drive emissions dyno and four-wheel drive chassis dynos, as well as ADAS research and testing in both our OE and aftermarket laboratories. From air intakes to Zerk fittings, the SEMA Garage can help you bring your product to life. Learn more at SEMAgarage.com.
Why is it so important to have data? Well, if you think about product content, like the electricity in your walls, you need it to power pretty much everything. You can't have a website without product data. You can't have a point of sale system without product data. You can't even create a product catalog without data. Contact us at semadata.org. We're here to help.
Welcome back, everybody, to SEMA Live here in West Hall at the Las Vegas Convention Center. I'm Chris Jacobs, and I hope you are enjoying your behind the scenes and inside look at SEMA all week long. We're getting towards the finish line, but we still have a couple hours left before we wrap things up here on Friday. And joining me now in studio is Tim Cromer of CVT Tents. Good to see you, my man.
Hey, Chris. Good to see you.
So
thanks for having me.
We're here in West Hall. It is the overlanding and trucking center of the universe right now.
That's right.
And your product is essential to really getting the most out of your truck when you're out camping and overlanding, and tell us about your product.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're rooftop tents primarily. That's the mainstay of our business. We were created in Bend, Oregon back in 2010.
Nice.
So we've been around for a very long time before overlanding was cool and before it actually had a name. So we like to say that we're the OG of tents. And so now we're actually here this week with new product, and we're kind of having a relaunch of the brand with all new products.
Nice, man.
Yeah.
You know, walking around here in the morning before people come into the show, I like to check things out, and the tents on the back of the trucks have become so sophisticated. It's like you're walking into a campground or a freestanding tent on its own, and you don't really realize until you look around the side that it's actually attached to the back of the truck.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, one of the things that when talking about evolution of tents, you know, the clamshell has been one of our mainstays, one of our best-selling products for a very long time. And so this year we actually have an annex that comes out the back of it, which is industry leading for the tent world. And so now you can come right out of that tent and come into a dry area, make your way down to the truck bed, and without having to get out in the elements.
Nice. I remember that overlanding really became a popular feature and aspect at SEMA. Maybe in 2019-ish, it really kind of started to pop up.
Just
You
before
saw it
COVID.
happening.
Yeah, we were.
And now it's everywhere. Yeah, just before COVID, and with the pandemic, it really became kind of necessary because people were getting out and leaving their houses, but where could you go? Well, you could go out into the wilderness.
That's right. That's right. And, of course, everybody still wants to be comfortable,
Right.
when you're out and you're doing these journeys and adventures. And that's really what, when you get into a rooftop tent, the best thing about it is you get out of the elements. You're not laying on the ground. You don't have rocks up under you. If it rains, you're not sleeping in a mud puddle, And in some places, you've got animals that you have to worry about, coyotes, wolves, that kind of thing. And I always feel better sleeping to where a coyote would have to climb my ladder to get to me. Right?
Good luck, Mr. Coyote. Can we throw the shot of the product up there once again so Tim can kind of describe to us what we're looking at? We just had a nice shot. There it is right there in the back of that TRD. What are we looking at there?
All right, so that's our medium-sized mount hood. Again, this is brand new product. The mount hood has been around for a very long time, but what we've done is we've come through and we've upgraded the hinges, we've upgraded all of the components that go in it. It now has a diesel heater port, so that way you can pump heat right into it. It has interior lighting with LED lighting built in. And then as you see on the back side there, just below the saffron colored strap, that's where the annex begins, the black part, and it's black topo, so it's got a really cool look from a distance. You can't really see the topo, and then as you get up close, then you're able to see that. So just fit and finish has been a big focus of ours in this tent. It also has a 3-inch mattress that is very comfortable. That comes with the tent. The annex comes with the tent. As you can see, you can also mount stuff onto the top of it. Other accessories. Currently, we have the water port, which is also one of our products. That's a way that we can store water.
That's that bag hanging below
No,
the
that's
opening?
actually the big tube.
Oh, the tube on top. Okay.
On top of it, the bag below, that's a shoe bag, and so it's hanging to the ladder mount. The ladder would go there just for safety purposes. We've pulled the ladder. But that way you can crawl up in there, kick your shoes off, drop them into that bag.
As you're getting in, yeah.
Yeah, and not get mud and muck all inside the tent.
And what is the cover on the rear window of the pickup truck?
So that's a really neat product that's going to be coming out in the spring of this year. So that is for the folks that actually car camp inside the vehicle. And so when you're doing that, you've got to have some type of ventilation, so that way you don't have too much condensation and temperature and all of that. So it's actually kind of like it's tent material that's sort of like in a bag scenario that goes over the door, and then from the inside it has a bungee cord that you pull, and it tightens around the door frame, and then that becomes a window. And it has a visor that hangs over the top of it, so should it start raining, you can keep the window down, still get that ventilation without rain coming in.
Very cool, man. And I love the name, Mount Hood. Shout out, of course, to Bend, Oregon, correct?
Yep, and that's Cascadia Vehicle Tents, so the Cascadia Mountains, and so that's all of our tents are named after the mountain ranges around the Oregon area.
That's cool, man. I love the logo with the mountainscape above the letters there.
Yep.
So very, very brand specific. Are you working with several of the OEMs to make products that are specific to their brands?
So we're not working with OEMs. We really want the tent to be able to get to the customers, the end users. So we have what we call white glove service dealers. So that way you can go and have it installed. Take care of it. It's kind of difficult if you've never mounted a tent. They're right at about 200 pounds, so you kind of have to know what you're doing to put it on. So we have dealers that around the country that do that for us.
They'll explain to the customer exactly what to do.
Person comes in, drops their car off. Next day, they're ready to go camping.
Nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very cool. Man, just seeing that product shot right there, it kind of makes me want to go camping, the way that pops up like that.
Yeah, let's go.
Very, very cool, man.
Yeah.
All right, so have you had a chance to walk around the SEMA show at all? Or are you pretty much
so
at the
not
booth?
too much. We're a pretty lean crew, so we don't get to rotate out and walk around too much, but definitely been watching Instagram and your feed to be able to see what else is cool out there.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, just like you, I'm watching everybody's Instagram too, because I've been at this booth the entire show.
Yep.
So I did get over to Central Hall a couple times to see some various stuff, but a new experience being here in West Hall, and it's great because only the second year for West Hall.
Yeah,
and it's
absolutely.
really just like kind of sprung into action.
It's
so
taken
nicely.
off, yeah. And
Yeah.
to see some manufacturers that we didn't used to see here, just because it wasn't their, it wasn't their audience, and seeing that change has been really cool. I've been coming here since 2016. And so, yeah, it's been cool seeing the evolution, especially of the overlanding segment.
Absolutely, and like you said, you guys are like the OG of the hobby and the
That's right.
business, and you got to be so proud that overlanding has become so popular, and that your product therefore fits right into the lifestyle.
Yep, absolutely.
Amazing, cool. Tim Cromer, CVT Tents. Where can people find you?
CVT.com. We're big on Instagram, so check us out there. And yeah, then your local overland shop, make sure you go in and ask for CVT.
Awesome, man.
All right.
Appreciate
Thanks,
you,
Chris.
brother. Thanks, Tim.
All right,
Thanks
man.
for coming into the SEMA Live studio. All right, let's check out a little bit more social media and what people have been doing, shouting us out at SEMA Show and using that hashtag SEMA Show. Let's see what people have been putting up. Kirsten Adamson said she's having an absolute blast riding with Tanner Faust at the Optima Batteries exhibit at SEMA Show. How can you not have an absolute blast riding with Tanner Faust in a drift car? That is pretty cool, man. What a great activity to check out here on the skid pad outside the convention center. Man, Tanner is just, he does it all. If it's got a steering wheel and four tires, he can pretty much handle it. All right, welcoming into the SEMA Live studio right now, he's the VP of Marketing at Randy's Worldwide. Please help me welcome Neil Hollingsworth. Neil, how you doing, man?
Doing great. Thank you.
Great to see you, brother.
Thank you. Good to be here.
How's SEMA going for you?
Amazing. Let me see here. My feet hurt. My lips are chapped. I haven't had lunch for 4 days. So I think it's been successful.
You know, SEMA is all about having comfortable shoes and a lot of stamina, right?
And double padded carpet.
Yes, that helps.
There will be people that will come over and they literally look at their shoes and go, "Do you mind if we hang here for a while?" It's like, yeah, please do.
Now, this might sound like a joke, but is that a serious question when you're planning the amenities of your booth? Is you go from the ground up, right?
You do. You go from feet.
Yeah.
I got 13 people over there, and 4 days is a long time to stand.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it has anything to do with the way that we lay it out, the way we build it, or anything else. But literally the comfort in standing for 4 days, then you walk down the rest of the aisles and they're all that just like thin carpet.
Right.
It's noticeable and it keeps us hopping. It's worth every penny.
So people enjoy their visits over to Randy's Worldwide booth. What's the latest and greatest over there? What are you debuting?
Well, so Randy's, I don't know if people know us as well as Randy's as they do the brands. So we've got Cognito over there, Cognito Motorsports. We've got Carly Suspension. We've got Icon Vehicle Dynamics, Yukon Gear and Axle, Dynatrack. And so those are the brands that are all under the Randy's umbrella. And so the idea over there is how do we keep those brands vertical? They are the most important piece of our business. And each of those guys brought in some really nice builds. And so that's been really having, for the first time, all of those brands under one brand who, is the center of it. But it's just having everybody inside of that being able to talk. Customers are coming in and we can move them from performance. And I don't know really, performance used to be high horsepower, maybe more centrally located when SEMA started out. But today it's overlanding. Today it is a HD 350 Ford, which might be an overlander in today's overlanding world. It's kind of funny. But it's Toyota, it's Dodge, and it's a JT that we've got over there. So any of those brands work so well for anybody that wants to come in and be in this like amazing West Hall.
Yeah.
And how it's come to fruition over the last 3 years when they opened it up. I mean, it's full.
Yeah.
It's full. It's full.
I thought, well, I guess, let me see. Is it the third year or is it the second year that West Hall has been open?
I'm going to go with, no, it is third.
It's third, okay.
Yeah,
So well, you would know because you've been in West Hall.
Because we came over here first year and they have most of the overlanding over on the back side.
Gotcha.
And last year, it continued to fill out, so overlanding was on the west side of the building.
Got it.
And this year it's out there as well, and it just continues to fill.
Good. Well, I stand corrected because I've been telling people that it's the second year. This is actually the third year. Maybe I thought just because the first year was such a transitory year for West Hall, it came into its own, and now it's fully here and operational in its third year.
Yeah, and it's growing attention.
And you guys are right down here, right?
We are, that rotating sign.
Yes, right there.
Dynatrax,
Okay,
Icon.
can we get a shot of that sign so people can at least see the product logos? But yeah, Patrick was telling me that I got to get over there. I've been passing it as I walk to and from the SEMA Live studio.
Well, when we walked downstairs the first day and you were here, it was like, what is that rotating behind your head? So we weren't sure that it was the right thing to tell you that, so that the camera never moves. But yeah, we've had a lot of great communication to everybody watching here.
Nice.
Is that
good, there it is.
banner right
there.
there.
You go.
So there's all the brands that we have. Carly moving on to the side. Dynatrax Symbrota, which is a remanufactured high quality brand. Icon Vehicle Dynamics. USA Standard Drivetrain, which is kind of a break fix. It's great for the economy and where you're going. Cognito Motorsports, which is such a wonderful brand. And then Icon comes back in and Yukon Gear and Axle.
Very cool.
We were here 15 years ago with just that Yukon, and it's just grown so much. We were over in the central hall, pushing ring and pinions and traction, and now all of a sudden we're over here with a good group of
That's
brands.
awesome. What vehicles are you featuring over there in the booth?
Let me see here. Carly's got the brand new Ford F-350. Cognito's got a beautiful build on a new Dodge platform. Icon with a brand new 25 Tacoma. And Dynatrack with its 6080 combination underneath the Jeep JT.
Awesome.
So yeah, and they're all beautiful builds. I can't imagine what it took for everybody to do that. And I think some of them were done Sunday morning and put on the back of a car.
The SEMA Thrash.
Oh
in full
yeah,
effect.
you know what? But they drove in.
Yeah.
So we went on that one. I know they're pushing some of these in, and you can never tell. Just what happens here is just insane.
It's
for
the
a
circus.
first-timer,
The circus comes to town. I mean, they come in, they build it up,
they
and
do.
it goes for a few days. And you're right.
And
How many
tomorrow we're done.
SEMAs for you?
14.
14.
Yeah.
So you know that for someone who's been here for the first time, it's just it's mind-boggling what
It's
goes on here.
mind-boggling. Every year it gets more mind-boggling. You look at these earth roamers over here. We never would have thought to see those things.
Right.
And they're doing awesome. We've got Carly underneath those guys. So you start to see where your parts fit. I can walk into almost any hall and shield spot something and just go, I can't believe they did that. So it's really great for us. And immediately call Patrick and tell him I need a shot of that car.
That's great.
It's
And he's
good.
great at doing it too. He's great at documenting the products.
Yes.
Have you had a chance to go by Central Hall and walk around a little bit?
I haven't. I've seen the photos, and the best part about that, they can't get out of the booth, which means that whatever SEMA is doing to get people here, the continued interest in the automotive, it continues to grow.
Yeah.
And so yeah, every day has just been outstanding.
That's great.
And so I can't crab about it, because if I was walking around, that meant I have too much time on my hands.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And you know your feet are going to be comfortable over at the Randy's Worldwide booth.
It is. Everybody's thanking me that's on the team.
Oh, that's fantastic. All right,
Good.
so where do you see Randy's Worldwide going? What's the development in the next, let's say, 3 to 5 years?
We'll continue to acquire new companies. One of the greatest part about it is that when we bring people in, we're keeping the whole company full. So from Cognito, Justin is over there. Tony is over there from Icon. These are all the founders that have been there. They are the soul. They are everything that brings in there. They're the guy that's walking down the hallway and handshaking everybody. And so I know that so many times, acquisition can be a bad situation. But so many times
It's
I
a family
hear-
expansion.
It
You're
is,
a family
and it's
of
growth,
companies.
and it's like, no,
Yeah.
come with us.
Right.
Just come with us and be a part of it. And it's been so exciting for us to be able to continue that relationship. They want to go back to where it was when they started that company. So let us take some of the paperwork off your table,
Sure.
and get back to engineering, which is what all these guys are. All of these brands that we have, you kind of notice, are highly engineered. So losing that founder that built it, let's go give him that time back to continue with it. And so just like over here, I mean, we've got all the brand new cars of this year. We'll have all brand new cars. We have no idea. Sometimes the SEMA push, just to get something in here, is it takes so much time for somebody else who we're using their parts to go with our parts and our ability to engineer over 3 to 5 months and actually have something that fits so it rolls when we get here. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I've got, and here's the cool part is that we've got a media day out at Hammers in a week where we'll have all of these cars, and we'll be rolling all these cars and rolling them hard for content for the next 3 or 4 months, and they're all ready to go.
Wow.
Yeah.
That'll be
exciting.
cool. That'll be
It's
a
gonna
really
very
cool content creation session happening out there.
It is.
And perfect setting, by the way, for it, because that's what these vehicles are built to do.
Well, and we can do everything. So at Hammers, you can get them on the pavement, you can get them on a dirt road, you can get them, you know, as fast as you want. You can get them into the whoops, and if you need sand, we've got that as well. Now I was told I can't jump the Tacoma. It's not ready for that yet.
Right.
But we will be in the next couple of months getting out of there and getting real with that thing, and I'm really excited about it.
Do you get behind the wheel?
I do. I actually raced Hammers last year.
Oh, you did? Nice.
I did. It was one of those one and done things. It was a bucket list idea. I had great people around me. We've been there with Yukon Gear and Axle. Team Yukon is a huge part of Hammers. So I finally said, I've got good people around. I found a car, I found a team, and we did it. And like most other people, I didn't finish. But I had a great time, and I am not a race car driver, but I could check it out, and it was a wonderful experience.
We had the reigning King of the Hammers champion, Chris Pulverdi, on the show a couple days ago.
Oh, you did?
What was so cool was that he marveled at the fact, and it was his first year at King of the Hammers, and he won it. He found it so incredible how it's like Burning Man, this like city develops.
Yeah.
He said you can even order a pizza to King of the Hammers you want because they got the street names and everything.
Oh, heck yeah. Yeah, those guys are driving all the way up and they're finding it and they're shooting. Yeah, it's been great. $5 pizza right out of town. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's great. It is like Burning Man. There's 70,000, 80,000 people out there, and it is just full automotive.
Yeah.
Just whatever you can drive, they're out there doing it. And then there's a race, I guess, going on somewhere.
Right.
Yeah.
The sideshow is the race.
It is.
You know,
It is.
I hosted Crandon for MAV TV a couple months ago. That was a bucket list for me. So going up there to Crandon, a city whose normal population during the year is 1,800 people, turns into a 60,000 off-road crazy experience.
That family has done an amazing job with that
They're
race.
fantastic.
The facility is top.
Yeah.
And so, they've had a lot of fun. And they brought in the performance racers over the last couple of years. And he said that's just been great for Crandon.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, now that I've checked Crandon off, I think King of the Hammers may be
Give Dave a call.
the next
I'm
one.
sure he needs another voice out there.
I would love to do
We'll
that.
go up against Ian and see who wins. Okay?
Please, now you're talking serious
go.
bucket list right there,
go.
man.
Let's do it.
Oh, I would love to go head to head with the Iron Man. All right, Neil Hollingsworth, VP of Marketing at Randy's Worldwide. All those great companies that you've seen rotating behind my head for the past 4 days.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you joining us, man.
Awesome.
Thanks, Neil. We are going to, what are we going to do here? Well, we're just going to talk about how great SEMA Live is. Do we have a little scenic of what's happening outside maybe so we can tell people what's happening? This is Friday. This is the day that SEMA does something very cool. They allow the public to come on in, which is great. So, you know, if you have never been to SEMA or you're unable to come to SEMA and get inside Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, a certain amount of tickets are released to allow the public to come into SEMA, which is something so cool that they do starting just a couple years ago. So right now we're going to toss it over to JC Fernandez, who is outside right now.
Outside. I got Dean with Kawasaki. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Awesome. And then Jim. Hey, now I'm on. And see, we're live. We're exactly. Well, thank you, Chris. And we are live outside the SEMA Hall, outside in the parking lot here at the Kawasaki booth. And this is Dean with Kawasaki. It's good to see you.
Good to see you, man.
And then Jim over here, you're one of their athletes, customizers. You do it all.
Yeah, I do a little everything. So yeah, one of their partners. They got done a couple wild builds for Kawasaki and got one of them here today.
Awesome. We're going to see that here in a second. Dean, let's talk about the Kawasaki brand and maybe start with what's behind us.
Yeah, so we're here at the Kawasaki Off-Road Experience where we bring these custom units and all our new and greatest models out to showcase for consumers. This one here is our KRX 4 Blackout Edition. Wow. So this is one of our most capable machines that we do produce. This one comes fully loaded. You get the premium sound system, you get the winch on the front, and then of course the awesome blackout matte paint.
I love the blackout paint, the look of this. This is just, go to the dealership, your Kawasaki dealership, they have this, and I would drive this, take this off lot as is.
Yes, absolutely. This comes as is. You get everything that we have to offer.
Maybe someone's not familiar with the whole UTV market. Let's look inside and kind of showcase what everyone's looking at inside.
Yeah, I mean, it's really about the performance of this machine. We have the industry-leading suspension on here. Inside, you're going to find all the comforts that you would need. Yeah, it's just a great machine.
And the handlebars for the passenger to hold on to?
Yeah, well, I mean, you get out there, you start ripping, you're going to need those.
And this is ready to rip and go, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Let's do a full walk around of...
You got your winch on the front.
Comes down here, sure. We got comes with the winch.
Yeah.
For pulling other UTVs out, not that we're getting stuck.
No, this one won't get stuck.
We're
I have
pulling people
tried.
out.
I have tried.
Doesn't
It
happen.
won't get stuck. You got your suspension here, where we spent most of our R&D. We got tired of hearing people complain about breaking the suspension the first ride out. We want to make sure we didn't do that to you, so we went ahead and upgraded everything there.
I think it's the way you have it set up too, on a rock over there on the right, just showing how the suspension works.
Absolutely. We love to showcase everything that this unit's about.
Full seats, but also 4 captain chairs inside here.
Yeah.
Everyone's comfortable.
Yeah, you got your bucket seats, so everybody's safe and tight.
Is there a spot to throw some gear on here if you're going out?
We do have a trunk area here. We put our subwoofer in here on this unit because you know you want to be loud when you're out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can put a tire rack on here. You can put a little trunk on here. You know, the options are endless.
And little things nuances you have, like your lights up there.
Yeah.
You're outside camping and need some lights you guys haven't built in.
Absolutely. And this one comes with those. They're available in all our units, but this one comes standard with those.
And we've noticed too, a lot of people now will take these and customize them.
Yes, sir. That we get a lot of that. Jim we're going to talk to him about the custom ridge he just built. People are doing the same things with these.
What was your first Kawasaki?
My first Kawasaki would have been I was a motorcycle guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I rode a KLR. I was in that ADV world.
Okay.
So, yeah.
My very first Kawasaki was a Kawasaki 110.
Oh, wow.
I was in 3rd grade, 3-wheeler. Santa brought it for me. It was a very special
That's
moment. It was awesome. Still have in my parents' house today.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's how the Kawasaki's last forever. Let's go over to Jim and talk about custom builds. Jim, this is your work right here, right, buddy?
Yeah, this is one we just finished up literally last week before SEMA. We're calling it the Scarlet Witch. Obviously, I'm a racer by trade. I've got a lot of performance Kawasaki's, but one of the cool things about this one was wanted to flip the script and do something that helps me live my lifestyle. So we're calling it the ultimate action sports vehicle. So we get into it, really going to show you some cool stuff.
Yeah, let's come back here so everyone watching now can see what you did and kind of walk us through how you customize this.
All right, so first off, obviously we got wheel and tire package, upgraded to 33-inch General tires, got some Vision wheels, some custom suspension. Bill Stein came on board and built us some custom shocks specifically for this. We can move to the interior if you guys want to get a shot of this.
Of course we do, yeah.
So we've got some fully custom seats that actually match the exterior paint, so they've got kind of a flannel theme on it.
Let everyone see. We'll back up and let everyone watching SEMA Live see what you have inside here.
So we've got Kicker Audio's got a sound bar in the back of it. It actually links up with the one in the rear of the car that we'll get to in a little bit.
This has, there's heat inside. Talked about the climate control buttons up top there.
Yeah, so these new Ridges, they have an HVAC model. This is the XR model, but with this more sporty, with a little more horsepower and wheel travel, but it's got full HVAC. I'm in Arizona, so it's 120 degrees in the summer. It's nice to have the air conditioning.
That's huge. How fast are we going?
Well, I've had her up to about 75.
Really?
This one's got a tune in it, so it'll go a little bit quicker. But I've had it up to 75 with the air conditioner blowing and the jet ski on the back.
Yeah,
so
we'll get to that here. You got a jet ski back here, Kawasaki jet ski, of course.
Yeah, absolutely a Kawasaki jet ski.
So you live in Arizona. You live near the river, the lake. You were saying?
Yeah, I live in Parker, Arizona, so we're right on the river. So that's one of my things is I love to jet ski, and it's tough it's not tough, but you always got to load up the ski on the trailer, back it in. I was like, why don't we throw a jet ski rack on the back of this so I can back this right down the boat ramp, starts floating, pull it off, go out on my own, come back, slide it right back on the rack, and take off out of the water.
It's brilliant.
Yeah, so it's amazing. So my jet ski at home's a couple years older. This is actually my good friend Mark Gomez, the guy that does double backflips on jet skis and things like that. So this is Mark Gomez's ski. He loaned it to me for the week, but it's the current model SXR 160 from Kawasaki. So anybody looking to stand-up can get one of these.
Yeah, because there's a difference. I think maybe some people are familiar with the wave runners where you're sitting down. This is the classic stand-up style.
Yeah, this classic stand-up style. They often, Kawasaki also has the jet skis that sit down, the 310 Ultras and stuff like that.
Yeah. I like how you put a skateboard rack in the back.
Yeah, so my daughter and I both love skateboarding and love going to the skate park. And a lot of times, because I work during the day, it's evening when we can go out skating. So we put a bunch of lighting on the back so you can actually light up a parking lot and go skateboarding at night. So loaded boards, good friends of mine stepped up with a couple boards for this. Obviously got the ice chest, got a kicker soundbar in the back, and it links up with the one inside. So you can actually play the same music on the inside as the outside. It's all Bluetooth, so it's pretty awesome. So
and just looking at those lights, they're powerful enough. We put all those lights on. You're lighting up a parking lot. You're lighting up a campground. You're lighting up anything.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll light up a campground, parking lot, skate park, just about anything you want. We kind of custom did them so they kind of flood out, and so it's pretty awesome. We've launched a video earlier this week that shows them working at night, me skating around inside a parking lot. So it's actually kind of fun.
Tony Hawk over here. Let's move down here as we look over the other side of your build here. I know this is not your build here, but you know a lot about this particular build.
Yeah, this build's kind of fun. So they call him Mega Mike did this one. One of the coolest things about this is you got to check out the custom paint. You saw mine, and there's some of the factory black plastic cladding around the wheel wells and stuff like that. If you look at this, he actually went and sanded down all the plastic along the whole thing. So this thing's been completely sanded smooth. And then he went and he put this custom paint on it. Same with the roof. You look at the roof; it's not that rough plastic. And he also went in and he did a custom interior to match the purple.
Seats are fantastic. Matches the exterior.
He's even got the stitching on the steering wheel.
So is yours a wrap then? Your exterior is a wrap?
Yeah, mine's a flannel wrap, but this is actual paint.
That's paint, yeah. And the trick to that is he's sanded everything down and then went over and painted everything.
Yeah, that's what's pretty awesome. He's also got the toolbox in the back to match.
Yeah,
so,
but the attention to detail too, which you see here at SEMA with builders like yourself. You have the seats, but then also the purple stitching on the steering wheel there as well.
Oh, you got to have a match, right? It's SEMA.
Yeah. Why don't you walk through it? I don't know if we can see still inside the steering wheel. And again, maybe someone's new to the UTV world. What are we looking at there inside on the steering wheel?
So that's from Switch Pros. I use that in a lot of my race cars, but so that basically you can wire all your switches into that. Some people put them on the dash. This one actually did it on the steering wheel. So he's got his exterior lighting, he's got his whip lights, he's got turn signals, headlights, all that's all on a push pad right there on the steering wheel, so really easy to access.
Yeah, as you're flying along off-road and bouncing around, it's just easy to turn the lights off and change everything.
Yeah, absolutely. You can keep your hands on the steering wheel while you're turning the lights on.
Yeah. I want to go over here. Stick around, Jim, but I do want to get back over here to Dean. And Dean, let's talk about the ATV that you guys have.
So yeah, this is the Kawasaki off-road experience. So we wanted to make sure we brought everything that is off-road capable. We've got the Brute Force 750 here. We also have the Brute Force 450 up there, which is brand new for this year. But we're very proud of these. They're super capable, super reliable machines. You get a TFT color display, Bluetooth connectivity for a little bit more.
Bluetooth, really?
Bluetooth connectivity. You don't have audio on this one, but you do have the ability to sync your phone and adjust some of the settings and get more information from the ATV that way.
Yeah, so up here, what pops up when we have the key to turn on? What would pop up on the cluster?
I mean, it's going to be a full-color TFT display with all the information you would need, but if you wanted a little more, you could connect your phone via the Bluetooth and get more information from the unit that way.
A little thing to point out, too, over here, you have compartments to hold stuff.
Storage on both sides. We make a bunch of accessories for this, especially hunting accessories for the back, for the front. Again, it's a very capable machine.
You have all kinds of accessories. I know snow plows, too. You want to plow some driveways with a plow and put it on front as well. What is this over here?
Well, it's the off-road outside, everything outside. So we've got duck hunt.
Is this the classic duck hunt? Okay, let's go play. Three guys playing duck hunt. That's how you wrap up SEMA, okay? Team green.
All right, so your A button is shoot.
Okay.
You're team green there.
Okay. I'll let you guys.
All right, you guys
go.
Yeah, this is a Kawasaki version of duck hunt here.
I love this.
Yeah, so Dean's the one that's the expert here because he spends more time on this game than I do.
I'm losing, clearly. Yeah.
Did you guys know in the game Duck Hunt, the one that we all played on Nintendo, that you had the gun and then controller 2 could move the ducks? Did you know that?
I learned that about 6 months ago. I wish I would have known it as a kid, right?
It's like, know that?
No, nobody did. And nobody ever advertised that.
No.
It's like,
do you know that? Yeah.
I did not know that.
So you're sitting there watching your buddy. You could have took the controller and moved the duck and saved the duck's life.
Oh, that's insane. I wish I'd known that as a kid.
Yeah, things.
Well, it was hard enough. I didn't need anybody moving the duck.
I didn't have Duck Hunt though. I just got the basic one with Super Mario Brothers.
Oh, okay. So you just had to go over to your friend's
exactly.
house.
Go across the street with the gun. Let's see what else we got here.
All right, well, we have our Ridge Limited here. Again, it's going to be along the same lines of what Jim built, but this is our version, our premium version of the Ridge. This is just polished. That's what this is about. You get the power, the capability, and the comfort in this unit.
Okay, I love the color of it too, the polished. Let's walk on out here, guys. How has SEMA Week been for you?
Oh, this has been amazing.
Yeah.
This is, we haven't really been involved in the past, but we're very excited to be here now, and we look forward to coming and being a bigger part of this in the future. The traffic, the cars, the people, everything's just been absolutely amazing. That was great. We're dancing. I like it.
We're live here. I need to talk to my producer real fast. So why don't you tell Jim how much you love the Kawasaki brand?
I live and breathe Kawasaki, Jim.
Oh, you and I both do. That's what's fun. Get to come out here and hang out with all my friends and obviously in the industry. But for me, this is awesome. I've been coming to SEMA for years, and obviously being a partner with Kawasaki, this is the first time Kawasaki's been here. Not many power sports companies are here, and I think that's what's really cool about this year in SEMA. Kawasaki kind of broke the mold coming to SEMA this year, and we're like, hey, we want to be involved in the aftermarket too.
Yeah, no, that's awesome, and we appreciate you bringing that custom Ridge to us and everybody else who's come out to show us everything they got.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's been an awesome week. I think reception here. I mean, obviously we got dirt bikes backflipping in the back here. We got obviously the Kawasaki activation here. Everybody's been flowing over. It's been an awesome day for power sports.
I need to have you guys all week long to step in and give me a little break.
This is what I do for a living. So you give me the mic and I'll run with it, buddy.
That was fantastic. I didn't actually have to talk to Wes. I just went and sat down and just took a breather right there. I did see you guys have an electric bike.
We do. We came out with that for the kids and then for the adults as well. We have a 20-inch Electrode. This is a 36-volt, full electric, twist throttle bicycle.
Okay. Let's take a look here. And these, you can buy these where? Online, at the dealership?
Well, through your dealership.
It just pop it off here? Get it all set up here. Let's take a look here.
He's ready to go. All you got to do, get on there and give this throttle a twist. Be a little
That's
gentle.
it?
It's got power.
Jim, hold that as I try to sit on this bike here. This is nice, right?
Yeah, they're fun. They're a good time.
Where's your brakes? Brakes right here?
Yeah, front and rears. There you go.
Your front brake on your right, your rear brake on your left.
Okay, so we're wrapping up here at SEMA. It's been an amazing week at SEMA Live. As the show gets ready to roll down, my duties are done, and you proved yourselves worthy of being a host for the rest of SEMA Live, so I'm going to hand that over to you.
All right. So, JC, you really just take it off. I'm out. You're out. And JC has left the building, folks.
JC is calling it a day. What a great week. Well done, JC Fernandez. Thanks for all of your hard work over the past 4 days. You were a valuable asset out there in the field, my friend. I'm so happy that you are on our team to bring us the best of SEMA 2024. And while JC rides off into the sunset, I'm back in here with a very special guest, Bruce Yarnell from Kevin K Restorations. You guys, first time at SEMA, first car you bring to SEMA makes it to the top 4 of Battle of the Builders. Congratulations. And of course, I'm talking about your 1965 DB5 James Bond tribute car. Amazing.
Thank you very much. It's been quite the experience. It's been a wild ride. A lot of beautiful cars here. It's amazing.
Not even that amazing mustache can hide your smile. You've been doing a lot of smiling over the past few hours, probably the past couple days since you found out that you were advancing in Battle of the Builders. Did you ever expect you'd make it this far?
Didn't think we'd make it all the way, but hey, you never know.
Let's talk about what a unique vehicle it is, not only because of the James Bond touches that you put on the car, but what you started with. I mean, 1965 DB5 is a hugely desirable car in the collector car world.
It is. So we started with a car that needed a full restoration, brought the car in, completely stripped it apart, put it on the rotisserie, actually stripped every aluminum panel off of the car, did all the rust repair that needed to be done. Then we started fitting the gadgets in the car and started fitting panels back on. It was a challenge making a lot of the gadgets fit into really super tight areas. Those cars don't have a lot of space to make stuff fit.
Was it always the plan to do a 007 tribute car, or did he initially come in and say, I want it restored to the normal level that you guys do, which is Pebble Beach Concours level?
He actually had called the owner of the company. We've actually had several people call, wanting to build James Bond cars, and it's like, we've always turned them down. This good gentleman, Joe, he calls. He has about a 30-minute conversation with Walter, the owner. At the end of the conversation, he's like, okay, yep, we'll build you a James Bond car. So we tracked down an original 1965 right-hand drive car, had it shipped to us.
Oh, so he didn't even have the car?
He didn't even have the car yet.
Wow.
Yeah, he wanted to make sure that we would do it first before he actually purchased the car.
So, I mean, a major hurdle you had to cross was finding a car that you could turn into that, because it had to be a certain level of clean to begin with, right?
You know, no, it had quite a bit of rust in it. It needed a full, complete restoration.
Okay.
So, but he had already had a line on it. The guy that he bought it from had owned the car for 30 years.
Ah, got it, okay. So he did have a line on it, he just needed you to take it across the finish line in acquiring it.
Yes.
Was there ever a discussion at the shop saying, hey, now that we've got this car, let's call them back and tell them, let's not do the James Bond thing. Let's put this back to its original glory.
Nope, it was full speed ahead. I mean, it was Zoom meeting after Zoom meeting after Zoom meeting on discussing it. You know, it's got a Raspberry Pi that controls all the gadgets. They work from an Apple Watch, Apple phone, an iPad. There's like 9,000 lines of Python coding in the Raspberry Pi.
Yeah.
It's got a touchscreen. It's got games in it. It's got a slot machine game. It's got a Spy Hunter game. It has James Bond trivia game. It's got a Magic 8 Ball in the car. No other car has the Magic 8 Ball that you can touch and ask a question.
Now, is it Dr. No that this car was in?
It was Goldfinger.
Goldfinger, right? Okay, Goldfinger. Here's your bowl, Goldfinger. Did you have to do a lot of research to know exactly how many and which gadgets were in this car?
Tons of research on it. I can't tell you how many times I've watched Goldfinger and Thunderball both, because they both had that DB5 in them. So there was 4 original movie cars built. 3 of them still exist. One of them was stolen in, I believe, the 90s out of Florida, and it's never been seen again.
And you probably actually did a better build than the original movie cars.
Yeah, it's like a lot of the gadgets in the original movie car, like the rams, the battering rams and stuff, were all hydraulic. So the whole trunk was full of rams, pumps and tanks and everything.
Yeah.
Created a lot of weight. Car's really not a drivable car because of all the weight, but we did add weight to it. So we did have to go in and redesign rear coilovers for it to make the car drivable. The car drives, handles. You could daily drive this car.
Nice.
It has.
What gadget presented the biggest challenge?
Biggest challenge was probably the machine guns, getting those all plumbed in, because they actually have 2 modes. They have a kids mode where there's a speaker behind the grill and the LED marker lights will flash. And then we call it a felony mode, which they're powered by propane and oxygen. And they have igniters and coils, and they actually will shoot a flame and pop like a real gun.
Wow, that's cool.
So yeah, those, you know, and then fitting the Rustomod air in it was a challenge, because those cars had air conditioning in the rear package tray, and then they would move the fuel tanks into the quarter panels. So with this car with dual smoke machines, we had, and all the rear gadgets of the oil slick and the calthrops for puncturing tires, we couldn't move the tanks into the quarter panel areas, so we had to make an AC unit fit in a tiny dash.
Awesome, man. Well, before I let you get out of here and go celebrate your top 4 Battle of the Builders achievement, what does Kevin K Restorations have going in the shop right now?
Right now we're building a DB2 Aston Martin that is actually production car 1 it's going to Pebble Beach in August 2025. Got another DB5 that we're in the middle of doing the metal work on.
Awesome. So you guys specialize in the Aston Martins?
We specialize in Aston Martins, yeah. And if it wasn't for the crew at Kevin K Restorations, none of this stuff would happen. It's a group effort of 20 of us.
That's too cool, man. Bruce Yarnell, Kevin K Restorations, Redding, California. You've earned a beer, my friend. Go grab one.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming in to the SEMA Live studios. All right, well, we got a little bit more coming at you. I'm anticipating another very special guest joining me in just a moment. But we're going to take a little bit of a look at Central Hall right now. Got, Dave Kindig's Air 12 Riddler Award winner, the reigning Riddler champion there. Getting a look at that as we see some of the attendees squeezing every moment that they can out of SEMA. We've got just over an hour left until they close the doors for the final time here at SEMA 2024. And as promised, a very special guest who just got done scaring the crap out of people out in front of the Las Vegas Convention Center in his drift car. My buddy Tanner Faust. Welcome, bro.
How are you doing? Yeah.
Good, man.
Thanks for having me.
Good.
I heard you talking about beers just a second ago, which
Yes.
is not fair because, we got some time left here.
Well, but thankfully only an hour and 11 minutes.
Yeah,
and
okay.
yes, I am counting down to the minute because I have been here in this studio 8+ hours a day, and so I'm a little bit punchy and definitely in need of a beer.
Yeah. No, they're never quite as sweet as when you're either spitting tire chunks out of the back of a drift car or talking straight for 8 hours.
Yeah.
But no, it's been an amazing week, probably an incredibly busy week for you. Your voice must be quite hoarse, but wow, what a turnout, right?
Yeah, it's really great. I mean, it's so good to see West Hall just now fully operational, fully integrated into the SEMA experience, gets bigger and better every day. How has this SEMA been for you?
Good. I think this is the 20th for me in a row, but I think I remember saying that last year too. So I think at that point you stop counting.
Exactly.
I think, yeah. But no, it's amazing. It's cool because it's been an ebb and flow. You when you sort of look back, not to get nostalgic, but you look back to kind of the drift days and kind of that scene was building up, and then the off-road scene started kicking off, and then you even had side-by-sides and now just looking around, you have a lot of adventure aftermarket parts, with that whole industry blowing up. So it's cool for me to come back, and Optima Batteries has that huge area outside. I'm obviously fully logoed. I just literally came out of the car. And so I'm still kind of breathing rubber a little bit, but we're just having a great time out in the bronze lot is what it's called out there. And
I think we got some B-roll of you doing your thing out there in the bronze lot. If we
not
can
a
roll
big-
that so Tanner can explain what's going on here.
Oh, we're just hyping crowds. So we're staying close to the wall for people. That is, just your normal everyday Volkswagen Passat. We're putting hundreds, if not thousands, of people through these cars. And this is what I like about actually this whole Optima Unleashed thing is that, SEMA is a place where people can come see in person the stuff that they've seen online. They can come hear it and smell it. And in this case, then actually get in something like this drift taxi. You got Vaughn getting out there in Forsberg. They can get in and make a memory that literally a lot of these people have told me they'd talk about it for the whole year until they come back to SEMA. The following year. So
shout out to Kirsten there with the in-car camera. She was holding it nice and still.
Look, she's got slow-mo shots.
Yeah,
You guys, that's so far the best footage I've seen so far.
That's pretty good right there.
Yeah, you got it locked in over there.
You must be having such a blast doing this again and again with a new set of people in it. You must get to just the entire gamut of emotions.
Yeah, there's fetal position sometimes, like knees to the chest. There's some screaming. And then there's people that just don't even, their heart rate doesn't even go up somehow, and then I worry about those guys. But no, it's amazing to be able to share that, and it's one of the things that as a driver you always talk about, whether it's Pikes Peak, Baja, or whatever. And I'm pretty lucky. I get to do a pretty wide gamut of stuff. I always know I have the best seat in the house, and you never get to share that feeling with anybody else except for like chit chat.
Yeah.
And to be able to put them in, feel the flow, hear the sounds. A lot of them are just staring at your feet because they want to see the mechanics of it.
Yes.
And that's the way to do it. Get in and have some fun,
Yeah, and Vaughn actually put a really cool post up yesterday, I believe, where it was kind of a stacked screen where you saw his POV, and then in the bottom screen you saw his feet.
Right,
and it really, it's so complicated between the three pedals. What you guys are doing, you're braking with both feet. You're 1 foot on 2 pedals sometimes. It's incredible.
There's a little bit of a dance there, but it's a muscle memory thing for when you do it a lot. But I remember, and I still talk quite a lot, and SEMA's great for this. A lot of people that are just in every single phase of their passion career. So they're just now realizing that cars are their true passion and they want a career in it. How do I get there? You're there, how do I do it? And sometimes that comes down to how do I do the driving? And what, like somebody like Vaughn or Forsberg or myself or somebody who's been doing it for a long time will generally steer them away from that and steer them towards getting involved in a race team and getting involved in the business of what is out here in order to understand it enough to actually have like a career in it. Just practicing the driving part doesn't get the business done, and what's happening here and all what we hear sitting here in this amazing view that you have.
Yeah.
is a huge amount of business going on. And if you're just a tiny bit of a savage, you can make a living out of that and have the dream job, drive the cars, do that stuff. So I love getting people to kind of see that side of it. It's not all just about what, the technique is. That will come. It's really about loving the business of the aftermarket world, the automotive world, and the motorsport world.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's very well said. Get in there somehow, because it'll open the door to a brand new world. And there's the shot that I was talking about.
Yeah, no, Vaughn, he took tap dancing, I remember, as a kid. He used to talk about it a lot. Very limber.
Yes.
Guy can put his ankles on his ears. It's incredible.
Amazing. Very active feet there. Very cool to see. We appreciate those guys putting that up.
It's insane to look at that, actually, because you never feel any of that happening. It just sort of
as
happens.
you said, muscle memory.
Yeah.
You've gotten it to the point where you're not thinking about it. You're feeling it. You're doing it by feel. So that's really incredible. You've had quite the year, man. You won Pikes Peak. Really awesome feat. That in and of itself is a year.
Pikes Peak's a cool event. I mean, it's the second oldest race in the country behind the Indy 500. The span of the cars that you get at that race, everything from alcohol burning crazy monsters to electric cars. Used to be motorcycles; those are gone. But now it's paved. It's opened the door to a lot of race cars. I was in a Radford, which is kind of boutique car company. And it was a one-off bespoke car for that race. It's the fastest car I've ever driven up there.
Wow.
Which is scary.
That's saying something. Yeah.
It's just, you start at 9,000 feet, you end at 14,000 feet, you do 156 turns and 12 miles. And some of the clips are 2,000 feet high. They joke that a lot of the course, if you go off, you've got enough time to etch your name in the roll cage before you hit the ground. And it's probably true. But it's unnerving when you're in a really fast car and you got two Gs pulling you off the outside, no guardrail, and it's like skipping, right up to the edge. But it's a race that, the relief of finishing it, and I mean, they put out a video, and of course you're far from the people in the pits, but just the relief of the whole team for you,
that you made it.
To make it to the top is...
Making it's one thing, and then to win it is the next level.
Well, we set a record for the exhibition class. I've done that race, I think 5 times, and always in different classes. And when I started doing it, it was gravel. The whole thing was gravel.
I was going to ask you, had you driven it before it was paved? I mean, that's night and day, right, as far as what your mindset has to be.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in the gravel, you're sort of driving where you see the grip. You'd get a blue groove kind of going, where some rubber's being laid down. It was pretty grippy, but it wasn't as fast and committed. On the tarmac, I mean, you're just like road racing. It's like every mile an hour of entry speed translates to time.
Yeah.
And that's a terrible feeling.
That's incredible, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, and then the other big thing that you had happen this year is you tied the knot, right?
Hell yeah. I did. I grew up.
That's great, man. You and me both. What was your date of your wedding? I did, yeah. August 1st we got married.
Good for you. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, man.
It was September 28th for me. We moved to Colorado, and we got kind of a ranch scenario in a ski town where I used to live before moving to LA.
Cool.
And it's just awesome.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
great.
It's a lot of animals. Everything is either hungry or broken, but so you're feeding and fixing. That's what the rule is. But we love it, the space, and it's so nice to have an adventurous partner, and we're going to have some fun. So congrats to you as well.
Happy for you, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Tanner Faust, everybody. And I think that's the most appropriate way to wrap up our coverage here from SEMA 2024. It's been an absolute privilege to be your host for these past 4 days, having such a blast with you. What can I say? But thank you very much for joining us. We really, really appreciate you. And hopefully you will be here with us next year. And if you can't be with us here in person, that you'll check us out again on SEMA Live. So for JC Fernandez, Alliyah Becerra, and Adrienne Janic, this is Chris Jacobs signing off from SEMA 2024, and you all hang loose.